Welcome back to the Unibet Open Bucharest. It's time for the final table. Just 9 players remain vying for the first place prize of 65,000. In seat 1, Dwayne Sluis, the Dutchman, brings 1.4 million in chips. And there he is. Here with the walk-on, making his way to the final table. Not by any means a newbie to the table. Another Dutchman, his neighbor in seat 2. Henry Maximilian, we just call him Max Sluis, country the Netherlands, chips 1.7 million. 2 of the bigger stacks at this exciting final table. Bjorn Samuelsson, the lone Swede at the table, brings 470,000 in chips. He's got his work cut out for him, 19 big blinds. Here he is, definitely an experienced player. Showcased some great poker yesterday. Eduard Norel from Romania is the chip leader here at this final table. Almost 2 million in chips. And yesterday he showed that he is creative. He bluffed, he bet big. This man is pure poker action. Sorin Flutur, also from Romania, 855,000. We nicknamed him the Professor. Here he is, making his way to the final table in the 5 seat. Dragos Anton, 1.7 million in chips. Calm, cool, collected. This guy knows his way around the poker table. There he is, all smiles. Another Romanian in seat 7. You can see him there. Robert Burlacu. He brings 1.2 million. Exactly 50 big blinds to this final table. Bart van Dijk, the Dutchman, is the short stack here, bringing just 310,000, running King 10 into a big hand late last night. But don't count him out. 12 big blinds, he knows what to do. Alin Constantin from Romania rounds out the final table. 37 big blinds, 920,000 in chips. And that makes for an exciting lineup. They're all guaranteed 6,770 euros, with the top prize being 65,830. We're kicking things off with blinds of 10 and 25,000 with a 25,000 big blind ante. My name is Frank Op de Woerd. I'll be your commentator for today. Been covering poker tournaments for just about 15 years. We saw the prize pool over there. Majority of the 338,000 is still up for grabs, and players looking to make a splash. The short stack starts out on the button. That is just about the best position and the best thing he could have hoped for. So he's got some hands to fold before he needs to make a move. Bjorn folding. Obviously Eduard, he's creative but not that creative. 7 deuce. Sorin, 3 deuce into the muck. It's folded quickly around here to Robert in the cutoff. Ace 8 off. I imagine he's gonna raise it up, bringing 1.3 million to the table. He's opening to 55,000, just a little over a min raise. Bart, the short stack, folding his button. Small blind gets away from the jack tray. Dwayne Sluis, I imagine him calling here with the 8-7 suited. Maybe every now and then he could 3-bet, but I imagine he's starting out a little bit slower. Yeah, that's calling chips he's got there. Obviously, he's dominated, but still 8-7 suited looks so nice. Dwayne Sluis, creative player, but really strong one at that. Not really connecting with the flop. Obviously, he has some runner straight flush outs, but other than that, it's not much of anything. He checks. Robert makes a small continuation bet. That's just 30,000. The blue chips are worth 25,000. The red chips are worth 5,000. The yellow 1K chips are no longer in play, I think. Dwayne Sluis facing a 30,000 bet. He might peel and no, that's racing chips. He's check raising here. That seems like it's 100. 100,000 even. Robert facing some early aggression here. Is he gonna let it go or gonna play back a little and call in position? Both players very experienced. Both players not new to Unibet Open either. Robert, 247,000 in cashes. Played WSP Europe and cashed in the main event this year. So by no means new to poker. Dwayne Sluis been around for a long time. Cashed the WSP main event, was the best Dutch player that 1 year. I don't think Robert is a believer here. What can you do? Dwayne might have hit that 9, he might have hit a 3. Other than that, what can he check raise here? Robert goes over all the scenarios in his head here. Thinking about it, taking his time. He's gonna let it go. Wow. Dwayne Sluis off to a good start here with the early aggression. And remember, people, this is on a delay, so the players won't find out for another hour and a half that Dwayne was check raising with nothing but 8 high here. We'll be semi-live all day. We're cutting out most of the breaks, so you have a non-stop poker experience, so you can just have this one on. You don't even have to close your browser anymore. Bart van Dijk, the short stack now in the cutoff. The 2 Dutchies in the blinds. Bjorn first to act. Jack 10 suited. 470,000. That's 19 big blinds. He's opening to 50,000. Opening from a relative short stack. Looks very strong. It's a nice playable hand, but I don't think he would be disappointed if he just grabbed the blinds and antes. I'm pretty sure that's not gonna happen though. Soren, the professor, wakes up with ace-king out of a stack of 855,000 under the gun +2. He is definitely not folding, and I imagine he's gonna 3-bet call. Ace-king, premium hand. Looking around the table. Who's got what? How much does the short stack have? Bjorn opening from a shallow stack. Yeah, that's not a calling chips. Those are raising chips. 150 it is. 3 times the initial raise. That makes for some quick folds. Dragos, Jack 7, Robert 8-7 suited, Bart 9-6 off. Obviously ace deuce into the muck. Oh, wait a minute. Max waking up with pocket tens in the big blind, but a raise and a 3-bet in front of him. I mean, this could go either way. Obviously, pocket tens is a mega hand. Bjorn is acting out of a small stack. Soren is a medium stack. This is a tough spot to be in. But Max is an experienced player. He'll figure it out, I'm sure. He does have them both covered easily. He's gonna lay it down. Disciplined fold. There's more bad news, obviously, for Bjorn if he decides to go for it. 2 of his tens are gone. I think he's gonna lay it down. He's not happy about it. The players are mic'd up, so we can hear the table talk if there is any, but so far people have been keeping quiet. The professor takes it down. Bjorn is going to be eager to know what he had. He's got to wait an hour and a half. Pocket tens pre-flop into the muck. Max, no issue mucking that big hand. Second hand of the day. As we said, we'll play down to a winner today here on the final day of the Unibet Open Bucharest 2023. 65,000 euros for first. All guaranteed a payday of 6,770 euros already. Last night there was a player party, and even some of the finalists showed up till the wee hours of the day. Ooh, Bart, the short stack, waking up with ace-king in the hijack. And to be honest, that doesn't look like 410,000 he has there, but maybe. Oh, he's raising, he's not shoving. Opening to 50K. Very strong, he does have a big hand. I can guarantee you he's not gonna fold it pre-flop. Just hope someone's gonna make a move. Onto Bjorn. King 9. It's usually a playable hand, but he is the short stack now. Pretty sure Bart van Dijk started the day with 310,000, so, and he didn't play a hand yet, so he is not up to 410,000. So it's the battle of the short stacks. Kind of similar stacks to start the hand. Neither player connects. Bjorn with the King 9, checking to initial raiser Bart. And for those people Googling Bart van Dijk, there's another Bart van Dijk from the Netherlands who plays. So the hand em up you would most likely get as the top result on Google is not this Bart van Dijk. But this Bart van Dijk definitely knows his way around the table. He's a calculated player, experienced. Is he gonna c-bet or is he gonna check behind? He's gonna check behind, the latter option. They see a free turn here. It's another blank, really. Obviously, this board kind of connects better with Bjorn's range, which is a bit wider and I guess has more of those low cards in there. But he decides to check. Probably thinks maybe he has some showdown value with his King 9. Doesn't take a stab. Maybe afraid Bart is just trapping. I mean, a short stack like that. Pretty sure they just, you know, want to turn over their cards and go to showdown. Check, check again. It's a free river for everyone. It's another low card. Bjorn has just about one of the few hands that, you know, did not connect at all. Is he going to take a stab? Is he going to try and take it away from his Dutch opponent? 135 in the middle. Both can really use this pot. It's an important one, even though it's check through on the flop and turn. They're not fighting for it, really. He's gonna bet. He's gonna give it a try. It's gonna be a small bet. I think it's only 35,000. I'm not sure if that's gonna work. Yeah, it's just 35K. Bart, is he gonna call? What do you beat? Yeah, you beat King 9. That's for sure. It's just 35K to still be in contention for that 170 that's in the middle right now. I mean, he could. He's still beating some hands, but thinking about it. It's only 35K. Or does he want to raise and turn his hand into some sort of bluff? I don't see that happening, but you never know. 3 spades out there. Nobody's, you know, real shown strength here. Nobody could really rep any sort of big hand. Oh, Bart van Dijk lets it go. Bjorn takes it down. Small pot, but it's an important one. Bart here at 360, but it's less than that. He has fewer chips. I think he's down to like 250 actually. 260 maybe. Yeah, that's definitely not 360. All right, fourth hand of the day. we haven't seen anything from the chip leader so far. Eduard Norel from Romania started the day with 79 big blinds, 1.97 million in chips. Was very active last night. Now here in the big blind, the bearded gentleman showed that he likes action. He likes to play a lot of hands. But he's taking it easy so far. On to Dragos with another premium hand. Jacks under the gun +1. He's definitely gonna open here. That's 70,000, I think. 65 actually. It's just 3 of those red 5K chips. Folded around to Dwayne Sluis. Folding. Max on the button. Obviously not gonna play with the 8 tray suited. Bjorn, nice looking hand, but he's short, so really not playable. Small blind, hindering his options. Probably would have called from the big blind. And Eduard finds a decent enough hand. Ace-9 suited really is a big hand in the big blind. Obviously he's playing versus under the gun +1. Oi, 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 look at that. Eduard hitting top pair. Dragos sees 3 overcards with his jacks, but he does have that gut shot. Obviously a 10 gives him Broadway. Nobody has any diamonds for backdoor flushes. I can easily see this go check, check. It's just about the worst flop for Dragos. Oh, scratch that. He's gonna bet. It's not gonna work, I imagine. Edward's definitely gonna call. 75K to see a turn. Yeah. That's the quick call there. That's not what Dragos wants to see. Obviously, there's still some flush draws in there, maybe. Oh, that's an extra card for Eduard. Gives him the flush draw on top of his top pair. So now he's 87% favored. Really, just the 10s and the jacks can still help Dragos. I've been confident before, but I'm gonna put it out there. I imagine this gonna go check, check. Unless Eduard leads. That's not... Oh, no, he has checked already. I mean, leading is not out of the realm of possibilities, but... That's not a bet. Oh, my God. He's turning his jacks into a bluff here. 250. That's a massive bet. That is a massive bet. That is an overbet. Oi, oi, oi. He's putting the pressure on, but now it comes into play that Eduard has a flush draw on top of his top pair. He's not folding. He doesn't like to fold, and definitely not in this spot. Yeah. Oi, oi, oi. Dragos really putting on the pressure here, but it's not working so far. The pot is already 850,000. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. The 10 of spades on the river. Eduard makes his flush. Dragos rivers Broadway. This could be carnage here. Oh, my God. Oh, Eduard's going to lead here. And it's not going to be a small bet, I imagine. 850,000 in the middle. That's 300 already. Is he going to add to it? Yes. It looks like 380. Oh, my God. Dragos got a call. There's so many 2-pair options out there. Maybe some chop pots. He does have the jack of spades, which... you know, limits the flushes that Eduard can have, but he is going to show it. Oh, my God, the bad news there for Dragos, who drops to 985. Well, Eduard up to 2.7 million in chips. What a monster of a hand. Didn't really play out the way I imagined it. Dragos really, with that massive turn bet, blowing up this pot. Oh, my God. Yeah, he still has like a little wry smile on his face there. That is a massive pot. That's bigger than any pot we've seen yesterday, I think. Wow, what a start of the day. I was just saying that Eduard is taking it easy, but on the 5th hand of the day, he just wins a massive pot. And from one of his neighbors at that, one of the bigger stacks on his left. I mean, this is just the perfect start for the Romanian chip leader. The rich get richer, really. Wow. Did not see that overbet coming. Problem is, he turned the flusher on top of his top pair. If he only had the ace, he might have folded to that massive bet. Dragos now folding the ace tray. Robert, Jack 10. Jack 10 suited out of a 1.2 million stack. Short stack. Bart van Dijk folding the 10-8 suited. Folding around to Dwayne. Easy fold with the 4 deuce, even though it's suited. Bjorn's probably gonna let go of his king 5. What's Soren gonna do here from the big blind? Edward has already folded his 9-6, even though it's still here up on your screen. The 9-6 is already in the muck. The professor has a real hand here. He's thinking about it. It looks like he's in doubt between 3-betting, calling, really. Got off to a good start, 3-betting ace-king here. He just calls. We're not sure what he has just yet. I'm sure it's going to show up soon enough. Just the 5-3 suited out of a 915k stack. Edwards is out, so he's not in this hand. Soren, I don't think he connected with this flop. 2 7s and a king. Robert could probably take this down with a c-bet, but is he gonna? Yeah, there's the c-bet. It's just the 30k and the quick fold from Soren. Edward was not in this hand. Small pot for Roberts. Victorious in that small pot against his countrymen. Welcome to the booth, Kat.
Good afternoon, Frank.
You missed a massive hand.
Did I? Oh no, I wanted to catch all the action. I was trying to find one of our guests or pro players to come and join you, but it was the players' party last night, so I think I missed action there as well.
So
nobody's eliminated yet, so...
No, but start of day chip leader Edward is up to 2.7 million now.
Wow.
He flopped up pair, turned the flush, and his countrymen turned jacks into a bluff and rivered a straight. So, oh, it's jacks for Robert this time. Jack 10 the last hand. Jacks now. Again opening this time 55,000.
I mean, nobody loves jacks, do they? But we're definitely opening them under the gun 100% of the time, right?
I do love jacks, to be
Oh,
honest.
you do?
Yeah,
Oh, you sicko.
It used to be a meme that nobody knew how to play jacks, or there was no good way to play jacks, but I'm pretty sure people figured it out by now, 10 years on.
Yeah, that's true. I heard someone refer to them on Twitter as the death noodles the other day, and that made me chuckle.
That is a good nickname, though, yeah. Better than, well, what is it? No, walking sticks? No, that's sevens, huh?
Is that sevens? I think I've heard them called hooks before, fish hooks.
Fish hooks, yeah.
I mean...
Oh, talking about sevens, there it is. Dragos in the big blind. Just lost with jacks. Now he's up against jacks. Gonna see a flop with a premium hand, pocket sevens, but he's way behind. He has some backdoor straight draw here, but and just one overcard. He's not gonna be too unhappy with this flop. He checks it over to his neighbor. Robert really should continuation bet here.
Yeah, it's an unfortunate flop for Dragos, isn't it? Really, if, you know, in his life, he just really needed a king or an ace there so he could just sneak away and not get into trouble. He might want to see the turn now, you think?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is a perfect flop for him. He has a real hand. Connects better with his hand as well. 75k to call. I imagine him... Oh, he's gonna double check his cards. Yeah.
I mean, very hard to fold here, I think.
I think folding would be a mistake, even though we can see he's behind, but he is folding. Okay.
I mean, maybe he's a bit psychic. I don't think I get away from that on the flop.
No.
I definitely feel like I give a little bit more money to Robert there. With
you don't got to give him credit for a big hand. I mean, someone's opening range under the gun is a lot wider than just jacks plus. I mean, there's a lot of Broadway cards, suited aces in there, and whatnot. Robert with the big stack. So yeah, I'm surprised he let go of it that easily. Just check folding on the flop. I don't know.
I mean, in these kind of situations, the ICM pressure does start to sort of weigh in a little bit, doesn't it? Just help me out here, Frank. What is the big blind? I should be more organised, but I need to rely on a professional like you.
We're playing 10,000, 25,000 with a 25k big blind ante. So usually they're opening to 50k. And it was a small continuation bet, so, But yeah, ICM pressure is a thing. Obviously, Bart van Dijk here, the short stack, already lost a hand as well. His stack in the graphics is a little off, but he has, I think, 360, something like that. We don't know what he has. Ace-8, oh, he was in doubt. I mean, he could shove it. Under the gun, Ace-8 off. He's going to wait a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, it's a tricky one. What did he have up there, about 15 bigs? It feels grim, doesn't it, ripping 15 bigs from under the gun?
Yeah, it's I think, 13 big blinds, something like that. Sorin on the button, King Jack. That's an open in my book.
I think it's probably an open in all the books, Frank. I would hope so anyway. I mean, if it's not, then I seriously need to reconsider what I'm doing from the button.
Dragos with a nice looking hand in the small blind. I mean, nice looking. Obviously, we can see that he's dominated. It is two connected face cards. If they're a little bit deeper, you would often see people calling. You see people 3-betting because it blocks some of the single high card opening hands.
Yeah, I mean, he's around 40 bigs, isn't he? So I don't detest the call, but it's one of these ways that, to me, you have to be very confident in your ability to play post-flop if you are going to just sneak in there from the small blinds, because you are getting the big blind come along with you more often than not.
Yeah, but it's something you want, I imagine, because it's not that bad if the big blind width is basically any two ranges in there. Robert, King 7 suited, obviously solid enough hand. He might think about squeezing. I don't think he could fold here with his 1.2 million stack. No, he's just calling, yeah. So it's a three-way to the flop. Actually, they all have pretty reasonable hands. Robert has worse and being dominated by Soren. But this, obviously, a flop like this connects better with Robert's range than it does with small blinds range. Soren, usually to open on the button, you have at least one big card. So even though we see that Robert just has 9% equity here, not out of the realm of possibilities that he ends up winning this pot if he shows some aggression.
Yeah, I mean, he does have a big stack. So we'll have to see. I mean, if this checks to Soren, I think if I was Soren, I'd be having a little pop here. You know?
Yeah,
a bit
definitely.
of a delayed c-bet, try and tell a story that is a believable story, I think.
Yeah, now with the ace popping up, Robert's chances of winning this pot diminish. Soren could definitely take a stab here, represent that ace. Dragos, can still make a move, but probably will let it go.
Yeah,
Soren
with both
bets here, it's very likely to work.
With both blinds in the pot, I mean, he has to be concerned that King High's no good. So,
well, it is good, and it is still good. I mean, he checked behind. It was checked through all the way. Dragos, could. It's hard to represent something. He could have that ace. Robert actually could kind of represent the 4. I mean, Dragos can't really represent a 4 unless, I guess, maybe pocket 4s or ace 4, but there's one ace out there. Ace 4 suited, maybe, I don't know. He's gonna give it a try, and it's gonna give it a big try. That's an overbet over there. That's 260 into his 175 pot.
Love it.
Yeah, we saw him overbet bluff just a hand before, just earlier. I mean, and he's doing it again, and it works. 2 quick folds.
Do you think he needed to bet so big that? I mean,
No.
I loved it. I'm an aggressive player, and I love the style. But do you think? I mean, we see the cards, right? But he is getting a lot of actually small pairs of the big blind to fold there. You know, that big blind had sort of flopped to 5 and was hoping to sneak to river for showdown. I think he gets the 5s to fold. He certainly gets any of those deuces or 3s to fold. So
I'm not sure if he needed that big a bet for it, but yeah, I mean.
No, but
it worked.
It worked. If it does what it's supposed to do in that spot, it's the right size bet for that moment, right?
Well, you risked a lot. I mean, if somehow the big blind did have a 4, obviously he's not folding, probably even raising, so he's risking a little bit too much, I feel, but it worked. Oh, Aline folding suited ace there. I think it's Bart van Dijk in the big blind now, the short stack, so... No,
right.
It's not in the big blind. No.
Oh, okay. So that does change the dynamic, especially as the ICM pressure starts to creep up, doesn't it? You don't want to be having to side call off a 12 big blind shove with a 7 offsuit because you opened late and didn't notice there was a shorty in the big blind.
It is Bart van Dijk. Oh, this is going to go in easily. Pocket tens. What a massive hand. And unfortunately for him, he's only, you know, a small favorite, even though he has a premium hand. He's going to shove. He's going to do a little bit of Hollywooding and then make the move, I imagine. And Edward's going to call. He's got a connected Broadway hand.
Yeah, this is a dream spot, I think, when you're a shorty on a final table, that you find these tens, you know you're getting it in a healthy equity situation, really, regardless of what happens. And if you run into a bigger hand than that in this spot, you have just been cooled, and that's life.
Usually this is around 50-50. Some queens and jacks are already in the mark, so that's why Bart is a little bit bigger of a favorite. Edwards, I imagine, going to call. I mean, he can easily afford it as the chip leader at the table.
Yeah, it makes a nice statement as well. You know, it's not too big a pot, or not too big a call, at whatever that is, 13 bigs. And it shows the rest of the table that he's not pussying out. He's not running scared. And at the early stage, that's maybe quite a nice message to send. And I think it's a valid call, like you say, once he's opened.
Oh, he's folding. Wow,
okay.
I mean, Bart is not going to be too unhappy about it. I mean, he just picks up blinds, antes, and a raise, and giving him some breathing room. It's,
the other players at the table there were probably hoping for the call and the bust of the short stack, but it was not to be, gents. You will have to play on.
This gives a message as well, because Edward's not calling. People, you know, will see that this was kind of an iffy open, I guess, because otherwise he would have definitely called any sort of, you know, ace or a connected king, suited king. I mean, he would definitely call. So, yeah, the rest of the table take notice. Edward is try to open up a little bit and instantly got someone to shove on him.
Yeah, it's a dangerous personal branding at a table where the ICM is high and the stacks are getting shorter. So, but you know, if you have some experience with a player and you have a read and you think this is the way it needs to go in this exact hand, you know, then you have to play that way in that hand. So,
Soren, nice looking jack 9 in the hijack. Yesterday he opened this type of hands. Different situation right now, of course. But he is opening to 50K.
Yeah, I think it's super important at this stage to keep that late position pressure up.
Oh, Robert with the ace 10 off.
You fancy a 3-bet here, Frank? Or are you taking a more conservative line at this time of the game?
Yeah, I mean, I would usually call, but I mean, you have blockers for better aces, I guess. You could 3-bet, but if you need to fold to a shove, you're still ahead of his range. Oh, he's folding, actually. Okay.
Yeah, okay.
That was not something I expect, to be honest. Aline wakes up with a terrible hand in the big blind, but he's not even... he is the favorite. Obviously, he has no way of knowing it. Queen tray off. Out of a 810K stack, kind of similar stacks. Now he's folding and rolling his eyes a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, it's just such an ugly hand, you know. If you sort of calm down and you're facing a raise from the small blind or maybe even the button, you can think, do you know what, I am ahead here. Enough, I can probably sneak into a flop sensibly. But that hijack raise, I guess, maybe. You know, it's a little bit earlier, isn't it?
I mean,
you know, he's a bit more incentivized.
Easy if it's queen tray suited, but even then, I don't know. You know, the odds are so good. I would probably try and see a flop, but that's just me. It is different now with these ICM implications, yeah.
I think these days with my game, I'm definitely falling into a pattern of taking a slightly more aggressive line from the big blind more often. But yeah, I don't think I would choose Queen 3 as the candidate, Queen 3 offsuit as a candidate for that in this final table.
Nobody's busted just yet. The shorties are surviving so far. Bjorn being one of them. Fold around to Robert with the Jack-8 in the cutoff. He seems interested. That's 55. All the other players are mostly opening to 50,000. He adds that little 5K chip. Bart folding his button. Oh. Back. Yeah, that's a fold.
Yeah, sometimes the old, I think it's RFID tech, this, isn't it? And it's not always picks the cards up if they're not quite in the right place.
Dwayne, 8-5, not good enough for him against Robert. He's folding.
That's interesting. So in two hands, we've seen Robert take sort of the passive choice with the ace-10 on the button, and then straight after an aggressive choice in position with Jack-8. So he's definitely more interested in his position relative to other players and stacks than his actual cards, I would say. I think we're...
well, I think he's more interested in being first in and opening instead of calling or with someone else having the initiative, yeah.
Yeah, and it has a lot of power, doesn't it, the raise first in situation. I mean, as an online player, I do use my HUD to keep track of these kind of statistics, because you do... it's interesting to know when a player is taking every possible raise first in opportunity, right?
I mean, we've seen a big hand so far, but the distribution of the players is interesting because the short stacks are right behind some of the bigger stacks. So Bjorn is shorter, so that limits the options that Max and Dwayne have to open a pot. Bart is right behind Robert and I guess Drago, so that limits their options. Really, Edward, at the start of the day, I would say he has one of the worst positions, but it's not that bad. Only problem is he's missing from the table. I think he missed two hands now, Edward.
Well, I mean, we do make the players leave the gaming area to take phone calls, so...
Maybe he has a lot of phone calls.
Yeah, maybe his...
maybe there's more important business than
absolutely
playing for 65,000 euros. I mean, it's not in my world, but maybe... oh, look at this. It's folded to Aline on the button. Pocket queens. It looks like he's going to try and steal it. Obviously, the blinds... the Dutchman in the blinds will see that, but Aline has a big... Oh, my God! Dwayne with pocket kings. This could be carnage. Oi, oi, oi. Like I described, I mean, it looks like a standard opening. Obviously, it's folded to the button, but he has queens. Dwayne is gonna 3-bet here, I imagine. Pocket kings. Yeah. It would be something if Max woke up with aces, right?
Oh, no, it's too early in the day, Frank. My poor heart can't take this kind of excitement.
Dwayne... I mean, there is that option that he could call. No, he's gonna 3-bet. He should always 3-bet. Yeah, that's the 3-bet. Max, he folded tens pre-flop earlier today. Now king deuce. That's gonna end up in the muck. Yeah, there it is. All right, it's on Aline, who has 745,000 behind.
It's 30 bigs. I mean, I might be putting it in. It's such a good
squeeze spot. It could be, yeah. He has a monster hand. He should not consider folding, but we've seen crazier things. Obviously, there are other much shorter players, so that plays into it. Maybe that makes him call instead of 4-bet, but folding should not be in his arsenal here, no.
No, I don't think we...
That's the all-in. Dwayne is gonna call. It's gonna be... Yeah, there it is. Yeah, it's queens versus kings. I mean...
Oh, Aline.
27% equity. Don't count him out just yet, but it's a horrible start for him. Oh, it's all diamonds, and Dwayne has the diamond. Oh, yo, yo, it's just a single out for Aline, the queen of hearts. Oh, yo, yo. I mean, I've seen crazier things. It's hard, but it's not the queen, it's the 10. It's just that one single card that can ruin Dwayne's day. Otherwise, it's done for Aline, 3% equity.
He's holding his breath.
Oh my God! It's the one-outer, and he sits down. Oh, Dwayne down to 660K. Oh my God. It's been a while since I saw a pure one-outer after the flop. Oh my God. Ooh, Dwayne with the pained look on his face. A wry smile there.
Wow.
Oy, oy, oy. 1.7 million pot. He had just that one single card that could save his day, and it hit on the river.
That's insane. My heart. I mean, I've just got the buzz like it was me playing there. I mean,
He's smiling. He's all smiles. Of course he is.
wow.
Oh.
One outer on 65K up top.
Oy, oy,
Recreational
oy.
poker
I
tournament.
mean, whatever happens in the rest of the tournament, he can't complain anymore. That was a lucky escape there. And bad luck for Dwayne. Oh, my God. Oy, oy, oy.
I just, yeah, he's somebody in RN Jesus is smiling on that man.
Yeah,
Wow.
I mean, we can guarantee you this is an honest game we're running here, but that was just straight out of a James Bond movie, right?
Insane. I mean, Dwayne just can't quite believe it. He's, like you say, a wry smile describes it all the way, doesn't it? Wow.
Can you imagine if something like this happened to someone like Mike Madison or...
The table would be flipped.
Yeah, I mean, I think that would be the
Backdrop
end of
would be
it.
ripped down. Dealer would have got a slap. I mean, it would have been absolute carnage. I think Dwayne took that. Well, he took it better than I would.
Yeah.
I'd have at least had a few swear words peppering that table.
Yeah, he had the king of diamonds. The queen of diamonds was no good. It just the queen of hearts that could save Aline, and that was exactly the card that popped up. All the players are like, wow, okay. Yeah, I mean, would have netted them all a little bit more money.
Yeah, that's it. I mean, they probably all like Arlene, but they would have been quite happy for him not to hit the Queen of Hearts on that river and be down to 8. But Arlene got what he wanted, and in my opinion, he played the hand right. It was.
I mean, there's nothing he
to
can
run-
do. It's
No.
queens versus kings in a button versus small blind situation.
With his 30
I mean,
big blind
yeah,
stack,
those chips are gonna go in, but it's unfortunate for Dwayne. He's counting his chips.
I don't know about you, Frank, but when these rare things happen to me at poker, where you just come back from that 3% and the gods are smiling on you, I find it improves my mental state so much that my play starts to be, I get closer to that A-game play that I try to meet, because I just feel so like I'm touched by the gods,
Yeah.
I wonder if we'll see that from Arlene, if he's just
Well, he's
confidence
back
high.
at it, opening the cutoff with 10-9 of clubs. And Dwayne hasn't folded yet. He's thinking about it with ace-10. I mean, it's a good hand. He's now kind of short, and if he shoves, it could look like he's really tilting, which he's not.
Yeah, it's a tricky stack he's sitting on now, Wayne, isn't it? It's just
Yeah.
over that 20 big blind mark. You don't want to throw it away too speculatively, but you don't want to get to the point where you're sub 20 bigs and in an even worse spot. So
Dwayne lays it down, disciplined fold, I guess, even though we could see that he was dominating.
well, contrary to the other ace-10 fold on the button, he's in a much different position with his stack, right? Like, he's kind of committing to playing a hand that could, for his whole stack, whereas I don't think previously was it Robert that had it. I don't think he was in the situation where he would be, so I preferred a 3-bet in his spot. But
Yeah, Bjorn calling from the big blind. Going to see a flop here.
Jank on Jank could get interesting. These hands play well together. I mean, nice flop for the 9-10, but I don't think he's going to get the 9-7 in too much trouble.
Bjorn just 12% equity here. I imagine him just check folding. But I mean, maybe I shouldn't be predicting the future anymore, because sometimes things play out entirely different than what I was saying. Bjorn check and the 4. All right, I still got it.
Nailed it. I think that's the great thing about poker, though, isn't it, Frank? That it's a one-man game or one-woman game, and you make your own decisions. And we are not all the same. We are not the same people. So I think it's why poker keeps so many of us interested year on year.
Yeah, and just the smallest differences can make a massive change, and that's why I love No Limit. You know, there's a massive difference between a 30% continuation bet and a 70% continuation bet. It's both a bet. Everyone makes their own decision. Yeah, and every situation is unique. Every shuffle of the deck is unique. So, I mean...
Well, I was privy to a conversation at about 3:30 this morning between three two professional poker players and a very serious studying recreational poker player, and they were talking about one street of a hand for touching 2 hours, solvers out, all arguing with each other. And these guys are really high skill, and they couldn't agree either. So, you know, sometimes I think the right answer, in quotation marks, is obscured from even some of the best minds in poker.
Ace 10 of clubs, under the gun +1 for Dragos, opening to 50K. Bart was so close to that money jump, huh?
He was prey. Oh, my word.
Max here, ace jack suited on the button out of a 1.6 million stack up against the 980 stack, so he's calling.
I don't mind the call with the suited Broadway ace there.
Yeah.
I think it's you probably have enough equity against multiple hands to just sit quietly there on the button.
Yeah, you don't want to play for stacks with ace jack suited. I mean, ace jack suited, it is a nice hand. Obviously, we see he's way ahead of ace 10 suited, but you don't want to necessarily play for stacks. Oh, that's two clubs there and a gut shot for Dragos. Max, obviously, top pair and top kicker is going to be happy, but he's only a 55% favorite. This could be a big pot as well.
Yeah, I think we're going to see a bit more money go in here on the flop.
If Dragos goes for the check raise somehow, we could see, oh, there's the check. Max is gonna bet it. Small bet, 50K. If Dragos is check raising, we could see another all in here. I mean, they're still deep, but...
Yeah, it's tough for Max though, isn't it? I mean, Dragos open pre, then check the flop. And if he check raised there, it would have been pretty tough, I think.
He's check calling, though, so
yeah.
Let's see what pops up on the turn. That's a blank. I mean, it's another diamond, so there's two flush draws out there, two possible flush draws out there. Check from Dragos, who's taking the passive line with his flopped equity hand. Now only 27%, of course.
I mean, 27% when you are that crush pre-flop on the turn is pretty good. I mean, he's picked up the gutter as well on that turn there, so... Gave him a few, and there it is. My word, that is very,
the
very
best hand
covert.
isn't winning so far. Dragos makes it straight. Obviously, it's a third diamond, so yeah, it's not like the nuts. If he's gonna check it, then I'm sure Max is gonna check behind here.
Yeah, I would agree with you, and he may consider checking it, given that Max has been aggressive on both flop and turn there. So he may think
should be betting here. I mean, there's 460,000 in the pot. It's so easy for Max to check behind. So it's time for Dragos to get some value from his hand.
Yeah,
he's been known to overbet. He's not overbetting here. It's a serious bet. This is a tough one for Max, actually. I mean, the board has not developed the way he wanted it to. And obviously, Dragos is not going to play King-Jack here this way, but he calls and he gets the bad news. Yeah, there it is. Max down to 1.2 million now. Dragos up to 1.5 million. He needs to show, because it went to showdown. At least someone asked for it, I imagine. Yeah, there it is. Edouard still up top with 2.7. Now Aline 1.7 and Dragos 1.5 million. It's not been a good day so far for the Dutch players, outside of Bart, I guess, who's hanging around. No longer the short stack. Bjorn is the short stack now with 385, even though I'm not 100% sure that Bart's stack is correct, but I think they're around that same number. We're still playing 10K, 25K with a 25K ante for a little longer. I think there's 10 minutes in the level. You see here the photographer from the Finnish website. I'm sure he's taking photos of Bjorn, the sole Scandi at the table.
It looked that way, didn't it? Yeah, we have quite a significant media team for a recreational focused poker tournament knocking about.
Yeah.
I think they're settling in now, the players, aren't they? They seem more relaxed. They are probably starting to understand a little bit more about their immediate opponents.
Yeah, and a lot has changed, obviously. I mean, people that started out short, everyone's still in. There's been a lot of redistribution of the chips. Obviously, the rich got richer so far. Edouard, 2.7 million. But he hasn't been as active as he was last night. But that one pot that he did win, that was a massive one. So
Yeah, there was some pretty big pots in quick succession on multiple tables, I think, last night. We went quite quickly and abruptly from 14 to 9.
Dragos ace-5 suited under the gun. That helps Bart because King 10 suited offsuit is obviously a hand you can easily lay down. Uh-oh, Max here, ace-10 off in the cutoff. We've seen him fold these kind of hands before. Got into a little trouble against ace-10 just the last hand. Let's see what he wants to do. I'm sure he's not tilting. He's an experienced player. He has 1.2 million still, but this looks like someone who is about to 3-bet. That's 155, so that is an aggressive move.
Yeah, I like the 3-bet here. You know, with ace-10 offsuit, you're just super happy to take the blinds in that open. And, you know, if you do have to go to flop, you're in position and you can probably survive a couple of streets without too much damage. But I am happier to 3-bet these offsuit aces, Broadway aces, and I'm not sad when I take the pot pre-flop.
Yeah, he got the blinds out as well because there were, you know, like a King 9 suited was in the big blind. That would have definitely come along. Now he is either taking down the pot or getting heads up with ace-10. Oh, yeah, just like that. Dragos says goodbye to his ace-5 suited. That's nice for Max, you know, not even just the chips, but feeling that you know, you're winning a pot, stacking some chips after losing an unfortunate hand just now.
Ace-10 paid him back a bit, you know.
Yeah.
Took with one hand and gave him with the other, the ace-10 there.
Problem was, this one was a lot smaller than the earlier hand, but it does feel good.
Yeah, it's very frustrating when you're in these high money spots and you are feeling, and it is just a feeling, there's no logic to it, that everything you do is wrong.
Yeah.
You know, you lose 3-4 pots on the bounce, you think you're losing your marbles, you've lost your game, you can't play. So you're absolutely right, I agree with that. If you lose a pot, it's so good to win, even a small one straight after, or 2 or 3 hands after at least.
Yeah. You lose a couple pots in a row, even if it's just pre-flop where you open someone 3-bets, you need to fold, and you feel like you're not in control of the table. But winning a small pot, that helps. Dwayne folding King 10. Max gonna fold the Queen 6. Max showed up as Henry on the stream the earlier days, but his real name, or at least he goes by Max Sluis. So.
Oh, so it is his name, it's just not his preferred name, as it were. We didn't, like, just pick a random name for him, did we? Or?
It might be his second name or his birth
okay.
name, but he goes by Max. So
Gotcha.
happy that we've got that one sorted here on the stream.
Absolutely.
Soren, it folded to him, to the professor, with ace-8 offsuit in the small blind. There's really 2 ways to go about it. Racing or calling. Folding is not an option, usually.
Yeah, I think I'd be raising this, putting on a little bit of pressure. He has a big enough stack to still do that. But if he starts to drop below that 30 big blind stack, he's not quite so comfortable in these pressure points. So.
Well, you raised it and it was an insta-fold because Dragos had nothing but 5 deuce, so that makes it easy.
I'm not a huge fan with these kind of hands of letting the average player go to a flop for the price of the big blind from the big blinds. I do understand if I'm playing players with huge skill edge, I may want to take different lines, but against average recreational players, I probably would be opening there.
If I'm playing against, you know, the top level players, and I've been in some situations where that was the case. You know, media tournaments where like top pros show up or whatnot, or you end up on a tournament table where there's like real big names by. I try to just get my chips in as soon as possible so they don't outplay me post-flop. I mean,
yeah, that's it. I mean,
I'm honest enough to admit it.
Some great players, you know, they know to be aggressive from the big blinds. So
Dwayne,
Jacks are back.
Jacks. He lost with kings. Now it's Jacks under the gun +2. 660K. He opens. I imagine that's 50K. Max happy that he doesn't find a hand here. Oh no, oh no. Bjorn now with the kings. This spells trouble for Dwayne. Bjorn, 385,000. This is gonna go into the middle, and it's just bad luck after bad luck for Dwayne.
So soul-crushing. I mean,
Unless
to be
something
fair, at least
crazy
he's-
happens behind him, I don't see Dwayne ever getting away from Jack. So, I mean, Bjorn is going to do a little bit of Hollywooding and then shoving, obviously.
At least for Dwayne, it's not an elimination, but it will feel like he's had part of his soul.
Yeah,
sucked
there it
out.
is, over the line, all in. Quick fold from Edouard. I mean, all Dwayne can hope for is someone coming over the top. Dragos, ace-10 in the small blind, not interested. Robert, 7-6 off from the big blind. Yeah, that's a fold. Dwayne can't do anything but call. Yeah, there it is, and there's the bad news. Yeah, it's
Got
all...
to think he's entitled to the same thing in reverse here, Dwayne, doesn't he? I mean, look at his face. I feel like I want to go back in time and give him a hug.
Yeah. I mean, you could still go out there and hug him right now.
Yeah, I mean, we don't know the outcome of this hand, do we? So he may still be there.
Oy, 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 this is trouble. I mean, it's top set for Bjorn. Dwayne, I guess he needs a queen or a 10 on the turn to still, you know, have some hope. No spades either.
Oh, okay, a 10.
Yeah.
I mean,
An ace.
his equity doubled from flop to turn, so that...
He has 2 outs. It's 1 out more than his opponent had when he lost that massive hand. So 2 cards, the red 10s, that's what he needs. No, it's the black 7. Dwayne down to 275,000. This guy can't catch a break today.
No, I feel heartbroken for Dwayne. And, I mean, you can see immediately how his whole body posture changed. He took the last beat, I think, in really, really good humour, given the extremity of it. And this one we can see, you know, head on the table there, shoulders slumped. I mean, I don't blame him. I don't think anyone who plays poker could not understand this.
Bjorn being a good winner, he's not like shouting or hitting the table, getting lucky there, finding kings versus jacks.
Yeah, very respectful. I mean, I don't think I'd blame him too much if he did, but once you play poker for a little while, you see the swings and roundabouts, and you know you wouldn't want to be having someone cheering, I guess, so you kind of give that same respect. But
Dwayne now the, you know, prime suspect to get eliminated in 9. He's the absolute short stack. He needs to find a double, and he needs to find it soon, really.
oh, I wish you luck, Dwayne. I feel like it's your turn.
Yeah, I mean, he deserves a little bit
really
of
does.
good fortune now.
That's the cold-hearted nature of poker, though, isn't it? There is no reward for what is deserved or just. It's
I mean, everyone has been playing very solid, and Dwayne's been no exception. Really, the 2 hands that he played, nothing you can do.
No, absolute no-brainer. I think there's probably an element that the game itself is so much fun, but it can also be so cruel. I think it goes some way towards explaining why we have such a good community sense in poker, and we are social with each other, and we become friends with each other because it's a mitigation sometimes of the cruel, negative feelings that this game can give us when it's playing this way against us.
Bjorn, all of a sudden, for the first time in a long time, with a reasonable stack. So he has the chips to open Queen 10 suited in mid position. 780,000 is behind Dragos. Quick call with ace jack off on the button.
I'd probably be putting some pressure here on Bjorn. He does only have a 30 big blind stack. I would have liked to see a little bit of a 3-bet there. Again, he's giving the big blinds enough value to see that flop.
The board is very short, so I mean he can peel, but he could also squeeze and then see what Bjorn does. So with the ace jack, I don't mind calling with the ace jack. It is heads up. We can see now that he has a 68% favorite, actually. It must have been because a couple queens and 10s were folded. Nobody connects with this flop. There's 1 diamond out there. There's the 8, so Bjorn has some back doors. And he has the initiative, but I don't think he can pick up this pot just by a single continuation bet. Let's see what happens here. 160 in the middle. Bjorn checks. Dragos would win it with a bet, I imagine. King on the turn. kind of people are, a little bit careful so far.
Yeah,
But that
they
is
are.
because, of course, there are two very short players, so nobody wants to bust now if you have like 800,000. But yeah,
No, I mean, I can see why Bjorn didn't c-bet the flop there. I would quite like to see a delayed c-bet here on the turn because that king should, in theory, be more firmly in Bjorn's range. And I think that's what happened. We're just a little bit behind.
yeah, bet and the call.
Yeah, it's tough there with ace-jack. I mean, even if I think with that particular hand, we probably do actually see the ace-jack get away if there was a flop c-bet. It's hard to float with ace-jack when it's just a min-open pot, really, isn't it?
Well, I would probably peel and see one more card.
Oh,
But
you're
yeah.
good, Frank. I mean, you are good, so. I think my issue with floating flops with hands like ace-jack, ace-10, is that you can still be calling off to what was essentially a bluff with the best hand, and you are now calling out of position. Even in position is not great. Floating with the worst hand, it makes me uncomfortable.
Yeah.
Our Finnish photographer back, David Baileying the final table.
For those of you who want to follow along, and we'll be here all day, you can also check out pokernews.com for live updates, and it's where the photos can be found as well. Dwayne shoving king queen suited under the gun for his last 275,000. Yeah, that's not the toughest decision he's made today. It's an easy shove.
No, he's probably feeling pretty grateful to have found a spot so soon. I mean, the worst thing that can happen there is just go 9-3 card dead for the next hour.
Yeah.
So he'll be happy that whatever the result from this hand, I think.
He still has fold equity, of course. Aline, even though he can afford it, probably not going to call with the Jack-7. Or is he? Nope.
I think Jack-7 probably just isn't quite good enough there. And I don't think Dwayne has given them any reason to think that he would be doing that with 100% of his cards there. So.
And it's still, a little over 11 big blinds. So
sure.
It's not something you just do with any two cards. Dwayne found the right hand in the right spot because this allows him to see another orbit of cards. Picking up the blinds and ante. Obviously, he's the big blind now and needs to commit the big blind ante, so he already kind of lost that profit from the shove. But
staying alive at this point. And there is one other quite short stack as well that's only still about... Oh, no, he doubled the other short stack up. Sorry, Dwayne, rubbing your salt in your wound there. I didn't mean to do that. I apologise.
Well, Bart is still the short stack, so Bart, the two Dutchies are relatively short. Ooh, Max now under the gun. Pocket sevens. He's going to open, I imagine. Oh, it looks like the blinds are up. 15,000, 30,000 now with a 30K big blind ante. Max opens to 75K. That's 2.5 big blinds, actually. He was first whacked. Ooh, Dragos. Ace-10. We've seen a lot of Ace-10s so far today. We've seen him folded. We've seen him called. I think we saw a single 3-bet pre-flop as well with that hand. So. Yeah, that's the fold. That's the power of opening from early position. I don't think Max minds someone folding Ace-10. Bart, button, 10 deuce off. Easy fold. Aline. Yeah. Dwayne. Nope, that's not the hand he wants to go with. Obviously, Max raise and take it. Blinds and antes. Now he's the big blind himself.
Yeah, it's just an ICM coffin for these middling stacks at the moment, isn't it? They just do not want to tango with the larger stacks until one, or ideally both, of the short stacks are on the rail tweeting about how they bust.
Yeah, and Edwards is a chip leader, and last night he showed that he was aggressive and maybe not considering the ICM implications at all times, but he's been laying low so far today. I mean, we haven't seen him get any really playable hands, but he's also not bullying the rest of the table with marginal holdings. So he too is laying low a little bit. Yeah. 10 tray off. Uh-oh, there we go. Soren has a real hand. Obviously, we've been saying like nobody really wants to tangle with the medium stacks or the big stacks, but pocket aces, I would feel more than happy to just get it in. No worries about ICM when you have aces. Let's go. He's gonna open here. That's 60K. It's a min raise. Let's see. He hopes that one of the shorties is just gonna push and he can pick him off. Bart happy to find a terrible hand with the king deuce, even though it was suited. Dwayne 8-2 suited. That's gonna end up in the muck as well. Max now with Jack 7. It's not the greatest of hands. I mean, it's just 30K more to stay in contention for that big pot. I wouldn't mind if he called here, but no, he folds. Soren with the aces picks up just the blinds and antes.
Yeah, I don't mind the Jack 7 call from the big blind if he had made it. I think sometimes if you look at an opponent's stack, you think, well, you're sitting there on 30 bigs. Do I really need to take the risk? You know, if he has 100 bigs, there's more to win, right? There's more purpose. So.
I think it makes sense that he folds. Yeah. Maybe I was a little bit too.
No, I honestly, Frank, I would have made the call myself, but I also understand why.
Jack 7. I mean, it is a terrible hand, of course, definitely here offsuit, and I'm pretty sure Max knows what he's doing. So, yeah, folding there is very reasonable. Edward, King Deuce. That's gonna end up in the muck. Yep. Professor. Aces last hand, nothing this time around. Robert is interested. Nope, he isn't. Folded to Bart van Dijk. Folds his hijack. Aline in the cutoff.
I think I might have been all in there with 11 bigs and King 8 from the hijack myself, but...
you know, the issue is Dwayne is shorter. He wants Dwayne to bust first.
Right, okay, of course,
Aline opening to 60K with ace-10. I mean, it's ace-10 all around. Everyone gets their ace-10 sooner or later. Oh, Bjorn in the big blind, ace-7 suited. He's gonna call, I imagine. It's a great looking hand.
He may find a 3-bet here, to be honest. I mean it's a good candidate.
Yeah, but again, you know, you don't want to end up in a massive pot with these two extreme short stacks still in there. I think a more conservative approach is a smart thing to do. I mean, this flop misses both. Obviously, Bjorn still has that backdoor straight and backdoor flush draw, but he didn't connect right away. We've seen a lot of checks, check throughs when people miss, which is understandable with the short stack still in there.
Yeah, very hard board for the ace-7 specifically to donk there, I think. We can see a donk probably gets an instant fold. Yeah, I like this. I think the c-bet's the right thing, you know, with a higher percentage of his range than perhaps he normally would, given he is the big stack in this pot. You know, the streets in these high ICM spots are where players get really, really sweaty, and they're just forced into much more conservative lines than they would otherwise take. So I would expect to see a fold here from Bjorn. Very difficult to float this flop with this hand. He's capped his own range pre-flop as well, so I think he just has to get away with this. The time to put more money at this pot, in my opinion, was pre-flop, so if he's taken the conservative line, it's probably time to continue that.
Yep. There it is, the fold, 65K, 65K too much to see another card.
It'll have annoyed him though, you know, he had an ace. Sometimes he's just ahead there with the ace and it's pretty grim, but I appreciate him.
9 players remaining. Average stack 1.2 million, as we told you before. 15, 30K with a 30K big blind ante. First place prize of 65,830 euros. And everyone is still in it. I mean, we're well underway, but nobody's busted yet. We've got still Dwayne and Bart as the shorties here. And that basically makes everyone play a little tighter.
Yeah, it's miserable. Someone taught me the phrase a few years ago, ICM coffin, and I felt like it was one of the most apt poker phrases I'd ever heard, because that's how it feels, like you're actually trapped in a box when you're a middling stack, and you're trying to dodge these ICM arrows that are flying all over the table.
Another ace-10. This time it's suited for the Professor Sorin under the gun.
Hand of the final table so far, ace-10. Not that we've seen it get too
Does
much
Bart
action.
have something? No. He has king-9 suited. He folds. Dwayne has something, it looks like. And he's thinking about it. But what does he have? What kind of hand do you shove here?
I'm
going
to need to be quite high in my range here, just because I've lost my raise first in fold equity. So for me as a short stack, if this is going in now, he has a big
It's gonna
hand.
go in. We don't know what he has. Aline is already out of the way. Dwayne has, what does he have?
Sweat with Dwayne.
Pocket tens.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's
had to
a
go in.
great hand. And actually, he's obviously dominating Sorin, who has ace-10. Max folding, Bjorn getting out of the way, I imagine. King-4 off. Onto Edward in the big blinds, who has jack-6. That's going to be a fold. Sorin, it is ace-10 suited. It's 140K more to call. I mean, he's not going to be all that happy about it, but I think he needs to call.
If that graphic is correct, and we are 4 big blinds more to call.
I think he's got to.
It has to be done, even though you're miserable, really, because...
I mean, you always have 30%, really, right? With ace-10.
Oh, wait. Dwayne hasn't gone all in. It wasn't an all-in.
Oh, yeah, 75K behind.
Dwayne, I love it. He's effectively...
I mean, he's committed, but he's not all in. Yeah. Changes things maybe a little bit, because it's a little bit more. Yeah.
So, I mean, even when you factor in the just under 3 big blinds behind, I do think that this is a call for 6 big blinds total stack raise there.
Well,
so,
I would just put it in then. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I would definitely be going to a flop here with this ace-10. I'm not saying be super happy, but you know, once this action has gone down, you just have to know you're playing a big hand and hope you get lucky, because it's just not enough blinds. That's why I say at that point when Dwayne raises, it feels clear to me he has a hand, because he has almost no fold.
He's folding, I think. Yeah, he lays it down. Dwayne, not going to be too unhappy with that. I mean,
no, the way he's been running, I mean, he probably just wants to rip every hand and
the
take
way
the blinds.
Dwayne's been running, it would be flopped royal flush. For
Yeah,
his
exactly.
opponent. Dwayne earning some chips there.
I'm surprised at that fold with the ace-10. I wonder where he starts calling.
You know, I mean, the issue is obviously if he calls and he loses, then he is one of the shortest stacks and really in a pickle. So he wanted to prevent that.
It's a very British phrase you're using there.
In a pickle?
In a pickle. You're so wholesome, Frank. I love it. He's got himself in a pickle. Yeah, that hand's bothering me. I might have to ask Uncle Dara to whip out the solvers later, because I would like to think I'm correct to say he just calls that 6 big blinds or gets that 6 extra big blinds in, but maybe he knows something I don't.
The longer I think about it, the more I can understand not calling, even though the odds are nice enough. But
Dwayne should be doing that with King Queen suited, you know.
I don't. Yeah, because he is the absolute short stack. He has fewer chips than Bart does. So, but still, against an under the gun open, you're never happy to shove or 3-bet call King Queen suited. Yeah. So I mean, I think Dwayne's range is pretty strong there. But yeah.
Well, he was right. He was very right in that case, Soren, wasn't he? It wasn't even a flip for him. He was a 3-1 dog. So, yeah, the man is too good. If I see him coming towards my table, I shall be picking up my chips and leaving.
Cash out.
Yeah, gone. Cash out of the tournament. So we've got a bit of a treat for you today, Frank. We've got a little queue of guest commentators a range of people, from pros to some Unibet team members who want to come and meet you and meet our stream viewers. We will be joined, or rather you will be joined in about 15 minutes by Big Mickey from our Danish team, who's an avid recreational poker player. He's quite the character.
Unibet seems to have a lot of character.
I would agree with that
Oddballs.
assessment.
Wild cards.
Yeah, I think that's a very stereotypically Frank Optivor's diplomacy statement, and I will accept it. Yes, we do certainly have a big cast of characters over at the Unibet poker office.
Bart's been really patient. Hasn't made a whole lot of moves. He didn't have the cards for it, but he's hanging around.
Yeah, and every hand that he sort of looks at and folds is a little paper cut to all of those mid stacks. You know, you just want to see them gone.
I mean, things for him have changed as well now that Dwayne is short, because obviously he doesn't want to bust before Dwayne. So some of the hands he might have just open pushed before, and now he's probably going to lay it down until something happens. So those two short stacks really dominate the table, even though obviously it's not the chips that they're doing it with.
They certainly dominate the dynamic, right?
Yeah.
Ooh, quack quack on the button.
It's been a long time since Edward got involved. Opening now on the button. No, he's limping in. All right, that's a first. We haven't seen that one before. Deuces on the button, and Dragos checks his option with the ace-9. He's kind of suspicious of what's happening, I feel.
Yeah, I mean, Edward is such a big stack. I can understand the fear in three betting.
Oh, I mean, lucky for Dragos, he doesn't flop anything outside of a backdoor flush draw, I guess. Edward flopping a set. It's a
quick bet
check,
from him there.
30K, and the call. Dragos wants to see another card. I mean, he's drawing slim. He needs a club, doesn't get it. It's the 8 of spades on the turn. That means Edward has the check mark with his flopped set.
I think if Edward bets this turn, I think we will probably see the end of Dragos in this hands. I'm not a massive hater of the flop float there.
No, you have the best hand every now and then, but we can see that he's way behind. Yeah, that's it. That's it for that. Edward plays, I think, his second hand of the day and wins his second hand of the day.
Easy game when you're the big stack in high ICM situations, right? Yeah, I mean, it's easy for me to sit here and say, well, I think I'd probably be a bit more aggressive with Edward's stack on this table. But then when actually there is the 65,000 euros just out of reach, perhaps my attitude changes pretty quick, right? We want that home cinema.
Yeah,
you know?
I was going to say, you know, with what they're making now, it's a ton of money, but you cannot buy a home cinema yet.
No. What would you buy for 6,000? Because that's min cash, isn't it? Or 6,000, 6.7K.
I would probably just go on another holiday, I guess.
Right,
I don't know.
holiday, yeah, fair
Or
enough.
start with the chairs for my home cinema.
Oh, no, that feels a bit sad, Frank. You've just got the chairs and nothing else.
Dwayne opening here with the ace-4 under the gun +2.
I like it. I know he's a short stack, but I don't massively hate the ace-4. Min open, he can get away.
It looks incredibly strong, but
exactly.
On the other hand, we've seen this before. I mean, it's a thing people do these days. Oh, Dragos in the small blind with pocket eights.
Now this could
It's a real hand.
Yeah, it could get interesting if Dragos just elects to call here, because I do believe that Dwayne is planning to fold to a 3-bet.
Absolutely. I mean, the issue is, if you're Dragos, you can obviously not play it for set value against Dwayne, and you'll probably stack off on a small. Oh, he's folding.
What?
I mean, yeah, it's very tricky. I mean, this is why Dwayne is raising, because it gets people to fold pocket eights pre-flop. I mean, that is a great result for Dwayne. I imagine he's going to be happy about that one.
First smile we've seen in about 15 minutes from Dwayne there, and I can understand. But yeah, I mean, I may need to be looking at my my pairs from the small blinds, because I think I do 3-bet that. Honestly, I want to get that guy all in pre-flop. You know, I don't want to be running to the
if
flop.
you 3-bet, you got to call, obviously.
Yes.
And then with 8s versus such a short stack who's willing to commit, you're usually not far ahead. But yeah.
Yeah, I might have to think about these spots a little bit, because I mean, I never saw a fold coming. I really thought we were, you know, most conservative was call, and that there might be an aggressive line. But yeah, folding, wow. I feel like I don't get dealt enough pairs to fold them, Frank. I mean, I appreciate that's not high-level poker strategy, but you know, when I see one,
When you finally got one.
yeah, just let it go like that. You know, I feel like I might need to have a little funeral for it. Just.
Yesterday we saw someone fold pocket kings pre-flop. I mean, it's not exactly at the same level, but yeah, it's still something kind of unique.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever folded pocket kings pre-flop outside a satellite myself. But then I work in poker for an annual wage. I am not a poker player, so.
On to Bjorn in the cutoff, I believe. Folding 7-6 off. No, it's not the cutoff. Edward's even the hijack. So the professor is in the cutoff. Soren, 10-4 suited. Nope.
Is he really a
Quick
professor? Like he's.
No, that's just a nickname I have for him.
Ah, okay.
Because he looks like the professor from Casa de Papel.
Oh, okay. I've
No,
not seen
you've
this
never seen
movie. Is it?
It's
Right.
a Netflix show.
Ah, okay. Oh, I thought we might have like a Nobel Prize-winning physicist. on the
Maybe,
table or something.
but that's not how I got to it.
yeah.
Robert putting on the pressure with the queen tray,
Spot on.
and Bart is folding. We haven't seen, you know, these all-ins to put the pressure on the short stacks just yet, but obviously it folded to him now in the small blind, so what are you going to do?
That sub 10 big blind level absolutely makes a difference though, right? Versus 13, 14 bigs.
Dwayne, get back here. Please get back here. You can't miss a hand now. You're under the gun.
I mean, if people are going to keep folding big hands to him pre-flop, then maybe he can miss a hand. Oh. Got some, you can see our stream team beavering away there on the left-hand side of the screen.
Dwayne does miss this hand. Maybe he needs to use the bathroom real quick.
Yeah, you gotta go, Frank, right?
Oh, there he is, yeah.
Timing. Look
Gone.
at that. Timing is Superman. Are you a physical player? I mean, I see a lot of physical activity from players, especially after long days, you know, that they're getting up, stretching, moving around, whereas I'm very sedentary, you know, I'm a bit chubby, I'll sit in my chair and I don't move. Which
I
end
don't
of the
get up
spectrum
from
are
the
you?
table all the time, no. But, I mean, it's a little different because I'm usually at the table where I can use my phone and I can understand they want to, you know what's happening. Probably they have someone on the rail informing them like, hey, you know, an hour and a half ago, someone had that. So, yeah, I can understand that. Usually I'm kind of static.
Yeah, I'm definitely a still person.
Max here opening to 60k with ace jack off. Edwards mixing it up now with ace deuce suited. Right, 2 positions down. Middle position, interesting. I mean, we were saying that Edwards really laying low, but he's not laying low right now with the speculative ace deuce suited.
No, I like it. I think it's great 3-bet hands. You have no need to put more money in pre-flop. Very often you have the best hand, and if you do not have the best hand, you're probably going to hear about it right now. So these are the hands that I like to light 3-bet and get away from.
All right, what are you doing in this spot? Max, 1.2 million stack. Obviously, Edward, the big stack. Ace jack off. It's a great hand, but it shrinks kind of when you're 3-bet by the chip leader. When there's 2 really short stacks in there. This is really what Edward needs to be doing.
Correct.
And it works right now.
Right. Frank, I'm going to abandon the booth and I am going to give my seat to Big Mickey and let you two boys chat for the next half an hour or so. So have fun, and I will catch up with you all later.
Thank you. For a little bit there, you saw some cards in the middle, even though we didn't get a flop turn or river. Those are just mucked cards, I believe. Those are definitely not cards that would have appeared on the board. So it's just a little bit of a glitch in the system, I guess. Max with the ace-8, folding. Edward folding 7-4. Welcome to the booth, Mickey.
Hello, Frank.
Here we are.
Yeah, very happy to be here.
Why do they call you Big Mickey? I have no idea.
I am 195 centimeters, so compared to most people, I'm pretty big. Yeah.
It all makes sense now. All right, we're here. Everyone's still sitting at this final table. Nobody but just, we've got two short stacks, and one of them is this gentleman on the button, Bart van Dijk, but he folds. He was thinking about it with the Jack-8, but decides against it. The other short stack is in the big blind, actually. So Aline from the small blind with 9-6, basically, you know, he can either shove or give a walk to Dwayne. He's asking him, how much are you playing? How much do I risk if I put you all in? We don't know what Dwayne has.
With a name like Aline, you would expect him to go all in.
Yeah, he's born to play poker, this guy.
He's destined.
I think he's gonna limp in. Those chips are worth 5K each, so that's a call. It's 15,000, 30,000 blinds that we're playing with a 30,000 big blind ante. Dwayne with the jack deuce, he's gonna check it. He's maybe suspecting a little bit of a trap here. He has the best hand. He's gonna see a flop. I mean, the graphics are kind of iffy, but we know it's heads up. It's a battle of the blinds. We're gonna see a flop here. And it's jack deuce versus, I think it was 9-6. Yeah, 9-6 off. Show us a flop. Show us some community cards, please. Dwayne actually, according to the counts, is up to 425. Both players miss. And now it's interesting to see, is Aline gonna take a stab here? Is Dwayne, if it's checked to him? What would you be doing if you're Aline here? He's gonna bet.
Yeah, it's a smart choice there, and probably should take it down.
Yeah,
I'd imagine.
that's it. Dwayne with the quick fall.
Nice.
He had the best hand with the jack high, but it's hard maneuvering with just such a iffy hand.
Aggressiveness will a lot of times take it down. Yeah.
What are your poker accomplishments? Do you play every now and then? Do you play regularly?
I play on a hobby level. I used to play back in the poker boom. Money maker times 2003, 2008, in that time period, where poker was very soft. But I think it's gotten the players have generally got a lot better since then.
And you haven't?
No, I stagnated at that point. Yeah.
But still a beautiful game.
Very, very beautiful. Yeah, a lot of psychology and mental game in it, which I really enjoy.
Yeah, you can see that here on display at this final table. Because there's two such short stacks, nobody really wants to make a big move. Edward here with a proper hand, ace queen. Uh-oh, this spells trouble for Bart. I mean, he is the short stack now. I think he has fewer chips than Dwayne does, and he has king queen in the cutoff. Edward has 3-bet just now. He's been becoming a little bit more active, so I don't wouldn't be surprised if this went in. King queen, I mean, it looks nice. Obviously we can see he's way behind. Oh, that's a disciplined laydown.
Wow, okay.
That's a disciplined laydown.
That is. Yeah, I was expecting trouble there.
Yeah, I think I think like an hour and a half he's gonna see the stream and know that he was right.
Yeah.
Very disciplined laydown.
And especially if the guy had been playing very tight, he probably respected his 3-bet there in that situation.
Max here called from the big blind and he flops a pair, but he's outturned. Check on the flop. Now it's an ace over there, and Max only has 17%. I imagine Edward's gonna take a stab at it and put out a little bet. 60,000 this time around. I mean, Max would probably check call a little bet on the flop, but with that ace on the turn, he's saying bye-bye. And Bart van Dijk happy that he folded with that board run out, I imagine.
Yeah.
Have you played big tournaments, even though you're a recreational player?
No big tournaments. I usually play cash games regularly. Yeah. So, yeah, it's a bit different from the cash game to the tournament. Have to adjust your play a little bit there.
You prefer the cash games because...
Yeah, because basically because you can rebuy.
Or quit whenever you want.
Or quit whenever you want. That's also a good one, yeah. Oh, ace jack here. Probably gonna see a raise.
Under the gun, Edwards raising to 60K. And this time around, it's Soren right next to his neighbor with the king-queen off. He's got 825,000 left, and yeah, there's a lot of... He's short stack. Yeah, he's folding, and this...
Oh, wow.
It's the second time in a row someone folds king-queen suited before the flop. I don't mind it at all. It's such a tricky situation with Dwayne and Bart on such short stacks. That's basically just... Uh-oh, well, this is gonna go in. Dwayne is short. He has jacks. He's been unlucky so far. He lost with kings to queens, and he lost jacks to ace 10 it was, I believe. He got jacks again, this time on the button. I'm sure he's got to go for it.
Yeah.
This looks like someone who's gonna 3-bet. No, he's just counting his chips now. According to our graphics, he has 410,000. Yeah, thinking about it, folding is not an option, even though we've seen tight folds so far today, but...
Jacks is always one of poker players' nightmare hands, generally.
I think Dwayne knows what to do with this hand.
Yeah, and he's going to be happy when he goes all in.
There it is, all in from the button. Max here in the small blind, hoping he finds aces. No, instead it's the 8 tray off, so that's an easy fold. Bjorn in the big blind, 6 deuce, that's gonna hit the mark. I think, oh no, it's not an all-in, by the way. It's again a 3-bet. He makes it 300K with 110K behind. He is obviously committed, but it's not a shove. Oh my God, Edwards gets away from it again.
Wow.
I mean, people have been folding to Dwayne's 3-bets. I mean, earlier someone got away from ace-10 when Dwayne had pocket 10s. Now someone gets away from ace-jack before the flop while Dwayne had jacks. I mean, he wins the pot. He doesn't risk elimination, but he would have wanted at least one of those showdowns, I imagine. You know, he wants to get away from that hanging around spot and wants to get back to a middle and then eventually a big stack again.
Yeah, and I wonder if it perhaps looked stronger that he 3-bet instead of going all in. That perhaps looks stronger than actually going all in.
Yeah. Dwayne was unlucky a couple times, but he's still in there. And now he has more chips than Bart again. Bart is really down to, I think, like, well, it says 270. I think it's even a little less than that. Aline in the hijack, king jack off, acting out of a 1.8 million stack. He's gonna raise it up, I imagine. What's that, 65 or 60? Oh, Dwayne, nope, there's the fold from Dwayne. 65,000 it is.
People don't like playing king queen.
Pocket eights for Bjorn in the small blind, and it's an annoying spot to be in. We saw someone fold pocket eights before the flop from the small blind earlier. He has that middle stack, but pocket eights is a nice hand, but he does not want to bust at this point. He does not even want to get his chips in 50-50 with all the ICM going around, as Dwayne and Bart are extremely short. So Bjorn is just going to opt for a call here. He's inviting Edward to come along. Edward has... Show us what you got. For now, we don't know what Edward has, but he is in, so it's 3-way to the flop. Edwards has a nice-looking Jack-10 suited. We see he's dominated.
It's such a pretty hand. Jack-10 suited.
This is
some trouble.
Pairing both of them, their Jack. The ace out there, obviously a little trouble there for Edward. If Aline bets here, he's gonna take it down, I imagine. Or maybe go heads up to the turn against Edward. Bjorn with the 2 overcards there, it's not something he likes. It's checked around. 3 of spades on the turn, that does nothing. Usually Bjorn...
Somebody's going to represent the ace now, perhaps Edward.
I don't think Aline can really, you know, keep up that story that he has an ace, because he probably would have continuation bet.
Yeah.
Edward can rep an ace, or at least he thinks he can. Usually when you're overcalling from the big blind, you have lower cards, so, you know. Well, this board obviously favors the range of the small blind and the initial raiser a bit more, so I don't think this is gonna work for Edouard. No.
Yeah.
Aline is sticking around. Bjorn's gonna say goodbye to his pocket eights, I imagine. Even if no one has an ace, there's at least one jack out there. You must feel, yeah, there it is. There's the fold. So it's heads up to the river. Edwards needs a 3 or a 6 for a chop, or a 10 for the win. It's a 7 of hearts, so check mark behind Aline's name. And given all the circumstances, wouldn't surprise me if it went check-check, to be honest. I don't think Aline's gonna value bet his second pair best kicker here. Yeah, there it is. King Jack shown. Edward showed his Jack 10. It's a 345k pot to Aline. And the chip leader loses a little bit, but still in great shape. And as 2 of those bigger stacks clash, it's obviously goes through the heads of Dwayne and Bart, like, oh, please, someone bust.
Yeah, yeah.
I can let her up a little bit, please. Put in those chips. But nobody's crazy enough to splash around here. Everyone knows what's going on. There's no true wild card here. Late last night, I expected Edouard, the chip leader, to be a little bit of a, you know, funky player, ready to splash around, because, you know, he made that big bluff late last night. But he's been playing really solid so far today, yeah.
Yeah. He's not bullying the table.
No, outside of 1 3-bet with ace deuce suited, where he got Max to lay down ace jack, he has not been bullying at all, really, and not been abusing the situation. Bart, yes,
Oh, wow.
there it is. That's the hand he was waiting for. I mean, he's folded a lot, but he's not going to fold this one. It's down to 270,000 according to our graphics. That's going to go in. Yeah, there it is. Pocket queens under the gun +2. No headache for him. It's an easy decision, just about the easiest he can get. Quick fold from Dwayne. Obviously, he hopes that someone is gonna call and bust Bart, even though it's his countryman and probably friendly with him. Max lays down Jack 10 suited, beautiful hand, but not one facing an all-in from the shorter player. He's gonna hope that someone in the blinds wakes up. Edouard with a pair, but it's just the duckies. I don't think he can call here. No, that's a fold. The professor here asking a count.
Oh,
yeah, that's a call. That is definitely going to be a call. He's kind of got to, right? Eight is a monster hand. You know, the range of Bart is a lot bigger than queens. Plus, if he's shoving 6s and 7s, 8s is a call. A lot of obviously Broadway hands where you're flipping against, but it's actually queens this time around, so he only has 24% equity. It's a bad situation to be in. He needs a 7 or an 8 because he flops a gut shot. That's it's never easy. Bart needs to fade those 8s and 7s. A hard under turn would make things interesting. Oh, there we go. I mean, now it's Bart with the open-ended, so an 8 would not help Soren. It's just the 7s and the queens now, and obviously just 2 queens left. It's the 5. It's the 5 of spades. It's a low card, but it's a good card for Bart, who doubles up, and Soren, nothing he can do.
No. Yeah.
Do you still study poker, or do you do something to get a little bit better, even though you're a recreational player?
I see some, for example, I watch the high stakes poker a lot. I find that quite interesting, yeah. I play a little bit online as well.
What would be your favorite poker destination if I just gave you a bunch of money right now and said, go play a tournament somewhere in the world? Where would you go?
Think probably maybe like Bali or something.
Bali?
Like
I don't think they have poker over there.
Oh, maybe it's all regulation.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
It's kind of I mean, they have alcohol there, obviously, so they are a little bit more lenient than the rest of the country. But I don't think they have casinos over there. But it is a nice, it's a nice island for sure.
Could be perhaps maybe South America or something.
South America, they have casinos over there. They have actually, I think it's called Sun City. I've been once, but Sun City, I think. Bart. Fresh from doubling up, finding ace-9 off under the gun +1. I think this is going to be a fold for him. No, he's going to open. He's going to raise and hope it takes it. No, it is a fold. Yeah.
What about you, Frank? Which would? Oh, we have some kings there.
let's wait here. Dwayne, now kings for him. I mean, he's going to open. He just doubled up. He has 545,000. Oh no, he didn't double up, but he got the shove through. Real big hands we're seeing here. Under the gun +3, I mean, it's just middle position. Great hand. He's just hoping someone fights something. So far, nothing. Onto the small blind. Uh-oh. Yes, Soren. Yes. I mean, it's 510,000. It's an annoying stack, but ace-queen is too strong. You cannot fold this. It's a massive hand. Obviously, you know, Bart doubled up as well. Dwayne is back to almost even stacks. Soren is kind of one of the shorter stacks. I can see this. Yeah, there it is. That's the shove. That's the all-in. The big blind folds. Dwayne with the snap call, and he has the kings. He's showing the kings. He needs to not be unlucky. I'm saying he doesn't need to get lucky. He needs to not be unlucky. He's been unlucky a couple times so far. Soren needs to be lucky. He needs the ace. He needs a ton of spades. He needs something to stay alive. Otherwise, he's very short. Oh no, Dwayne's even the chip leader. And it's a queen, but it's not good enough just yet. It's one queen. He needs another one or an ace. Dwayne needs to fade those 3 outs there. It's a 10. Oi, oi, oi. It's a 10. It's... He needs to fade the kings and the queens. He does exactly that. It's a blank on the river. And we're saying goodbye, I think, to our 9th place finisher. I think Soren is out. Let's do a double check here on the counts. 6,770 euros for 9th. Either he's out or he's extremely short. We need to do some accounting here, but I think Soren is out. According to our graphics, he had 20k fewer chips. Oh my God. It took us a little over an hour and a half, but I think we just lost our first player. Yeah, that's it. He's going to shake some hands here, or at least say his goodbyes. Oi, oi, oi. Dwayne, he got unlucky a couple times. He got one outed, actually. Earlier on, but this time the king's hold versus ace-queen, and he's kind of back at it. He's back to a middle stack, and it's 8-handed now. All players guaranteed 8,260 euros. if you want to follow along and replay that hand, you can replay, obviously, the live stream or check out pokernews.com. They have live reporting from this event aligned with the live stream, so you don't get any spoilers. Dwayne Sluis back at it. 8 players remaining. The average stack now 1.35 million. 15 minutes left in the level. Still 15,000, 30,000 that we're playing with a 30,000 big blind ante. Wow, right when I wanted to tell you my favorite poker destination, we got the first elimination of the day. Yeah, there's so many nice places to play poker in the world. I always like Casino Barcelona. I like Prague and the Hilton over there. I like Vegas. I like Vegas a lot. Maybe, maybe a little bit too much.
I unfortunately never been to Vegas yet.
Oh no!
It's on my to-do list.
On your bucket list,
yeah.
Yeah, you should definitely be going, and especially during the World Series of Poker, you could play, you know, poker right on the strip.
Yeah, you have to experience Vegas, I think. Yeah. I've heard great things.
Yeah, you know, it would be nice if you had someone showing you around a little bit, because it can be overwhelming. Like, there's so much to do. There's so many shows. There's so many great restaurants. But it's a good destination if you're into poker and maybe a little bit of gambling. See some shows, have some good food. It's expensive though these days, I must say. I mean, when I first went in 2000, I think it was 2007, it was dirt cheap. The dollar was cheap as well. Nowadays it's a little bit more expensive, but it's still a lot of fun. Yeah. When they still had tournaments in Melbourne, I would always loved going there.
Oh, Melbourne would be an amazing place as well, yeah.
Yeah, I've heard good things about New Zealand, actually, for poker. I've never been. I was in Punta del Este, that's Uruguay. They had a nice casino and poker tournaments over there. I went to the Unibet Open in St. Martin. I think that's 10 years ago, but that was a beautiful little island. And they speak Dutch over there, that helps.
Yeah, of course.
The Irish Poker Open is always good. If you gave me 6,000 euros now, maybe I'd play the Masterclass for Poker in Amsterdam. Holland Casino Amsterdam is our biggest annual tournament, always in November. A lot of fun. Dwayne looking at the clock, probably checking the payouts, because they're not allowed to be on their phones. Yeah, so it's 8-handed here at the final table of the Unibet Open Bucharest. Aline under the gun, A7, acting 2 million stack. I can see him raising here.
I could see him raising now, 8-handed, yeah. Probably a min raise, yeah.
Yeah, the short stack doubled. You know, there's no immediate threat of someone needing to push anymore. So maybe play opens up a little bit here. Bjorn, Queen 9.
Could see maybe a call.
Yeah, it's only 710,000. It is a nice looking hand though.
Yeah, suited, semi-connected.
He could 3-bet fold actually as a bluff.
That's probably the stronger play, yeah.
He's folding.
But it's also the more risky play.
Yeah, that's a bit of a high variance play. Edward obviously not playing the 9-6.
5-2, nice looking hand suited there.
Not nice enough.
Yeah.
On to Bart, who, even though he doubled, I think he's still the short stack. Yeah. No, he's folding. It's raise and take it for Aline, who's showing an ace. Like, hey guys, I had it. Do you show cards, Mickey?
Generally don't like to, as you're giving off information.
Yeah.
But sometimes it can be a good thing if you're active on the table to because otherwise players start to doubt you, and they start to not believe you. So showing them, hey guys, I had it, can be a good strategy.
I generally don't show my cards. I mean, if you want to see them, you got to pay for it.
Yeah. But it can be, if you raised a few times and they folded, it can give them some comfort. Okay, he does have it.
He's not messing around.
He's not
does
messing
have
around.
it. Yeah.
Exactly.
You see it in live cash games as well.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah.
no, really, I had
Yeah. A lot of
the
players
good
like
ace.
to do
But
it.
I mean, showing one ace, what does that really tell us? You know, you could be raising with ace deuce and it's a terrible hand, or ace king or pocket ace. So, I mean, showing one ace is not really comforting, but yeah.
It doesn't say a lot, yeah.
Yeah.
It doesn't say a
It
lot.
doesn't tell you the whole story. I feel we're missing out. If you really had a great hand, you would be showing both, maybe.
7-8 suited in the cutoff, that could potentially be an open.
Yeah. I mean, Bart isn't extremely short anymore. If someone is like really, really short, you probably not open 8-7. Now you could. He's playing a 1.3 million stack to start the hand. Robert had some wild ideas with his ace tray on the button, but he folds. Bart now with pocket fours, 510,000. He's eyeing Alin's stack as well, just to make sure how much he has, how much damage he can do, how much fold equity he has. I think, you know, if he shoves, obviously, Dragos is not going to call with the 8-7, so it would work, but he's still got Alin to worry about as well. Force, it is a strong hand, but it's not strong enough for Bart. He opts to lay it down. Alin with the 8-5 suited, I can see him calling here. Obviously, we can see that he's dominated, but it's a nice suited, kind of connected hand. Yeah. Two small cards, 4 small cards actually, 2 small hands here. And yeah, that doesn't really connect with either player. Dragos has a gut shot.
If Dragos makes a bet now, he's gonna take it down.
Yeah, Dragos can more easily represent the ace as well. He has some backdoor draws to back it up as well. You know, if he bets and he gets called, it's easy to fire another bet. If he hits a club or a 9 or a 7 or an 8, something like that. But it's all not necessary, because the 75k continuation bet just takes it down. Alin folds, obviously nothing in there for him. Any other poker trips coming up for you, or any other holidays, anything?
Nothing on the schedule so far.
No big plans for Christmas or New Year's?
No, not poker-wise at least, yeah. What about you, Frank?
No real poker plans just yet. I'm gonna go on a very small holidays with New Year's. Just get away from all the fireworks, really. My son doesn't like the fireworks. He's 4 years old and he's not a big fan so far. So, oh, look at that. Max with the ace-king suited.
Suited, beautiful hand.
Yeah. That's, I think 70k there, or no, 65.
It's unlucky he's under the gun, as this will give a lot more credibility to his race.
Yeah.
In order to get action.
Edward was pulling him earlier, but not now. Dragos with another ace-king offsuit. He is gonna 3-bet, I imagine. Or is he gonna play it conservatively? No, that's racing chips he has there. 225, I think. Those chips are worth 25k each. No, it's 200 even.
There is some of Max's outs there.
Yeah, 2 hearts gone. Bart obviously 9-6 off. Into the muck, Alin. Mucks his hand. Dwayne easily gets away from pocket trays. I think Max is not willing to let ace-king suited go. He knows that that's a monster hand. There's already 340,000 in the middle, and he wants it. 1.1 million to start the hand. No, 1.2 million to start the hand. 1.1 million behind. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, there it is, all in, and the call. And they're gonna see that they have the same hand. Max is a small favorite, even though 2 hearts have been folded. Usually, obviously, we're gonna see a chop pot here, but we've seen some other crazy stuff happening here. So
I remember one
that's
hand.
it.
Yeah. No, there's
Free roll for Max. 2 more hearts, and he just scoops it. It's not a hard on the turn, so they are going to chop it up.
Yeah, I remember one horrible hand when I was playing No Limit 400 cash game. I got all in with aces, and the other guy had aces as well. And flop was 3 clubs, and he obviously had the ace of clubs. And yeah, it happened on the turn. Turn was a club as well.
Yeah, you hate to see it.
Yeah, it was horrible. Still remember that, and it's about 8 years ago.
Yeah. I mean, it's part of poker, but it's the annoying part of poker.
It can be brutal.
Yeah, well...
You don't expect to lose that one.
Yeah. Well, you know, we saw a one-outer here. I mean, it was all in before the flop, but Aline had just a single queen of hearts left to stay alive, and he hit it on the river. Okay. So that was a bad beat that I imagine Dwayne is going to remember for a little while. Kind of depends how he goes, how he does in this tournament. If he ends up winning, maybe he forgets about it. If he's out in 8, I'm sure he will remember that for the rest of his life.
Yeah, that bad beat story is going to be told to all his friends and for
his
years.
Children and grandchildren. Yeah. That one time I was in Bucharest in 2023 at the Unibet Open final table, yeah. Bart, Queen 8 in the cutoff, laying it down. Everyone playing kind of solid poker. We're not seeing crazy stuff, no crazy bluffs, no big 3-bets. It's still a kind of conservative play. Dwayne here, 1.1 million now, kind of like how he started today, a little under that, but still he's back at it. Here, King, Queen suited from the small blind up against his countryman in the big blind. He just limps in with this monster hand. I think he limped in.
Yeah, everyone playing really solid.
Max, what do you have? Oh, yo, Max has a big hand as well. It's ace-10 offsuit, and he's raising it up. Dwayne limped in, now facing a raise to 80K. I think he's just gonna call it here. Yeah, and they have monster hands for a battle of the blinds. They really have premium holdings here. It's the king on the flop. Dwayne outflops his countryman. Top pair, great kicker, and he checks it.
Great check there.
Max with the small bet, 75,000 into the 190 pot. A little under half-size pot. Dwayne is going to call, I imagine. Yeah, the pot's...
yeah, you don't want to scare him away there.
Pot is growing. It's already 340. 8 of spades on the turn. Another check, check, check. They're going to see a river. Max needed an ace, and he didn't find it. It's an 8 on the river. Dwayne has the best hand. Is he going to do a little value betting here, or is he going to check?
I think I like a check here to induce.
I think Max has given up on this hand. Obviously, high cards, just a king out there. Dwayne has basically 2 of them. So if he wants to have a value, I think he needs to bet it. And then relatively small in the hopes that Max just doesn't believe him and calls. Obviously, Dwayne check called a 75,000 bet, so Max knows that Dwayne is not full of it. He knows that he has something. I mean...
Yeah, but he's really considering his option here.
Basically, the only thing that missed here is 6-4 suited, I guess, that could have played it this way. You know, limp called pre-flop and then check called a flop and then bet as a bluff on the river. But other than that, basically, Max is kind of strong here. Dwayne is kind of strong here, and he does have that king-queen. I think Max will be able to get away from it. Obviously, he's not beating a whole lot. He's not... Yeah, there it is. That's the fold. It's a disciplined laydown. It's a good fold. It's annoying because you find a premium in the big blind, but Dwayne really had it.
And there, for example, you would never want to show any cards there in that situation.
No.
You would never want to show a king there, for example.
He'll figure it out. He'll find out in an hour and a half when the live stream catches up. And I'm sure some people in the audience will tell him what happened. Maybe, you know, they know each other a little bit. Maybe they'll tell. But generally speaking, you have to either wait for the live stream or You'll never figure it out. Maybe after the tournament.
Yeah.
Yeah. I had the king queen there. Maybe. All right, Max in the small blind now. Bjorn in the big. Edward first to act under the gun. Chip leader showing his cards to the RFID reader. Been really playing snug and kind of solid, not bullying around by any means. Bart now in the hijack, A7 suited. Nice suited hand, but he's short. Well, he has 510,000 according to our chip counts. So he's opening. He really wants just to take this one down without a fight. On to Max in the small blind, king queen. He's calling. Not too happy about it. Oh, Bjorn will definitely call or squeeze all in with sixes from the big blind. Bjorn, I can't see him laying down sixes here, so playing for set value is kind of annoying as well, but
yeah, it's a high risky play to go all in here, but it should, if he does, it should take it down, I believe.
yeah, he has a lot of fold equity with a 650k stack. On the other hand, Bart did open up out of a very short stack, so that must play into it, but is he gonna fold? No, not just yet. He's thinking about it. He's looking at Bart's stack as well, like how much do you have? He's not all that worried about, yeah, there it is. I think he's shoving, yeah. Bart with the quick
Strong
fold,
play.
and then Max he hasn't folded yet, but he's gonna, yeah, he's got to. That's the annoying part. I think it's the end of the level. They are going on a short break, but we're cutting out that break, so we're gonna continue here with the action right away. The final table, still 8 players remaining. We lost a single player so far today. 6,770 euros for Sorin Flutur. He ran a big hand, ace queen, into the kings of Dwayne Sluis to be eliminated in 9th place. So it's just 8 players remaining, all guaranteed a payday of 8,260 euros. Obviously, fighting for that first place prize of well over 65,000 euros. So here we are back. No break for us. Aline, small blind, 9-6 off. Thinking about shoving. Would you be shoving on Dwayne? Dwayne has 500k. Oh, he's gonna limp in with the 9-6, kind of mixing it up. No, wait a minute, this is a replay. I was gonna say, we've seen this before. Yeah, that was a... This is the final table, E. And yeah, that was a little replay there. That wasn't even the most exciting hand. If you're gonna show a replay, show us the, the one outer, please. No, as we are working on resuming the stream, it's still 8-handed, like I said.
I really love that shove with the sixes from the big blind there.
Yeah.
Very strong play.
Squeeze all in, and you can see how powerful it is.
Yeah.
I mean, they knew what his range was, but you know, they couldn't do anything about it. You can't be calling in.
No.
Even Max in the small blind with king queen, you're maybe ahead or you're a flip, but you can't call, not for that much. So yeah, strong play by the lone Swede at the table. I imagine you're cheering him on, you're rooting for him, no? For Bjorn.
Yeah. The Nordic power there, yeah.
The Scandinavian players, always strong players. Well, not all of them, but usually strong players.
Yeah, I think in general they have quite an aggressive play style.
Yeah.
Which I think favors in poker a lot.
Generally, they have a disregard for money. I feel they you know, they very easily just big bluffs and big moves, not caring about the implications or
That's true.
the money.
I think there was a quote at one time that says, "In order to live, you have to be willing to die." You heard that before?
Yeah, absolutely.
Which I think applies to poker in these cases. In order to live, you have to be willing to risk it at these moments here, which I think he did beautifully there. Aggressiveness will take it down a lot.
Yeah. We're cutting out that break. We're resuming any second now. Still 8-handed. There's no lack of action, really. I mean, we don't have the people bullying the rest of the table, but it's been entertaining. We've seen some post-flop play, some interesting laydowns, actually. So
yeah, I think they're playing very, very solid. Not much tomfoolery going around. So,
what would you be buying if you won this tournament, 65,000 euros?
65,000.
Just, I handed it to you right now. What would you be doing?
Yeah, that's there would be some great party at least. Great party.
I heard there was a great party last night, actually. So
yeah. There
did
was.
you attend?
No, unfortunately not. I could not attend there. But yeah, something like that. And you weren't there either? Or
No, the final table or the tournament day 2 ended at like I think 2:15 local time. I mean the party was still ongoing, but I just went to bed. Today's going to be a long day. Obviously, we need to play down to a winner.
I actually heard from one of my colleagues that one of the players on the final table, he was there till quite late.
Yeah, I don't want to spoil it, but it was Max.
Okay. I didn't want to.
Showed up. He had a good time, it seemed. So
yeah, I think he left at 5 or something. Yeah.
Yeah, so he had, I guess, 6 hours of sleep, something like that.
Yeah.
People needed to show up a little earlier here. Final table got underway at noon local time.
Some players play better when they have that little calm kind of hungover mode on. I think maybe it applies to Max.
Yeah, and especially here, obviously. The shorties kind of forced him to take it easy as well. So maybe it was better, being kind of a little hungover, relaxed, tired, just nothing crazy the first hour and a half. And, it worked out. So far, Max has been doing well. He's not been all too lucky, didn't win any big hands or anything, but he's still in there. 8 players remaining. Average stack of 1.3 million. When play resumes in 5 seconds, we're on to 20,000, 40,000 with a 40,000 big blind ante. I think there's been a color up because that's a whole lot of chips leaving the table. A lot more blue in play and a couple red 5K chips leaving the table. 20,000, 40,000 now with a 40,000 big blind ante. It's Max, our party animal, on the button. Bjorn and Edward in the blinds. I was really impressed by Bjorn last night. So far today, outside of that squeeze with pocket sixes, he's been laying low a little bit, but last night he showed us and the rest of the world that he knows how to play. Even though it didn't really work out, he played a big hand with ace-jack versus ace-queen, and Edward kind of owned him, but still, Bjorn was impressive.
Was that the flop where it was ace-ace-jack?
No, I think they both missed, actually. I think it was a 4-bet pot, and there was a bet on the flop and on the river, and Edward clicked it back, and there was a whole lot of action, but I thought still that Bjorn showed that he knew what he was doing. Just in this instance, Edward got the best of him with an unimproved ace-queen.
I just heard there was one of my players that had a bad beat story where he had ace-queen and the other guy had ace-jack, and the flop came ace-ace-jack.
That is unfortunate.
Yeah, classic.
Robert folding the king 10 off. Bart folding 10-9 off. Onto Aline, who folds his hand as well.
Little bit tight fold with the king 10, no? Or
Yeah. Dwayne here, ace 8 suited. 1.3 million in the cutoff. He's not the short stack. That's this gentleman in the middle right here, Bart. Dwayne opening to 80,000, min raise from the cutoff. Max on the button actually with a nice looking hand. Queen Jack suited. Can go all sort of ways about it. He folds it, lays it down. Doesn't want to mess with Dwayne. Edward also with a couple of spades, 5-4 of spades. I imagine Edward, the Romanian chip leader, calling to see a flop. Nice little hand to check some community cards with. Yeah, there's the call. Dwayne pairs his 8. Edward comes up short. No connection whatsoever. And it's gonna go check, check. Dwayne taking the more cautious approach. That's not a card he likes to see. If Edward takes a stab, Dwayne would have a little bit of a headache. Probably still call, but Edward here checking. Dwayne now.
Max is thinking, why did I fold king queen?
Max had Queen Jack, but that would have won
Jack,
as well.
I mean, yeah.
Yeah, show us the cards. That wins. €65,830 for first. Tell me, Mickey, what would you be doing with that in your bank account?
Yeah, but the smart thing would probably do to invest it a bit.
I'm not asking for the smart option here, Mickey. Come on.
Yeah.
Outside of a big party, there's still some money left, right?
It would perhaps, yeah. Yeah.
Just a party.
A party and some investment, I think, yeah. What about you, Frank? Let's hear what you would...
I mean, I've been talking about it a lot over the last 2 days. It would go towards my home cinema that I'm trying to build at my place. Definitely, if I somehow ran into 65,000 euros now, that would be the start of a nice little home cinema.
That is great. Well, like, how big a screen are we talking? Like 60, 70 inches? Or
No, much bigger than that.
Much bigger, okay.
Yeah, I need like a true cinema.
Okay.
Yeah.
I
I already have an 80-inch screen, and it's not even my cinema, so no. I like watching movies, seeing some TV shows. If I have some time, I play a little bit on my PlayStation, so.
That is a great use of the money.
And maybe play one of these tournaments one day.
Yeah.
I played the Unibet Open Malta last year, and I lasted all but 3 hours, so that wasn't a great success. So maybe I shouldn't be playing poker.
Just stick to the commentating of it.
It's much easier, huh? Seeing all the cards.
You have all the details, yeah. So easy being behind the booth and seeing what the correct decision is.
Yeah.
Of course, much harder on the table.
And even then, even if you see all the cards, it's not always clear cut what the best option is.
Yeah. Can go a lot of different ways.
Yeah. Bjorn, King 5 in the cutoff. Imagine he's gonna lay that one down. Edward then on the button. Terrible hand. Quick fold. Onto Dragos in the small blind with ace-9 off. That's worth a raise. We haven't seen a whole lot of Dragos lately. Robert with the ugly-looking 10-6.
It's the classic small blind, big blind battle. You always want to show that you can't just be messed with. Okay, he makes the discipline fold there.
Yeah, just raise and take it. For Dragos. Dragos is a cool sounding name. I
Very
like
cool.
it.
Very cool. It's from was it Rocky 3? There's also Drago.
Yeah, Drago,
Drago,
the
yeah.
boxer. Yeah.
Yeah.
What's his name again? The actor.
Dolph Lundgren.
Yeah, he's actually a physicist, right? He's like a high IQ, super
Yes. Yes.
interesting, super intelligent guy with, and he's also quite funny. I saw an interview with him. Yeah, Drago. I've been watching those Creed movies. You know, like the spin-off. They're good. I like
Okay.
it. Worth checking out. Max here, pocket fives, out of a 935,000 stack. Opening to 80,000 here. Is he gonna get some action? Yes, he is. Edward is not gonna let this one go. Ace king in the cutoff. Edward is gonna 3-bet, I imagine. He would not have any issue with getting it in here. That's 200,000 over there. That's added a little bit. That's a big 3-bet, I think. It's a reasonable 3-bet. 235. Obviously, Drago's folding and Bart getting away from the king 4. Back on Max, not too happy. And it's also not the first time that he's got 3-bet by Edward. Last time around, he opened ace-jack and he folded to the 3-bet. Edward had ace-deuce. Now Max is folding pocket fives. Not much you can do unless you really don't believe your opponent and just shove it in. But it's a little bit too deep for that. And Bart is a little bit too short to risk it all right now. It's a tricky situation to be in. Gotta lay it down again.
Yeah, I can't really do much in that situation there. But especially if he's done it a few times, if it happens again, Max could make a stand at one point, I imagine.
Yeah, and you'll always see that your opponent really has it that one time that you're making a stand.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, Dwayne first to act, he folds. Ace 4 off. Max gonna lay down the queen tray. Bjorn, terrible hand. Edward, king 9 in the hijack. I think he's gonna fold. I wouldn't mind an open actually in this spot, but he's laying it down. Fold around to Robert, he folds. Bart on the button. He's this is the perfect situation for him to shove. Fold around to him in the small blind actually. We don't know what he has just yet. He just needs to get Aline to fold. He's thinking about it. We don't know what he has, but I mean, I would be pretty wide. He is the short stack at the table. Folded to him in the small blind. He still has some fold equity. It's not like Aline can call with any two here. Any sort of suited king would definitely go in for me. He's counting his chips. We don't know what he has. Do you follow any other poker on TV, Mickey? Any? Oh, there it is. There is the all-in 8-6 suited actually.
Okay, first card.
No, not in general. Just
No, not the Game of Gold show or the Hollywood. What's it? ACL live streams.
no, unfortunately not.
10-6, Alin actually had Bart dominated.
Yeah.
Had he called, he would have been in a great situation dominating his opponent, but he laid it down rather quick fold. Bart got exactly what he hoped for.
Yeah, again, aggression takes it down, yeah. You don't expect to be in a great situation with 10-6.
No, little did he know he was way ahead.
Yeah.
8 jack suited.
No, there's no crazy calls or crazy shoves so far. No, no one trying to dominate the table by opening every other hand. Max here, very solid, folding the king, jack off. Edward, even though he's chip leader, is not bullying the rest of the table. People just folding the 9-6 off from the cutoff. Bart might think about it. What we've seen so far from him is mostly folding in these kind of spots, but queen 8 off on the button. No, yeah, he folds. I mean, I wouldn't have mind a shove, actually. Aline now, again with a suited 10. Is he gonna put the pressure on? I don't see him ever folding. He might just limp in and see what Dwayne does. It happened before. He won that one time when he limped in with 9-6 off. So 10-8 off is probably worth playing as well. I think he's gonna raise it up this time around. And Dwayne only has that lousy 5-deuce suited. No, Aline has called, so he's limped in. Dwayne can't see a free flop. He can check, and the only thing is, if he checks, he doesn't want hearts. He thinks he wants hearts, he doesn't. Both of them have 2 hearts. There is 2 hearts. This could spell trouble here. I mean, all in just got about the best flop without making a pair that he could hope for. He has both an open-ended, an overcard, and a flush draw. Dwayne has just a flush draw, but it's jack to him. Uh-oh. Dwayne could bet, and then Aline, I mean, you don't want to tangle and grow this pot, but Aline has a monster hand. As we can see, even though he doesn't have a pair, he's 85% to win this hand, and Dwayne really can only win at this point with a 5 or a deuce. Dwayne bet 60K. What would you be doing, Mickey? Would you be calling or raising? Folding, obviously, is out of the question.
I think Aline was planning perhaps a check raise in this situation, given his check on the flop. Although, as we see the cards, a call could also be good here.
Yeah. If he just calls, he needs to hit, kinda. And if he raises, you know, he could even take it down without making a pair. But he goes for the check raise, and it's a sizable check raise. It's 250 now. Dwayne needs to add 190 with his 5 high flush draw. He has a backdoor straight draw as well. But all of a sudden, things aren't looking all that great. Obviously, you need to improve because you're never going to win with 5 high. That he knows. Is he going to shove? It would be a bad idea because Aline would call. Is he going to fold? It would be the best option, but it's easy for us to say.
Of course, yeah. But the check raise looks very, very strong here. I imagine that he would fold.
Yeah, good fold, disciplined laydown. Even though Aline hadn't even had a pair, it was a massive favorite. Edward still up top. Aline in a strong second position with 2 million. Bart is the short stack with 450. Bjorn down to 815. So Dwayne is really back at it, even though he loses this little pot. Nice to get away from it. Happy that he bet and folded to the check shove. Could imagine a third heart popping up somehow and them getting it in with flush over flush. Dwayne's been already so unlucky today, and that would have been just 3 really unlucky situations for him. Happy that he was able to fold there. Bjorn first to act. Under the gun. The lone Swede at the table.
Representing Scandinavia.
Three Dutch players at the table, 1 Swede, and a bunch of Romanian local players. Oh, there we go. Bart, ace-king in the cutoff. 450,000.
Beautiful.
Beautiful hand. I mean, he's been short all day, but he's had some big hands. And Bart knows his way. He knows what to do. Obviously, he's an experienced player. Everyone knows ace king and what to do with it. That's it. Shove. Aline, jack 6 off. That's no call. It's gonna be, if there's anything happening, it's gonna be Dutch on Dutch action, but it's not. He gets everyone to fold. And Bart, not showing his cards. Maybe he would have liked to call. Oh, he does show his cards. Mickey, don't show the cards, right? Come on. Maybe once in a while, but...
Yeah, but it can give, perhaps the next time he shoves, the players will remember this. Okay, he has it, you know.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. If Bart shoves, he has ace king plus.
Yeah.
Maybe queens.
Yeah, and that's also the thing. He showed both,
Yeah.
you know, so it matters more. When
Yeah,
they just show
earlier, Aline, I think it was Aline who just showed the ace. Yeah, that doesn't tell the whole story, buddy,
No.
but Bart shows the ace king. Just happy that he won the pot, I guess. This time it's folded to Aline in the cutoff. The graphics showed real quick an ace king, but I think that was from the last hand. Aline with queen 4 of hearts in the cutoff. He's opening. It's the first time we see someone open a little bit more speculative hand, really. He does have the stack to do it with. On to Bjorn, who's down to 735. Only 45 to add, but 3 deuce is just, it's nothing. Can't really go to war with the 3 deuce, huh? Mickey, I want to thank you. That's it for you, as I understand. Thanks for joining here on the live stream of the Unibet Open Bucharest 2023 final table.
Thank you very much for this. Was a pleasure.
And on to the next hand and on to the next commentator joining here in the booth. My name is Frank Opdewoord. I've been coming to the Unibet Open, I think, since 2008. So I've been around the Unibet Open. I've been doing a lot of commentary, but mostly for the Dutch live streams and Dutch national television. But here with you in English. And I'm joined by a new commentator. Can you please introduce yourself?
Hi Frank, nice to meet you. My name is Aidan Kernan from Ireland.
Another Irish poker player in the booth.
Yeah, there's a few of us over.
Yeah.
Not so many left, but we're having a good time. So how many have we got left in the final?
It's still 8 players left in the tournament, just 1 elimination. We've got a couple short stacks. Well, they're not even that short. Bjorn here from Sweden in the small blind folded to him. He's one of the shorter stacks. And his neighbor, Edward from Romania, is the big stack. So it's limp in here. You know your way around tournament poker, I'm hearing, or at least
well,
poker table.
more of a try hard, Frank, to be honest. Yeah, I successfully satellited into a couple of Unibet opens. I'm actually here on a free roll through one of the Unibet monthly promotions, which
Okay,
is
okay.
good turn up for the books.
How did you do? Outside of the fact that you're not on the final table.
I got a flag. I cashed the mystery bounty
Okay.
yesterday, but unfortunately no envelopes were opened by me anyway. But yeah, it was good. Good run in the mystery bounty. Busted late in day 1B. Kings are no good into ace jack in a standard enough spot. So who's impressed you the most on the final table?
Really, so far, we haven't seen anything too crazy. Edward's not really using his stack to bully around, even though he's by far the chip leader. That's been mostly because there's a couple shorties. Now everyone has a little bit more chips. Bart here in the 7 seat and Dwayne in the 1 seat were short for quite some time. Now it's Bjorn and still Bart who are the shortest stacks. Everyone been kind of impressive. We've seen nothing really crazy. Late last night, Bjorn was really impressive. He Showed some real poker skills. I know the Dutch players, they know their way around the poker table. They've been around for some time.
Yeah.
Uh,
We had one bust out in Soren. I played with him. He was, I think he was C5. He was quite impressive on my table. So who was that, a big bust out?
Yeah, you got a kind of unlucky ace queen versus kings pre-flop, all in the middle. Nothing really he could do.
Nice open here, Queen 10 suited.
Yeah, out of the short stack. It's 20,000, 40,000 with a 40,000 big blind ante that we're playing. It's Bart here, opening under the gun +1. Queen
Bottom
10
in the
suited.
range for you. So short.
Yeah. You're studying poker as well a little, I hear.
I try
under
to, yeah.
Dara's wings a bit.
Yeah. Yeah, I read his books. I took a couple of lessons from him as well. He's a good guy. Always around the Irish scene and keen to listen to some bad beat stories and give you...
He's been around forever, I feel.
Yeah.
Dragos here with 7-5 suited in the big blind. I imagine you'd be calling here to,
Yeah.
to see a flop.
I think against the opening range, I mean, you're never usually dominated. Suited hand, make good 5-card hands.
Kind of connected, you know.
Yeah.
A couple low cards.
The ICM obviously is quite high at the moment.
Yep.
I think, what's the next payout?
I think they're making a little over 8,000 right now.
Yeah.
That's not a great flop for Dragos. I mean, he pairs up, but it's Bart flopping the second nuts.
You've almost too much hand here.
Yeah, I mean, usually I'm not a big fan of slow playing, but yeah. It's not a whole lot. I mean, Dragos could have like the lone king of spades that would keep him in, or, you know, pair. Dragos checks, Bart checks behind here. You can't believe he's flopping a flush. Oh, and he pairs his queen just for the fun of it.
I think it's too much. Yeah, it's too much hand to bet, I think, actually, especially because a lot of your opens are going to be suited, right? With so much ICM pressure, a lot of like ace X, king X. So
The guy with the coolest name at the table, Dragos, checks again. Bart, is he gonna fire a little bet into the 220,000 pot? I mean, if you want to make some money, this is the time to start building the pot. I don't think it's gonna work. Dragos with bottom pair, not a whole lot to go with, I guess.
he's got 470 behind.
Yeah,
You like a small bet? Or are you just trying to target all?
I mean, at this point, I mean, I think that's it. It's already full, but by this time, I would, you know, bet a little bit bigger. If he has something, he might stick around and hope that he fills up on the river so you can shove. If you bet too small, you cannot get it all in. In the end, it didn't really matter. Dragos didn't have a whole lot. Yeah, they're making 8,260 euros right now. Next pay jump is up to 11,230 euros, all the way up to first place prize of 65,830 euros. 8 players remaining. 3 Dutchies, a Swede, and a couple of strong Romanian players. What's your favorite poker tournament in the world? Is it the Irish Open?
Yeah,
The
I
Irish
mean,
Poker Open?
it's quite hard not to pick the Irish Open, but one of my favourite festivals actually in Ireland is the IPO, the International Poker Open,
Oh, yeah.
sponsored by Unibet. I just think it's really good structure for the buy-in and has an awful lot to offer over the full weekend.
My first ever live poker tournament outside of Holland was the IPO.
Oh yeah,
And this was 2006, I think, or 2007, or yeah.
it does. I think there's like quite a there's 30 or 40 guys that come from like car clubs from the Nordic countries. Certainly added to the experience over the weekend. Do like an old beverage of the alcoholic nature, similar to some of the Irish.
Yeah, it's a fun little tournament, you know, or little. It's a fun tournament, and there's a lot of stuff happening outside of poker as well. So yeah. All right, Bart now in the big blind. 20,000, 40,000 blinds, 40,000 big blind ante. It's the ICM pressure that's having his impact here on this table.
The average stack is roughly, do we have any idea?
1.35, I think.
Yeah, I mean it's an amazing structure. You know, just 60-minute day one is unbelievable.
Yeah, for 1,100 euros, you're buying into a full professional, serious tournament with a great structure.
Of course.
Live stream, photos, you know, the whole deal. You don't need to spend 5K to play an EPT.
Of course.
You could, if you just want to experience it once, to what it's like to play in a real professional poker tournament, the Unibet events are a great alternative.
Yeah, I was on the feature table at the IPO for a bit of an experience. Unfortunately, I got absolutely put in the bin.
That happens.
Yeah. But yeah, we made a good fold actually. But
Is it extra pressure for you when you know that you're on a live stream where people can see your whole card, see every mistake really? Or
I think so. Yeah, I'm in a bit of a study group as well. You know, so you're definitely going to get the brunt of if you completely misplay a hand. But
WhatsApp chat is busy analyzing what's happening. Yeah, I know what it's like.
yeah, I mean it's definitely an experience, but you know, similar to playing on a big FT, it's good to have the pressure, you know, and that's actually like so one of the reasons why I do like playing on Unibet is they have kind of reasonably small fields, so you get, you know, mid-stage, late stages quite often, you know, even on Sundays. The tournaments kind of finish at a reasonable hour, so.
Yeah, if you're playing a regular Sunday schedule like some of the others, and you're entering fields with thousands of players, it's
tough going.
Yeah. All right, on to Bjorn here, who folds Edward. Queen 8 in the hijack.
Off 2.6. I mean, I think we can open. Is he been aggressive?
He's not been aggressive at all. He's 3-bet twice, actually once with just the ace deuce, but that's the only bullying really we've seen from him. He's been very cautious so far today. Fold around to Bart, 10-8. What would you be doing? One of the shortest stacks. Last orbit he shoved.
I mean, so how many big blinds does the big blind have?
It's 40,000 big blind ante, so it's just 14, 15 big blinds.
Into 2 million. Yeah, I mean, small blind versus big blind is really hard. Of course, I think I like the call, especially with King 7, or especially going into a guy that covers so big. Now with the King 7, this is quite difficult, but I think we can raise at ICM pressure. The only benefit of checking, of course, is we keep in all the 7x that dominates us, and I do like the check shove quite a lot at the stack that the Bart has.
It's Queen 5-6. Nobody really connects. It's Aline with the advantage, obviously 80% favored here.
It's still quite hard to defend. I mean, blind versus blind are so wide.
Bart with check. There's an overcard. He has like the backdoor straight, but that's just about it.
But even with ICM pressure, even like a B30%, it puts, you know, a 5x into quite a tough spot, right? Out of position for the rest of the hand.
Aline is gonna bet it.
Yeah.
How much would you be betting into a 120k pot?
Probably not the right amount is the answer to that, but I think we can bet small, right, with pressure. 50, 40k.
Yeah, Aline opted for 40, the minimum bet, and that's enough just to get Bart to fold.
You play her much these days, Frank?
I don't get around to playing enough, unfortunately, but I was in Vegas a couple of weeks ago, 4 weeks, 5 weeks ago, and I played a little bit of cash there, just low stakes in the win, you know, 1-3, 2-5, that's about it. I love it there, so.
Yeah. I was there actually in December last year for the first time.
For the win tournament?
Yeah, we again got pretty lucky and banked the package over there.
Oh, nice.
It was a good experience.
And did you cash? Did you?
No. Busted last level of day one. Again, it's just kind of like recurring keen, but Michael Rocky put me in the absolute bin.
Michael was Rocky, huh? Is he still around? The grinder.
Yeah, the grinder. I wish I kind of remembered a bit more of his hands, because after I busted, I ran some hand histories with Darren David, and they're like, well, you just call because it's Michael Rzaki. But I remember that he was as wild as he was back in the day when I was watching high stakes poker with my old man back in the 08 days. So hijack ace-3 off.
Would you be shoving ace-deuce suited if you're barred here on the button?
It depends, I think, on how active Dragos is. It's a good hand. We have an awful lot of equity. I think we can get like ace-7, 8-ace to fold, and we obviously unblock all the king-10s, but it really depends how active Dragos has been.
He hasn't been all that active or aggressive, really, but nobody really has been. Aline contemplated calling with ace-6 suited. I imagine Dwayne calling, not minding to see a flop here. It's the hijack versus the big blind.
Yeah.
It's 220 in the middle.
Yeah, there's awful. The risk premium here is so massive between these two players, though. They're probably like top third in chips, in the mid pack. So it's interesting to see how they play this with such risk premium against each other.
Kind of similar stacks, both a little below average, but enough playing room. Obviously, we can tell here Dragos massive favorite. Dwayne, I imagine not hanging around here.
Yeah.
Oh, he is. Is he? He is. Check calling with Queen Jack.
Double backdoor. Well, yeah, double backdoor.
Well,
Yeah, but
he's halfway there. I guess he just needs 10 now to make the nuts. But
here's the problem. I mean, it's still really hard to call.
Yeah.
So it's interesting with like the low, probably obviously one of the lowest aces we open. I wonder, does he check back for pot control? But he has 8-9s. It's interesting to see if he bets. I think I presume this is like check. Yeah, I presume check or bet big. And
5 of diamonds on the river. That's a blank. So Dwayne knows he's probably not winning this hand.
He's never good, but he has a good hand to bluff with in theory. I think, right?
What do you need to bet here to get Dragos to fold a hand like he has? Actually, 320,000 in the middle.
The way he's played it, I don't think he folds. But the question is, like, you can obviously get him to fold King 10, King Jack, King Queen. Obviously, we block some of those as well. So quite tough. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, because I wouldn't get into the spot because I'm a little bit more inexperienced player. I would probably just check fold that flop. So I don't really know. I mean, if it's kind of tough. I imagine Dragos just always calling here.
He bets big.
It is big. Yeah, it's pot bet.
But he wants to get value if he has like 4-5, 9-8. He calls 4-5 of clubs. Yeah, it's a tough spot here, I think, with the ace-3. I mean,
he would call with 6-7 of diamonds. That's for sure. Oh, there's the fold. Yeah. Dwayne gets away with it. What do I know, huh?
Yeah.
Floating out of position. Interesting hand. Dwayne gets away with it.
Daylight robbery, Frank.
Yeah. I mean, in about an hour or so, Dragos will figure it out and find out if he has someone watching the stream for him.
It's one of the more interesting things is how many people you have watching the stream. Like, I think you said Seat 4 hasn't been that active with the large stack, but if he knows, it's quite a good time to change gears then, if maybe he doesn't have people watching the stream.
This has not been a talkative table. There has been no table talk. I mean, I'm not going to force him, but I don't think we have the audio right now on, but you're not missing out because they have not interacted with each other whatsoever. Not even the Dutch players in between hands or the Romanian players chatting. It's been...
It is a lot.
I guess.
I mean, if you're looking off the final table, one of these items, I mean, it is a long 2 or 3 days. Like, a lot of mental capacity to run good. I mean, a lot of things have to happen for you to a final table and event. But
usually Max, the Dutchie in C2, is kind of talkative, all smiles, but He went to the party till late last night, so maybe that's he's still kind
C2
of
is at the players' party?
Yeah, he was up there till the wee hours of the day. Bjorn here, under the gun. Ooh, folding ace jack. Okay, okay. Would you be doing that? I don't know. I mean, I guess he's worried about Bart with the shortest stack, but ace jack is worth a min raise, no? I mean, what do I know? But
I think I would min. You can get in some very tough spots.
well,
but
Dragel 7-6 suited. Yeah, I mean, okay, I can understand that, but still.
big phones. The ace jack is very interesting.
Yeah.
I think we have to raise.
Yeah.
See, this is interesting now. This is, I think, is a standard open, even with chip EV. So I imagine, especially opening into.
That's 80,000 there. Min raise from Aline on the button. Ace 4 off.
We can see seat 1 has some moves.
Dwayne folds. Max now in the big blind. I think he's calling queen deuce suited. And as we can see, he's not that big an underdog.
Yeah,
That's easy for us to say.
16 bigs?
I think there's a new chip in play actually. That gray little chip is probably worth 100k. So. Aline flops a pair. Max has nothing really outside of a live queen and a backdoor straight draw. Aline has a backdoor flush draw as well. Max checked. Aline contemplating a small little bet. That's another 80k going to the middle.
Pretty dynamic board.
Nope. Max gonna lay it down.
Easy game.
You don't get creative with the queen deuce there, do you?
No, not with 16 bigs and 65 grand up top.
What's your biggest poker accomplishment?
I came third in an IPT for 5,300 there just before Christmas last year, and I suppose the 12k package through win was pretty good.
The win was nice, huh? It was a good tournament. I was invited last year. I was invited this year, but I can't go, so I'm sending my colleague actually. But I really want to visit it one day.
Yeah, it's nice. Vegas in December is quite an interesting place to be.
It's nice, huh?
Yeah, it's kind of strange. I was there when I was much younger, like as a teenager in the summer, you know, and it just looks like different worlds.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's because it was a 33-year-old me or a 16-year-old me, but.
I mean, Vegas is not a whole lot of fun when you're 60. I mean, you can't even stand still in the casinos.
Yeah.
I've been in Vegas in December, and I saw the Bellagio fountains frozen over. Oh.
Car crash. So we got under the gun A6, great open. I think we're just all in.
And this is the first time, actually, Edward has been folding these kind of hands. Now he's opening under the gun to 80k with A6 suited. Bart, pocket tens, beautiful hand in the hijack, 570,000.
He doesn't like it.
I think it's just a little bit of Hollywooding. And,
You think?
you know, yeah, he knows what to do. He's kind of an experienced player. I mean, I can't see him ever fall. I mean, Edward has been kind of tight, but not that tight. Come on.
No, I
is
think.
he? No. Ooh. Oh, no, there it is.
Yeah, he's making.
There it is. There it is. I mean, you had me worried there for a little bit.
No, I mean it's obviously it's a great shove. It's just I suppose if you know the big stack has been pretty snug, you know maybe he's not opening up as wide, but yeah, he's going to be delighted with the result here.
Edward's gonna fold. He's not gonna risk it, I imagine. Still 490 extra to call. I mean, he can afford it, but
I don't.
that's the fault.
I don't think it plays good against the rain.
no. It's another
Pickup. So
fine result for Bart. Obviously, he was way ahead, but
yeah.
you know, if you get a call, usually it's 50-50, or maybe I guess nines, or you're way behind. So Bart is hanging in there. He doubled once, but he was really short at that point. Other than that, he's just picked up like one pot every yard, but staying alive.
That's all he needs.
Yeah, as long as you can keep that one up. By now, you maybe have a little bit of a feel for the final table. They're doing nothing really crazy, right?
Yeah. It's interesting with seed 4 having such a big chip lead. I mean, I don't know how experienced he is, but I think he's definitely missing some spots for aggression. But
And it's kind of surprising because late last night he was very creative and splashing around a little bit. He made a big bluff, but today, not so much.
I mean, it's just kind of card distribution as well. Like there hasn't been, obviously we had the 10s there. There just hasn't been much. You need 2 to tango, I guess, as they say. But and that's why it's so good to have such a good structure. Because in day 1, you can wait, you can kind of ride out these being dealt out a small bit for, half an hour, 40 minutes.
Aline here takes it down.
Will you defend the 8-5 off there? Because you have so much, such a big stack.
I mean, it's still tricky with Barty in there, but yeah, I probably would peel and see a flop there. If you gotta win, you can win a big pot. You're probably not gonna lose a big pot with 8-5 off. So.
Yeah, but I guess it's just the idea of having covering the opener to so large. If you're experienced and kind of learned ICM books or read Dara's Endgame Masterclass book that available now on Amazon. But yeah,
Great Christmas present.
Yeah, 100%.
Well, I feel Dara has written 100 books.
Yeah.
Well, at least a couple.
Few gathering dust on my bookshelf that maybe need to be brought out a bit more. Definitely after my showing in the Mystery Bounty yesterday. Couple of spots to look at.
Another ace here for Aline. Last hand he raised with ace-4, picked up the blinds and antes. Now he has, I think it was ace-9 off. Bart obviously already folded the jack-deuce.
Yeah, it's just a delay in the graphics. C3.
Aline queens?
Yeah.
I mean, I thought it was ace-9 that I saw, but it is queens. I mean, that makes it real easy. Uh-oh, Bjorn on the button hasn't been as active as he used to. King, Jack suited.
I think flat, maybe? I mean...
I kind of have a bad feeling about this one for Bjorn. I don't know. He seems interested. It's ill-advised. He's gonna call. That's someone's calling. Yeah, that's 80K on the button. He's investing. Oh, Edward will probably come along now with pocket eights, right? From the small blind. Or is he gonna squeeze here? Would be... I don't think Edward is the squeezing kind of guy, and eights isn't the best hand.
You don't want to raise fold eights here.
Dragos is gonna come in, right? No?
No, I think we're dominated too much.
Yeah.
Even if we had ace, we don't like it.
I would invest 40K to be involved in a 400K pot and flop a wheel. That would be my goal
the
for the day. There's a jack there. That's bad news for Bjorn.
Bit of slow rolling here from the dealer.
Oh, and 2 sevens. Nobody had a 7, right? Nope. Nobody has spades. Bjorn is gonna be in a little bit of trouble, I feel. I mean, you got a call now if the Aline continuation bets.
What size do you think he takes? Multi-way?
320 in the middle, 2 spades out there. I would go a little bit bigger, I guess.
Yeah.
And even Edward, I mean, depends on what Bjorn is gonna do, obviously. But Edward, there's just one overcard, 2 sevens. Not very likely that someone has that 7. So, but as soon as Bjorn calls, Edward is a little less sure about his hand, I imagine. Okay, it's a bet of 100. Aline betting 100 in 320. You like it?
Yeah, I mean, ICM's tough, but I think multi-way we want to bet small, right? And then 3 ways, it's such a tough spot with King Jack. I think.
What do you do if you're Edward now? Do you have enough information to lay down the 8s, or?
Yeah, I think we can lay down the 8s comfortably. There's no turn in the deck that we like, only an 8. And we already have seen the opener raise into 2 people, Bjorn flatting. Some interesting turn cards here. I'd love to see. Yeah,
it's another spade. That might save I don't know. I mean, it's not very likely that Aline has 2 spades.
Yeah. I guess
Is Aline gonna, take it easy now
I
with the
think
third spade out there?
pot control is interesting. Maybe you don't want to give a free card to a spade, but SPR of 1. What are your thoughts?
And with that, you mean stack to pot ratio, right?
Yeah, so Bjorn has 535.
Pot bet left, really.
Pot bet left, yeah. So
It's tricky.
yeah, I don't think you want to pot it because you want to get called by a jack, and we know that Bjorn's range is going to be somewhat surrounding spades or a jack, I assume, by flatting.
He is shoving. He did shove. Uh-oh, Bjorn. I mean, can he get away from it? Does he want to get away from it? I mean, he's far behind. He only has 12% equity. He needs one of the 4 cards still left in the deck that can help him, 3 kings and a jack, because the jack of clubs was already folded by someone.
I think this is where you kind of go back and see.
I think he's going to call. I'm afraid he's going to call, and it's going to be bad news for him.
It's really tough because, I mean, the opener is now bet twice. On the flop, he's bets into 2 people. It is that he's either massively in front or incredibly behind is the problem here. I don't think he's ever beating 10 jack, queen jack.
And Aline hasn't been bullying or being crazy aggressive or anything. So, I mean, it's easy for us to say, but yeah.
It's always easier from the outside. It's tough.
I mean,
you said Alan wasn't very aggressive.
no, he's not been overly aggressive. He's turned up. I mean, he's been raising a little bit more lately. Obviously, we saw him twice with an ace, raising from the cutoff in late position, but it's not been like he's a maniac. I think Bjorn is gonna call. A bad feeling for him.
It's interesting here because I think he's clearly looking at the board, but in this case, I think you just stare at seat 9.
Yeah. I think he's going over the hand in his head, like, okay. The most important thing here is that Aline did continuation bet into 2 people.
Yeah, I think that's the major point in the hand.
I mean, it's problematic if you have King Jack here.
I mean, if Alan has like ace 10 with the ace of spades, I think he can barrel twice a heads up, but
yeah, and if you're Bjorn, you must think like, wow, Aline is not afraid of the third spade, because you could have spades, obviously, so it can't be a complete bluff, right? So he must have some sort of value hand, and there's no value hand you're beating, so let's see if he comes to the right conclusion. Obviously, it says pot 2.7 million, but that's not effective. It's a little bit smaller than that, but still.
yeah, I think we said it was 1-to-1, right? So it'll be
$1 million pot right now, a little over, and then he has 535. He calls.
Oh.
I saw it coming. It's the bad news there for Bjorn. Aline says and shows the queens. Yeah. 4 outs. I mean, we've seen a 1-outer before today. 4 outs is a bit more. It's a 3 of spades. Nobody has a spade. Bjorn exits in 8th place for 8,260 euros. And Aline now, I think he's vying for the lead now.
Yeah.
Maybe I think he's the chip leader, yeah.
I think he's going to do quite well. He seems to be a bit more active. He might understand a bit more ICM pressure that he can put on now with 7 left. Everybody's guaranteed 11.2. So we'll see how the dynamic changes, I suppose, with 7 left.
Next pay jump is to 15,300 euros. 7 players remaining. All battling for that first place prize of 65,830 euros. Dwayne and Bart used to be the shorties. They are still in. 2 players eliminated today so far. Bart now under the gun with ace-10 off. 750k stack.
And he's by far the shortest down, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's
Yeah.
a fold for him. Looks so nice, but what you gonna do?
I think it's a tough spot. I mean, we saw Ace Jack. I think was he the guy that followed Ace Jack off under the gun as well?
I'm not 100% sure anymore, to be honest. I think that was Dragos.
Yes, yes. Oh.
Edward here now. Folded to him on the button. King 5 suited. He's gonna open with a raise to... no, he's limping in. That's the first limp of the day. We saw him limp yesterday. Every now and then. Do you like a limp here, King 5 suited?
No, not with the stack. You want to raise. I mean, you get Queen 10, Queen Deuce to fold. You can see here 65% equity here, but I just raise.
Well, he flops a flush draw, and he already had the best hand, of course. Robert checking.
Yeah.
Robert has the backdoor flush draw, but he's would be in a lot of trouble if he hit it. Edwards here with a small bet. I think that's 45,000 or is it 40? 40 min bet. Robert backdoor straight draw as well, but it's very optimistic to go for it with Queen Deuce and lays it down. So Edwards, he has a limping strategy.
Yeah, it's just a bit strange that he stack depth, right? But it's effective, as we can see, against the right player.
When I started poker, and this is 2005, there was a lot of limping going on. Then there was a whole 10 years where nobody was limping, and if you limped, you were definitely the fish at the table. And nowadays, you see limping strategies coming back in. Well, not nowadays. I mean, the last couple of years, you see people limping, even though you say, you know, this was maybe not the spot for it, but you see it more and more, right?
Yeah, I mean, certain things come into play. I mean, even leading, I suppose, that was something that, you know, once I started to kind of study a bit more, I kind of realised if there's a couple of big blind lead spots that, you know, people weren't doing before, and now it's all the fashion, I suppose, the donk lead. Okay, we've got Ace Jack under the gun with Alan.
Yeah, but it's Bart with, it looks like they are waiting for Bart. No? Or is he in the big blind? No, it's just Aline, indeed, with Ace Jack under the gun, and he's gonna raise it up. I feel Edouard is still a little bit of a wild card, but all the other players are kind of solid. Like they've been around. I feel like they kind of know what they're doing. These two players, Dragos and Robert, are kind of tight. Bart with the King 7, do you peel? Do you want to see a flop here? Or?
It's quite tough.
So few big blinds, but it's only 40k extra.
I think if we call, obviously we have to go, you know, with a lot of King X. Alan's been pretty aggressive, so he's going to put us in some tough spot posts. A fold, yeah, I don't think a fold is terrible there. It's just we're going to be dominated so much and get. I think seat 9 is going to be quite effective at putting a lot of pressure on us. And we're never really making good, 5-card hands. So.
Oh yeah, we need 5 cards. That was it. Yeah. It's the final table of the Unibet Open Bucharest. 7 players remaining. Aline, by far the chip leader, by the way, 3.4 million in chips. Action on Max here, under the gun +1, ace 3 suited. He's down to 615,000. Actually, he might be the short. Yeah, I think he just shoved. Yeah, it's not a great hand, but he 15 big blinds. Uh-oh, he's gonna run into trouble here. Robert with the jacks on the button and 1.1 million stack. I imagine him shoving over the top to force out those blinds, and it's gonna be trouble for Max with the ace-3 suited. It's gonna be trouble. It's a little bit of acting. He's not thinking about folding the jacks.
Yeah, he's never folding. And I don't think we're deep enough to flat. I don't think we want to flat in two shoves behind, so...
He's gonna shove. It's just a matter of when. And Max is gonna need to be looking for an ace or a bunch of spades if that happens. Robert kind of, you know, he kind of really looks in doubt, but I mean, he has 1.1 million. You have jacks. Someone shoves, you know, a 650,000 stack. I mean, oh, he's gonna call. Is it what? Wait.
No, I think that's...
That's a call. That's a call there. 615,000. Bart quickly folds his ace-9 off. He's more than happy. Oh, Aline has a real hand, sevens, but I don't think he can call. He's counting though. Robert has 445,000 behind. It's kind of madness, obviously. Maybe it looks even stronger now that you're calling instead of shoving. I don't know.
Yeah.
Regardless, Aline folds, and it's jacks versus ace tray suited. And like I said, Max needs an ace or a bunch of spades or low cards for a wheel. That's one spade and it's one tray, but it's not enough just yet.
It's the hope that kills you, though.
Yeah, it's never easy if you're Robert.
Couple of interesting turn cards, I thought.
That's not one of the interesting turn cards, though. It's Max needing an ace or a tray. He only has 3 cards left because an ace and a tray were folded already. It's a blank on the river. It's a 4th spade. It's not enough. He busts. 1 duchy down. Just 2 to go. Max Bruns from the Netherlands finishes 7th for 11,230 euros. The remaining 6 players are guaranteed 15,300 euros. And we've got one happy guy over here. Nothing you can do. I mean, ace-3 suited, under the gun, down to 15 big blinds. Is that something you shove as well?
If it's under the gun?
I think under the gun +1. Yeah, under the gun +1 because Dwayne folded under the gun.
Tough.
You're not happy about it,
No.
but
I mean, you're not wanting to air called, but yeah, I think borderline. You go with it.
yeah.
Down to 6.
Yeah. Back on Edward here.
A lot more smiles now that we're dealing for a bit more money. A lot of smiles around the table. Some of that ICM pressure is a bit softened. Ace-4 off from the cutoff, min raise.
It's ace-4 versus ace-4, but I think Robert
Yeah, I think
has the advantage here. It's on Dwayne. Oh my God, he has the 2 remaining aces in the deck. And I'm sure he's gonna give some action here. I mean, this guy has a poker face, right? I mean, there's nothing you can tell, or at least I
I
can't.
just think, okay, this is the dream spot. I got aces.
Do you believe in tells, and do you look at your opponent and ever pick up something
Yeah,
that you use?
I think like poker, I think it's somewhat a use. I like to think, you know, theory is good, but definitely, you know, you could just look at a guy and say he doesn't bluff enough. It depends on you know who you're dealing with, I guess. But
There's, I think it's a 3-bet, yeah, to how much? That's the
Gonna make it
question,
small.
240. That's a big 3-bet, right?
oh, 80, yeah, 3x. Yeah, I think with the stack size, I suppose that's what we want to go to.
He has 1.2 million behind. Robert has 1.7 million behind. I don't think he's going to give any action. The kicker was just not good enough to
Yeah, it doesn't
go
play
to
well.
war.
Doesn't play well post flop. We're never 4-bet ripping it. So
Yeah. Yeah, and the issue is still Bart van Dijk there on the short stack, still hanging in there. You don't want to bust now or go crazy with ace-4 off. And even Dragos doesn't have a whole, like a ton of chips.
see one thinking of what could have been.
What could have been, yeah. Graphics are a little bit behind, and those cards in the middle are just, I guess, folded cards. Those were not the cards that would have appeared on the flop, turn, and river, because really we don't know them.
Yeah.
The dealer never put them out. We're not rabbit hunting here, so.
We might have to test your life skills here, Frank.
Dragos
Raising under the gun.
raising under the gun. That looks like 100k though. Maybe we are into the next blind level. And even though Dragos hasn't been active, Robert really thinking about it. This looks like a guy
Yeah,
deciding how much he's gonna make it.
he has a close spot. I mean, 500, undergun plus undergun 1.
Yeah, that's a 100k chip. That's
Yeah.
a little bit more. That's a 3-bet over there. No? It's a little tough to tell, especially because we don't have a view on the chips itself. I think it's an open and a 3-bet. Edward quick to fold, and
Yeah.
Dragos folds as well. From here on out, probably our count's a little off. That happens sometimes.
Is that little Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle?
Yeah.
Are you good enough to remember the name of the yellow banded one?
I'm gonna guess Michelangelo. I don't know.
Yeah.
You know what? I'll look it up.
I think, yeah, he's the yellow band. I'm gonna go with, before you look at this, I guess Donatello.
There is no yellow.
No, it's yellow.
Yannicka? Wait, what? I don't know any.
Oh, he's the 5th Mutant Ninja Turtle.
Yeah. Okay.
Learn something new every day.
Fold around. Arlene is folding Wayne here on the button. Oh. Had me fooled for a second. Edward in the small blind. Yeah, so we are up to 25,000, 50,000. Obviously, also with a 50,000 big blind hand. I think that's a shove and a quick fold. Pot to Dragos.
You like the instant fold in that thing, or you take a bit more time?
Yeah,
Maybe you kind of put him off shoving a bit lighter before.
I mean, who are you fooling really if you're doing that? I mean, I like the quick folds, you know.
Yeah.
You know, I was just limping in. Next time I can limp in with aces. This time I limped in with a bullshit hand. All right. Yeah, I like people, you know.
Yeah, it's one of my
with the
pet
quick
peeves.
actions.
One of my pet peeves. That and the funeral for the hand, you know.
Yeah, people not wanting to say goodbye to their hands. Yeah, I mean, come on. Let's get this over with. The graphics are lacking a little bit, but so we'll have to do it manually. Back to the old school days. I used to be
You comment.
a reporter for Poker News for a long time, so I all had to do it by hand. Bart van Dijk opening here. I think he opened to 100,000.
Yeah, I mean, I think at this stage everything's going to be min, right? I think the only thing that really changes it is super.
Yeah,
rich
sometimes Alan mixes it up by adding 5K chips, but
Yeah.
Alan is
Again,
looks
really-
like he's 1 to 3 bet here, huh?
Yeah, these spots early position. It would be interesting to see what he does, because I mean I understand that a lot of like the 3 bets in these positions are kind of like suited aces, right? Suited aces, suited kings.
So far, what we've seen, yeah, it's just a call. I don't mind him taking a little bit more time here,
Yeah, of course.
but it does indicate that he had a real decision, and it was probably between calling and raising, and not between calling and folding, I guess. But people might mix it up. It's fold around. Everyone gives it up, so it's heads up between Bart and Aline. We saw Dragos there with the ace-10. I'm not sure if that was correct. Could be from the small blind, but regardless, it's heads up between these two. We don't know what they have. We do know that Bart is short and has the initiative here.
You gotta love this. Live poker, seat 9 against seat 8. Locked eyes.
It's always so awkward, huh?
It is, yeah.
I used to report when Mike McDonald was still, actively pokering. He was,
Yeah,
kind of intimidating, but also annoying and cringy when he stared you down.
You ever see that clip of like Chidwick and Alex Fox and they're both staring at each other?
Yeah, I mean, it's incredibly awkward.
I don't think I couldn't have burst out laughing if I was on that table. Okay.
Check. A couple of hearts there, now a couple of queens there as well.
Queen is better for the initial opener, right? Because he checks quite a lot.
Yeah. Also
Alan never checks the queen behind, right? So
Yeah. And now that there's 2 of them out there, the odds of Aline having a queen are even slimmer, of course. Another check, though, by Bart. Really looks like he doesn't want to commit. It does make it easy for us to count his stack, though, because
stacks of 5.
stacks of 5. That's 500, 600,000, and a little bit of red. So he's already up to almost 700, I guess.
Yeah, he's played the short stack quite well, right? He said he doubled up early, got a couple of shows through. These spots, I mean, it is quite tough. Oh, okay, here we go.
Here comes the small bet, 100K, single chip bet.
I think the board warrants for that, right? I mean,
Bart counting out his stack. I thought he was gonna call. Taking a little bit more time. Yeah, that's gonna be a call there. That looked like 125 though, right? I guess not. 6 of diamonds on the river. It feels like a blank.
pretty much the biggest break in the deck, I think. Okay, managed to showdown for C8 here.
I imagine. What do you think Bart has here? Something like Ace Jack or
Ace Jack,
with a
Ace
diamond.
King. Could have diamond draw. But yeah, I think he just has Ace High here a lot of the time.
Now it's interesting what Aline is gonna do. I would be more afraid of a small bet than a big bet. I guess, I don't know. I would hate live regardless if I don't have a hand. But that's because I'm a recreational player. Aline is gonna fire it again.
Yeah.
That's a big bet.
Okay.
Those are 100K chips. That's all in. That's a shove.
That's a shove.
And Bart,
Does not like it.
he's not snap calling, but he's not snap folding either.
Yeah, he's in the bin.
Well, like I said, I don't know. I mean, I think both players know that neither player has a queen, but you never know. I mean, sometimes people show up with a queen there all of a sudden.
Yeah.
Like, checking one behind. No, it's folds. Be interested to see what they have, but I guess we're never gonna know.
Yeah, seat 9 is kind of done the thing. It's quite good to look after whenever you don't see the hand, but he wanted a call there.
Yeah.
You could see.
Bart
an old school.
losing some chips, playing post-flop poker out of a small stack. when I started poker, if you got under 20 big blinds, basically, it was always shove or fold. That has changed considerably in recent years as well. People still really playing with the smaller stacks. Not working out this time around for Bart. They're laughing. I'm not sure what they're laughing about, but they're still having a good time. 65,000 euro up top.
Not a bad result for a weekend, is it?
Yeah, there's a couple weekends a year where I make less than 65,000 euros. You?
No, not quite so much. Okay.
Way now, jacks. The graphics are back right on time in the hijack with 1.5 million. He finds jacks again. He lost kings to queens, but he won with jacks from ace jack. Now he's opening to 100k.
He opens 100. Whoa.
No, 125 actually. My mistake.
Are we at 40 or 50k, baby?
I think we're 25.50.
No, it's 2040, right? Because it's just said there he had 105 to call, so.
Yeah. Bart in the big blind with the 10-8 of clubs.
Is that stacks right?
Yeah, I don't know. He flops a gut shot, but Dwayne flops top set.
Yeah.
I hope he can get away with it and not front shove here all of a sudden. I don't think he will. Wayne flopping the nuts. Check by Bart, countryman Dwayne.
Interesting if he ever checks this back. So much hand. What size do you take? I think he just went all in, did he? I mean, that's... Nah, I
He
bet
bets 50k, the min bet.
I think it makes sense. I think you want to get jammed by all of the draws.
All 4 nines are out there still for Bart, but I mean, what are you gonna do? You don't really have. Oh, he calls. Interesting. Interesting. He's gonna peel. I mean, it's not the card he was hoping for. It does give him the open-ended now, adding a couple outs, but he's involved in the 410,000 pot with 185 behind. I think Dwayne is gonna put them all in now, and yeah, you can't call.
Yeah. Did you just bet 50k again? No, I just shot.
The shove, the fold, the stacking. Bart is now really short. I mean, I don't think that chip count is entirely correct. I think he has a little bit more than 185. I'm not sure.
I think he has about 450, right? If I recall the stack size from the chips correct.
Yeah, I mean, he lost that pot against Aline, of course, but
Exact. No, not exact. 195.
it could be right, actually. I mean, it's a 175. Yeah, it's a little bit more than that, but it's not a whole lot more.
Yeah, it's interesting if you should shove that turn. I mean, obviously you're never getting jacks to fold, but you get ace king to fold, ace queen to fold, king queen, king 10.
Yeah, if you're calling on the flop, I feel like you need to do something because you can't just hope and pray for that.
It's a lot
the
of
nine,
it's
really.
a lot of equity to just check fold, right? But and Dwayne's definitely stepping up the aggression. He's obviously had hands to do it, but I think you've seen that Edward isn't tree betting, Dragos isn't super aggressive.
Well, he might change space here with ace 10 of diamonds.
Yeah, so I think this is okay to call, right?
And then call the shove behind you. Well, definitely from From Bart, of course, yeah.
Yeah. I think if we want to three bet the suited aces, right, we want to have like some of the smaller suited aces, like ace 6, ace 7. At least that's my thinking. I mean, he's never folding. But yeah, the blinds have gone up, I assume, right? So it's 25.50, so 20 bigs.
Yeah. 20 bigs. Ace 10 suited in the cutoff. Facing an under the gun min raise open. These are kind of standard situations that they probably.
Oh, you went all in?
He's shoving. He's shoving.
Oh,
Yeah.
I don't think I like that, but
20 BB. I don't mind it actually.
You don't?
But it's the trouble is that Bart is there with that very short stack.
I mean,
yeah.
the ICM pressure is massive. I don't think we're ever getting kind of better to fold. I mean, maybe a stack off folds, I guess.
Edward is not getting involved, huh?
Yeah.
He was the.
I mean, it's one of those advantages. You go all in, you've no more decisions, right?
Yeah. No headache poker. Yeah, he wasn't all that happy about it, but he did it anyway, and it got through. Bart was very quick to fold. He hoped, obviously, Dwayne had a big hand, and he could let her up. That was not the case, though. 2 Dutch players remaining, 4 Romanian locals. Aline in the small blind, Dwayne in the big blind.
Bart now has the button, so he's going to have a few free hands, but he does look to be super short. I don't think he has.
Yeah. He needs to get something going, and he needs to do it between now and 4 more hands, I think.
Time is now.
It's folded to him on the button. What does he find? Oh, he folds the jack tray. You're folding jack tray. I guess you do,
Yeah.
because you're getting called with any 2 by Dwayne.
Just
Aline, queen, deuce of hearts, Dwayne, jack 9 off. These 2 have faced each other a couple times today in blind battles.
Yeah, I mean, it's super interesting, obviously, especially with Bart being so short. It's interesting, does Alan take the raise line with, big, small, maybe get some better queen X to fold, put some pressure on random king 4s.
Aline
Yeah.
raised to 150 actually, so just a 3 BB raise. And Dwayne is not folding.
No hesitation at all.
Aline using that chip leading stack, 3.5 million to start the hand. Up against Dwayne, who started the hand with 1.6 million. It's Dwayne connecting with the flop, flopping 2 pair. Aline with the backdoor flush draw and the single overcard.
These spots are so difficult. Out of position.
He checks it.
Yeah, I mean, he never has any 7x. He probably still has a lot of jack X in his raise range, but I think the calling range is good.
Oh, Dwayne checking behind. Kinda setting the trap. Ooh,
There
this
we
is
go.
interesting. Aline now with the flush draw. Obviously, we can tell he's only 22% to win the hand, but it might give him some rope to bet it. And Dwayne is definitely not folding. Obviously, checking behind the top pair on the flop.
You bet or you check? You never want to bet fold your hand, so
Yeah, I find it tough. I'm not experienced in these kind of spots, to be honest. I mean, a delayed c-bet, sometimes it makes sense. He has equity. Not a whole lot in this case, but usually
So
there's
there you go.
some
Yeah.
equity.
Half pot, basically.
Yeah. No, it's
Oh yeah.
225. It's a big bet, actually, right?
Yeah, I think so.
I mean, 565 now in the middle.
Yeah, you got like 70%. Smooth call. Pray for have the heart blocker.
Dwayne with the quick call, 78% favor to win the hand. Needs to avoid a queen or a heart.
Jack of hearts for some fun.
5 of diamonds. It's a blank. It's a bad card for Aline as well, because even if Dwayne just had the 6, this is an undercard, so
Yeah.
it's going to be a little bit even tougher to try and bluff
Could have
and
the
get him
8-9.
away from it.
Could have the 8-9.
Yeah, 8-9 as well. You never know. That would have made a straight. So I think this is a good card to just give up.
I
To
think
be
we give
honest,
up, yeah,
but
we have the hearts. We never win, but
Yeah.
at the same time we protect our chip lead. And if we want to get Dwayne to fold anything reasonable, it's got to be a very large size.
and I think Aline knows that Dwayne is just about the last player he wants to give
Yeah.
chips, because he's both on his left and a
Yeah.
strong player. Well,
Check behind, that's interesting. I guess he doesn't think he's getting called by worse, so makes sense.
yeah, sizable pot still, even though it went check there on the river.
We can see Dwayne can play. You know, he pulled that move with the Queen Jack, I think it was earlier. So I think he's impressed.
Part 4 big blinds. Oi, 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 he's in trouble. He needs to make something happen. Aline still up top. As we can see, 15,300 euro guaranteed for 6th place finish. We're all looking at that prize ladder. First place prize of almost 66,000 euros actually.
I said enough room to play. So.
Here at the Bucharest. The Unibet Open Bucharest final table.
Some hotel here, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. I've been stuck in here for 2 full days now, so
Yeah.
I've grown accustomed to it. It's like a cheap sauna.
Yeah, it's quite cozy in here, right? Sauna downstairs is a bit bigger. Highly recommend it.
Dragos, first to act. Easily countable stack. That's 1.1 and a little bit.
Okay, ace 10. Okay, here we go.
That's a lot, though.
Is it?
Wait,
Wow.
he's opening to 6 big blinds?
Uh,
Yeah, he is. Okay. With 9:45 behind, acting first under the gun. I don't know, maybe he's mistaken about the blinds?
it's definitely
It's
unexpected.
unconventional.
Yeah.
Let's keep it at that.
I mean, it's quite genius in one way, because it puts everybody else massively needing to have a super hand with Bark being so short. But
Yeah, I mean, that is
You can see-
interesting. I think he made a mistake.
I think so. I mean,
Yeah. But even if he thought that the blinds were 5,100, it's still a big, big raise, because 3x is also big. Yeah, we can't hear what they're saying, and obviously he's Romanian, and I think he's talking Romanian as well with his neighbor, so we wouldn't understand anyway. But that was interesting.
yeah. Definitely unexpected. Bark-
It's not something you see every day. Someone opening under the gun to 6x with, you know,
That's not
like 9x behind or something like that, or whatever it was.
It was effective.
It worked.
Let's see now how wide Dwayne goes here with Queen 4 off.
Dwayne using the more conventional sizing of 100k, a min raise. We're playing 25-50 with a 50,000 big blind ante as well.
Dragons for the decision here.
And the call, he's dominating. He's way in the lead with King Queen. Both flop a queen. There's an ace out there as well, which I can imagine Dwayne gonna use to continuation bet.
You don't like a check back here with your worst Queen X?
Yeah,
I mean, Dragos very rarely has an ace X, right? I mean, he is 40 bigs deep, I think so.
I think he's just thinking about a little value maybe out of a 7 or
Yeah, that's true.
whatever. Deuce of clubs on the turn. It was a quick call, so maybe Dwayne picks up on it.
Yeah. Think a check is best here for sure.
He can bet here small and then check on the river, or
Okay.
take a free card. He's gonna bet it, and it's another small bet. I think it's 100k into 375.
but
1/4 size pot bet.
But does he ever does he get called by 7x here? So
Maybe, I mean,
It does have the advantage of kind of one of those advanced blocker bets where, Dragos very rarely bets river, so...
or Dwayne is going to go small, massive bet on the river. I mean, anything can happen. It's a jack of hearts on the river.
Yeah.
Quick check behind, but Dwayne, Drago's going to show the king, queen. That's a winner. Dwayne dropping to 1.8 million. Dragos up to 1.6 million now.
Bart's going to be sweating this hand, I think.
Yeah, it's the last hand, right? After that, he's basically forced all in from the big blind, so...
Yeah. Big blind ante is such a good, new phenomenon, I suppose. Back in the day, the small ante is just so much time, but it does create this weird dynamic where you're so incentivized to shove short because you're essentially losing one of your big blinds next hand, right?
Yeah, the question is, do we, we collect the ante first, right? So that just goes to the middle, so he doesn't even have enough left to pay the big blind, I feel.
I think it's big blind.
Big blind first?
Yeah, I think you can...
I don't know. We'll see.
We'll see.
Let's see what he has. I mean, this is the moment of truth. Oh, that's enough.
That's
Ace four, that's definitely the... I mean, the four kind of looks like an ace as well,
Yeah.
so...
You should just use that to trick yourself that you have aces.
Yeah, so we don't have that whole discussion about what's going in first, the big blind or the ante, because he's all in, and he's definitely going to get called here.
Well, there's how much does the big blind have? The big blind is 1.6. Yeah,
1.6 million, Jack 5. I feel it's an automatic call.
Yeah,
It's 3 big blinds extra.
it would be very bit different if Robert is like an overwhelming chip leader, though, right? If he has 4 million,
Yeah, you could keep
there's
him
this very
in.
dynamic of keeping him in. We saw that actually, I think a couple of years ago with Steve O'Dwyer on the Irish Open final table. He was by far the massive chip leader, and I think he passed a spot like this just to keep in like a 3 big blind stack.
Yeah.
So here we go. Good start for Bart.
Ace on the flop. That's a great flop for Bart. I mean, Robert doesn't have any clubs. He has, of course, the backdoor wheel draw, I guess.
That's
8
that one.
on the turn does it. Bart's gonna double up. He's hanging around, huh?
Yeah. Happy with that result.
You watch all the poker movies or the poker shows on TV these days?
I mean, some of the tournament streams, yeah. And it's hard to find the time, especially if you're trying to read books on it, etc. So, but yeah, some of the better streams.
I was watching some of the highlights from the 24-hour ACL stream last night. Some crazy hands, like hundreds of thousands of dollars going to the middle.
The WhatsApp group is going a bit bananas already for that, but I prefer...
People misreading their hands in $500,000 pots. It's crazy.
Oh, I prefer watching tournaments, to be honest. I think
Yeah?
yeah, there's just a bit more dynamic to them, you know.
And like a game show, like the Game of Gold, or mini tournaments like the Poker After Dark, regular stuff.
We actually have a sweepstake in my Discord, yeah. So I'm rooting for Josh Arya, I think. So I haven't watched the last two episodes, so no spoilers.
Me
Dwayne,
neither.
pocket fours. You like a fold here? I know we're not supposed to. Well, I think we're not interior. We're not supposed to open some of the lower pairs because we essentially have low equity realization. But
I mean, Edward has been so tight. Basically, Dragos is, I mean, he's folding ace-8 here, so I guess you can get open fours if people are folding those kind of hands. And obviously, it's the big blind of your countryman, who's.
And Bart is the super short stack as well. So
I mean, I don't mind the open here.
Bart would love to see Dwayne's hand here.
Bart has 7 big blinds, right?
Yeah. I mean, do you ever just call and go with anything, or these are tricky spots? I think. You're getting. Oh, he's min plus raised as well, so he's getting slightly. Yeah, he's slightly more spot on. Oh, he goes for call. Okay.
Yeah, that's no accident that he opened to 125.
Yeah, because he's putting the pressure on to not let him peel the old stop and go effort. And see, here's the problem: we flop a 7, we have the best hand, but we're never.
He's gonna bet it.
Yeah. 50k. He
Yeah.
calls after.
Bart playing some post-flop poker here.
Yeah. I mean, he's ahead of some of the suited.
Dá com uma dubleza.
King X.
Olhou lá, pô. Olhou lá, pô.
Yeah, he's calling.
Bart's got-
Interesting.
Yeah. Bart's got-
Half-size pot bet behind. Another ace. Actually, it's a good card for Bart. Dwayne less likely to have an ace now that there are two of them on the board.
Yeah, but I mean, Bart never has an ace in general, right? Because he rips pre. So Dwayne either has a queen or air. Checks behind.
10 on the river.
Yeah,
That's another hard, but is this gonna just go check check? What
It's
comes?
hard for Dwayne to check back with fours. I don't think he's ever good.
No, I think Dwayne can just give up after that
Yeah.
flop call, right? Oh, he's gonna
I'd
bet
love-
it.
I'd
Bart's
love-
gonna bet it.
I'd love bet 50 here. I mean, Bart's coming up with some moves, sub 6 big blinds.
And you know, Bart, as I understand it, is a solid player, so he knows what he's doing. So there must be at least reason to the way he plays that gives me confidence. He's shoving. He's shoving for 240. I mean, Dwayne can't call, obviously, but
You think this is maybe as a bluff to get like a? Well, here the thing is, I don't think
What?
you're ever getting a better call.
he has a blocker for eights, and that's just about
Yeah.
the only thing he might fold. So
Yeah, he's not.
oh, he showed.
That's a good result for Bart.
It was a value bet, so yeah, it's a really good result for a bar.
I don't know.
I mean,
But
if you didn't know that they were just old guys, you might expect
I just
some chip dumping here that he's
I suppose if you say it's a value bet though, if he's never getting called,
Yeah,
and he's
no.
never getting worse to fold, then maybe
yeah. What is it? That's the
maybe
question.
just check call and look like the genius.
Yeah, I mean,
Ace queen 4, 7, 8 off.
I don't know. I don't understand it, but it's working.
Yeah,
Bluff it, right?
poker's hard, Frank.
Yeah, it's too hard.
I like it.
It's very friendly that they're not removing the chairs.
I was thinking,
I mean, usually they do, and
They
I mean
would.
they removed the first one, but ever since I guess someone, was off for the afternoon. The guy or girl responsible for removing the chairs.
that dealer's getting a bad deal. Those player chairs look pretty comfortable.
Yeah, Bart does have that same chair though.
Oh, does he?
Ik jam een 2,5 big blind.
I'd be all over C2 and 3.
Ja, hij voelt slechter. Maar, ja, ik bluff dat, dus ja.
Dwayne now under the gun. Bart keeps hanging in there. Every time, he's dropping down to a couple big blinds, and then he gets into a post-flop spot, actually, and then manages to win some chips. Robert on the button, King 10, offsuit. This warrants a raise, right? 1.4 million.
Yeah, I think we're raising even more.
Bart
Let's see.
still
just-
checking. Jack 9, insta-fold.
Yeah.
Right. Ooh, Aline has a real hand, the better king. Do you fancy a 3-bet or a call here?
The problem is, I think if we 3-bet, we hate getting 4-bet. So
Yeah.
I think call, keep him dominating the king X like we
Yeah.
see.
500.
I'd rather like 3-bet king 6 off.
6.
Yeah.
Tough to do. Easier to say you do it with the king 6 off, but I think it's I think call is nice. We see Ireland play quite well post flop as well, navigate quite well.
I can have flush.
Both flop a king. This could spell trouble for Robert, though. He's not been showing that he wants to splash around, but both flopping a king. Robert must feel that he's good here, but he's way behind. Ellen with the better king.
Yeah.
He's kind of continuation bet, I imagine. Aline could, I mean, he could even raise if he wanted to. I don't think he will. It's 115,000 continuation bet. Aline with the option. Folding is not really one of them. Calling is likely, or the check raise.
Check raise is interesting. Hard to find some of the bluffs, but I think call. It is interesting what Robert's going to do on a brick turn, just with Bart being so short. You like to check raise or you flat?
I would probably flat, but I don't know. That's, I think that's check raising chips, no? Yeah. There was a green 100k chip there. It's 235. It's small. It's really small. Actually, it's almost a min raise. Oh no, sorry, it's 350.
Yeah.
It's 235 to call. It's not definitely not a min raise. No, it's a do or die moment now for Robert. Really, I mean,
Yeah, I mean
he
this
can
is-
call, but
It's tough. I mean, he has the backdoor Broadway draw. 10 is probably always good.
problem is if you hit one of those cards that gives you Broadway draw on the turn, then that could also hit Aline. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, and this is. I wonder if Robert is ever supposed to check this back. Just to avoid the situation of getting check raised.
But you want to get value from an 8, from a jack, from a
But
queen 9, from a jack
yeah.
10. No.
Yeah, the only problem is though, for example, it's quite hard for an 8 to call. I mean, the only problem is Robert is obviously covered, but you can get value from those hands.
Well, not three streets.
Yeah, so you're never
true.
getting 3 streets.
That is
so
true. But jacks,
Jack's called, yeah, for sure.
even worse kings, obviously.
Yeah, this is a tough spot for Robert.
It feels so weak if you're folding top pair now, but he's not going to be happy now.
Yeah.
He's been kind of tight, so I don't know. If you're folding top pair in a button versus big blind to a check raise, it's
It finds the fold. It's
yeah.
big.
I mean, it's a good fold we can see, but is it still? I don't know.
Maybe just
Yeah, I mean,
he'll be glad to realize that he found that fold there. But yeah, I mean, in theory, I think maybe we have to call it the back doors. But that's why I think potentially when we recover some light, we might have to check back certain hands and.
or bet a lot smaller than 115,000. I mean,
That's true too.
yeah. I mean,
How much was the pot when he bet 115, roughly?
well, he opened to 100, right? So
Yeah.
200, 300, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a big bet. Maybe we can just min. I think it's very different as well if there's a flush draw or if it's like 9 king jack.
Fold from Edward, 5-4 suited, 7-5 suited, all these small suited cards into the mark.
Edward's kind of, been kind of unfortunately dealt out a small bit, We saw him kind of made a bit of a tight fold earlier, but sometimes in these spots you really just get dealt out and it's quite hard and you have to be really resilient to just wait and find your spots. Try not push the action.
Yeah, I mean, it's all Aline's game today so far. And Edward really started strong, winning a massive pot, but hasn't been involved ever since, really. Aline with the 6-5.
Right.
We've seen it times again.
Yeah.
It's often folded when these two guys are in the blinds and then they play a blind battle.
It's interesting as well because of the way the table is shaped, that they play blind versus blind, but they're so far away.
Yeah, yeah.
So, and they've played quite a lot of blind versus blind spots. 9 deuce here, so this is one of those ones where I find it's quite hard, but do some of these ones like a good raise, you get a lot of better hands to fold, our hand plays terrible post flop.
And it's easy to fold if he limp raises.
Maybe you want to have I don't know, maybe you want to have like a better high card than a 9, but Yeah, so I think this is a stab then from Alan. Oh no, okay, maybe not. We have more ace-x, right, in Ireland brain.
You also have more king X. King X.
True.
Oh,
Oh,
but
and
it goes the
Dwayne's-
other way around. Aline check folds to the 50k bet by Dwayne.
Yeah. I think Dwayne has a very good idea of where he is in certain hands. That's a trait that's really good to have, and you can see it in players with a lot of experience. They just seem to know where they are, get max value when others wouldn't.
Yeah, Dwayne Slough's been around for a little bit, playing a lot. I think he's also online. Yeah, in 2016 I was there. Obviously, he was the last Dutchman standing in the 10K WSP main event. So
I knew I recognized him. He came 21st in the Irish Open last year, right? He must have been on one of the streams.
yeah, and he already played the WPT Dublin in 2012 actually. Yeah, he's been around for a little bit. There's 290k in tournament cashes, live tournament cashes.
King Jack from Roberts.
Edward actually is 21st on the Romanian all-time money list, so he's by no means a newbie.
So we have an interesting spot here because Bart is so short. You like the 3-bet here with the 9s? Or...
I mean, Robert has been shown to be not too hard to get to fold, right?
Yeah.
I mean, but on the other end, if you get it in, you're never happy if you're Aline. Yeah,
But if
you're
you-
in position. I'd like to 3-bet here too.
Yeah, it's one of those ones where it's kind of borderline, right? Chip EV, I think these things kind of mix. Some people don't 3-bet them that often. But I think Alan is okay to know that he can, especially if Robert's been known to open and fold. Or sorry, to fold a bit more, like in that King 10 hand.
And I think Aline, I mean, obviously he doesn't want to give away chips to anyone, but I mean, like we said earlier, he'd hate for Dwayne to have those chips. But
Yeah.
Robert, I feel that Aline feels that he has an edge over Robert. Aline 3-bets to 280.
I like this. This is a good size, right? Because the 4-bet rip doesn't give you as good pot odds, and it looks super strong.
Insta fold for
Yeah.
Robert. And that's the way the cookie crumbles.
Those 3-bet sizes are so interesting to get right. Just the right amount, I think, right?
Yeah, they're all taking their time and, thinking about their sizing as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's the wrong time to be making a mistake, right? Because
Yeah.
because of ICM, all of these chips are worth so much with 65 up top, and I think 15
We
for the
could see
current payout.
we could see a whole different game if either Bart busts or doubles twice. Then it would be a different game. Now, even though he's folding and small stack, he's still.
Bart's in no rush. He's got moves
Yeah.
with 6 big blinds. He's here for the long haul.
Ali now with a real hand. This is the dream scenario, right? You're the chip leader. You've been messing around a little bit,
Yeah.
3-betting just a hand before. Now in the cutoff, ace king offsuit, 3.6 million stack. He's gonna open and he's gonna hope that Edward is finally
I'm sick of
done with it. Yeah.
Yeah, and I mean, this is where you benefit from the check raise, from the 3-bet. Even though he's had hands both those times, they're not going to get it.
Oh no, this is gonna spell trouble because it's not Edward who finds somewhat of a hand. It's Dwayne now here with ace queen and a 1.7 million stack. It's the button. That's a call. That's a
Yeah.
call. That's
like it's easy to say when you see the cards, but like if you 3-betting at 4-bet, it's it's disgusting.
I think it's the last hand before the end of the level. So after this hand, we are going actually on a 20-minute break. The players and us as well. Dwayne here flopping a queen. He's flopping the best hand. Aline obviously with the 10 to the Broadway gut shot, and the king's still good. But Dwayne outflops his opponent. Aline with the initiative, but the worst hand right now.
Yeah.
You see Bart is hanging around. Interested in seeing what these two bigger stacks are going to do. 345,000 in the middle. Dwayne 1.5 million behind.
This is cutoff versus button, right? So
Yeah.
we check a lot here in JPV, to my knowledge. So yeah,
He's going to check, and I'm sure if the bet's not too big, he's going to at least call. Well, usually, I don't know. One street, I don't know.
yeah, this is tough.
This is a 125 bet. Aline might peel and
You have to call.
see a turn. You have 4 outs to the nuts.
Yeah, your
Probably
ace
some other cards are good as well still.
Your ace is usually good.
Not in this case, but
Yeah, of course.
usually. It's the last hand before the end of the level. Blinds going up to 30k, 60k after this.
I'm not taking his time. The problem is like Dwayne probably also flats like 8s and 9s, right? So like you know you have so much equity against the range, not just obviously very low.
Whoa. Look at that. That's not a call. I think there's a couple gray chips underneath there.
450,
That is a
400.
sizable check raise there. He checked it to Dwayne. Dwayne bet 125. Aline now check raising to 375. It's a 3x, 250 to call for Dwayne. What do you imagine him doing here?
I think we just
Calling
call.
in position?
I think we just call. I mean, you can't be afraid of monsters under the bed, right? But obviously, Alan has the aces and kings advantage, but we have one of the best hands we ever have here, so just call. Position is great, and then that's the worst card in the deck.
Oh, that is unlucky here for Dwayne. I mean, he got lucky on the flop, but he got unlucky on the turn. Aline now 90% favored. It's a horrible card for Dwayne, really.
Yeah, I mean this is an interesting spot, right? The check raise on the flop, and now we have essentially Dwayne has 1.2 behind, pot is 1.1. Oh, this is.
Oh, he checks. He's thinking like, what is he thinking? Obviously, he's losing to King Queen, King Jack, Jack
Yeah.
Queen still, Ace 10,
Ace-
obviously.
Ace 10, which you know might bet as well.
Can Dwayne shove as a bluff here?
It would be.
I mean, it will work maybe. No, he's checking behind. He's hoping for another queen or maybe a 10. It's a 9 actually, and that gives the check mark to Aline.
Now the question is, I think the 9. I don't. Can we go for value? I don't think so.
I mean, any 10 is beating you. And he basically, he's only winning from Ace Queen and Ace Jack, I guess.
Yeah.
That's about it. So he isn't all that comfortable, but I'm afraid it's just gonna, go a quick check here. There's the first check. Dwayne thinking about it. Should he start bluffing? I don't think so. But I mean, it would probably work.
yeah, I mean, I don't think we can ever call an all-in shove, but it's.
But even like a bet, I mean, if it's not too small a bet, it would work. But Dwayne.
But like if you're trying to target something to fold, right? What are you getting? Are you specifically targeting Ace Jack to fold, or sorry, Ace King to fold? That's a pretty narrow target.
Yeah. Well, maybe,
Well, here we go.
maybe King Jack, King Queen, even,
Yeah, that's
something like that. He's gonna give it a try. Dwayne is betting 350,000. It's not a lot. It's not as small as he could have gone. Aline, 350 to win 1.7, I guess, 1.8. Oi. I think he's gonna call, to be honest. I don't think he can find a fold, but any 10 beats him. There's a lot of
Two
pair
pairs, yeah.
hands. But would those two pair hands go for value here on this river? It's debatable. Oy, oy, oy. I mean, Jack 9-10 was already there on the turn, obviously. Yeah, ooh. This is a very tricky and complicated hand. This is one that, you know, people could analyze afterwards.
If I was Alan, I'd be taking a 20-minute break to decide, to be honest.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's really tough. If Dwayne is specifically targeting, I missed those. I mean, yeah, we could get...
Bart is back at the table.
Yeah.
Gonna raise.
Aline is talking. We can't hear what he's saying. I think
he
they're
doesn't.
using up most of their break by now.
He doesn't like it. So if we try and replay the hand, what kind of two pairs do we give Alan here? Where he check raised, flop, and checked turn. Queen Jack for pot control. Queen 9, potentially.
Queen Jack could be, yeah. I mean,
Those are the two pair hands that Dwayne could be targeting. But it is hard to put a hand. I mean, can we find hands that Dwayne has that Alan beats besides Ace Queen?
sure. Aline is thinking about it. He's talking to himself. I'm not sure if it's in English or in Romanian. But Dwayne is not giving anything away. He's not reacting. I mean, we know he has a poker face.
And Dwayne knows he's never good here.
Of course, yeah. It's not like he's trying to get value from
No,
the
it's
pair
just-
of queens. That would be very optimistic, I feel. He's folding. Wow, this is an interesting hand. I'm definitely, whatever happens in the remainder of the tournament, I'm gonna ask Dwayne about this one.
Yeah.
This is an interesting hand, and I'm sure both Dwayne and Aline will think about this one for a little while.
For sure. He's definitely had the moves for the last hour and a half or so.
I think that means a break for us as well. 20-minute break. We'll be back with the remainder of the tournament when we play down to a winner here in Bucharest.
Alexander. Alexandra Peda. She's from Romania. She's a Twitch streamer. Mainly plays CSGO. Then we've got Diva Baduskata from Lithuania. She's a professional poker player and blogger. She lives in London. On your screen there, we've got Delia.
Delia de Jong from the
serious?
Netherlands.
Firsthand?
She works in TV
is
as
a
a
mockery
junior
of
director for Endemol, but started playing more and more poker.
We were getting on
and
so
she's
well, and now we're gonna fall
hopefully
out.
going
I
to
can
stream
feel
some
it coming.
online poker for Unibet in 2017.
And then we saw Kat Hunsbury also from the UK. She's a blogger and a low-stakes player. She's a ferocious blogger. She has a lot to say. She's a very fun character. I'm really looking forward to seeing her play today.
And Linnea Marie, aka Linnea Fly from Norway. She's a Twitch streamer. I think she's probably like one of the favorites when it comes to the crowd. She's a crowd favorite. New to poker, however. We gave her some lessons earlier. Hopefully, she's going to put everything in practice and crush this field.
Fingers crossed. Yeah, before that you saw Christy Kers. She's from Estonia. She's a Unibet ambassador in Estonia.
And Gael Garcia Diaz from Belgium, TV presenter, model. She plays a lot of poker. She's very famous for one of the biggest bluffs in the shark cage, I think. So,
Good luck,
there you go.
everyone.
There you go. Looking forward to it.
I don't
This
really
is
mean that,
a
obviously. It's
6K,
entirely disingenuous.
€6,000
But
prize
good luck,
pool.
everyone.
So, as usual for these Battle Royale Sudokus, as we play the top 3 places. So, if you finish in 3rd place, you get €1,000. You come runner-up, you get 2,000, and the winner
Yeah, we
will
know.
take
You've
home
got the button. Leave
3,000.
it alone, all right? Just leave it be, woman. So evil.
I've not done anything yet.
I know. I'm anticipating the evil, to be honest. I can feel it coming.
I've not even looked at my hand yet.
That's when you're most dangerous.
the ladies are mic'd up, so we will try to keep art talk to a minimum and allow a lot of table talk. So if you guys have questions, don't hesitate, by the way. Let's go.
Race. 400 minimum race. Pass. Keep the cast like that. Pass. 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 Pass.
All right, this play starts with Diva and pocket nines on the button. Oh, Linnea actually raised before. Well, we can't really see what Linnea has, but the cards, they have an RFID chip in them. So if they place them correctly on the table, it allows the reader to pick up on what the cards are. But apparently something went wrong with Linnea's cards, so we don't really know what they have yet. But that will get fixed as we move along.
Yeah, we do know what Diva has. She's slow playing the 9. She just flats on the button.
Can I race?
Comes down to Jack High. Rainbow. Kat's also along for the ride as well. She's in the big blind, and she check folds. Linnea has continued for a relatively small, just a 200 bet. It's enough for Diva to see another card. She calls, and it's a 4 clubs.
I call. Check. Check. I mean, yeah, so it gets a little bit better.
Right, Diva with her pocket nines, still thinking she's best, plays out a 500 bet. The green chips are worth 25, the black ones are worth 100, the pink ones 500, and the yellow ones 1,000. I can only assume the white ones are worth 5K.
How many chips do they start with, David?
They start with 20,000 chips.
So 100 big blinds.
100 big blinds.
Yeah.
And Linnea did call the bet from Diva, and it's gone check on the river. And what we see, ace 6. So ace high no good. But Linnea and Diva takes down. A healthy pot to start things off. Pocket 9, good. Anyway, it's time to say hello to you guys at home. Welcome to everybody on Twitch and on YouTube. If you want to interact with us, then do come over to Twitch. There's a chat box on the right-hand side. We'll try and get through as many messages and questions as we can. But yeah, it's good to be back. It's good to have you guys back. And yes, please keep the English only in chat, please, guys.
I'd rather be a party pooper than actually poop myself on the live stream for being drunk.
What's up, Mo? Good to have you back. Thank you very much. And yes, we will have some free rolls.
I can't remember.
Is that what we're doing? Right. We've never seen ourselves drunk, so we're going to get sloshed on the stream. Love it. I wonder if Unibet will pay the tab for that. No way.
Well, you're having wine, right? Am I the only one? That's not fair.
Yeah, I had wine.
Is anyone
If
else
I'm
drinking?
drinking like 2 glasses, I'm drunk, so.
No,
You're not a drunk, but over here.
I have water right now, but I can.
You can upgrade.
If I'm the only one, I'm not drinking. No, but I am drinking.
No, I'm drinking a coffee.
No, but wine.
Because I can't handle my alcohol. I'm a lightweight.
But then it's more fun.
And it looks like we're out of a job, Mark, because the table talk is picking up, and they.
Let's just keep feeding them white wine, and then we'll be good for today.
Pass.
Alexander with 8-7 suited. She decided to fold. This is the first time she's playing poker. She started playing poker a week ago. She is a good Counter-Strike player, and she wanted to test whether she can put that skill into work in poker, but it's two different kind of games. But we talked to her earlier, and she said, like, I get it. I get the game. I know,
That's good.
I know how I have to do it.
One of the biggest things I took away from our previous battle Royale Circus was the fact that some of our less experienced players, even though they were hadn't played that much, the way that they were able to use their strategic mind to adjust and to adapt to the situation in front of them.
Exactly.
Because it's a very similar mindset, kind of logic thinking, planning ahead.
Pass.
I can should have checked that. Never give her the cut.
That's what I would do wrong all the time.
No, that's cool. It's cool. If you think though, like it just when you don't fold, then we're all going to think you've got a massive
Small
hand.
blind, big
See what I mean?
Yeah. Because when I played online, I think better if maybe you don't have. Are you sure you don't want to check?
You
can check for
free.
Yeah.
If I'm checking.
But I'm stressed, so I don't notice if no one has.
That's
Like, oh,
cool. She was going to bet it anyway, and then you fold.
Yeah.
So you know.
Yeah. That's true.
Changed nothing. It's weird. I don't normally keep my cards like this.
Pass. Pass.
Obviously, in the beginning, it will be a lot of talk and a lot of fun, but as the money gets closer, you will see the game intensify. That is how things work.
It's going to get serious later on.
Exactly. Diva with ace-9 offsuit.
Oh, come on, you two. You put your hair curlers to good use. Doesn't mean you can just abuse the rest of us at this table, you know.
Oh, I love her.
She's brilliant already.
Yeah, she was at the table while we were having lunch.
Yeah.
Really?
Look at that. She gives the speech play and then she comes in with a 3-bet.
I love her. She's really, she seems like a lot of fun.
Yeah.
Pass.
She's very misinformed though. She said that people told her that I was a nice guy. I don't know where she got
Yeah, I
that from.
can re-raise or I can fold.
You definitely want to fold.
Still thinking about it.
She is out of position. It's not a nice hand to play out of position to a 3-bet.
Ace-9 offsuit. It's a good hand to open in late position, but once you get
fold the flop, that's fine.
someone
You don't
playing
need to
back.
check. You can just fold that.
Oh, did Linear call behind?
Good
Oh, she
play.
did.
called, yeah.
Wow. Oh, what's Diver thinking now?
Good idea, to be honest. Even if I'm giving genuine advice, that's a good idea, I promise.
Bet 500.
Oi, oi. Is this whole thing a blag? It is, isn't it? I've only played last week. She's like an international champion. Okay, I'm out, like a wimp.
Pass.
Too bad we can't see the cards. But yeah, Linnea, she led out on the flop and took it down.
I don't believe her anymore. I thought I genuinely like bought into that I've never played before act. Now, no, it's definite nonsense.
It's obvious as a experienced player, it's not always simple to play someone who's inexperienced, because
I think your mom is like a proper poker shop, and she's like sending you vibes.
Mentally?
Yeah. I think I call shenanigans on this. Yeah.
No, because they're so unpredictable, and from an experienced player, you kind of know what they're trying to do or what they're trying to tell you.
Yeah.
But someone inexperienced, you're just a bit like,
What do they mean?
What does this do? Why? What's
Yeah.
happening? Marit from Estonia this time with pocket nines. She was the winner of the ladies event they had in Estonia a few weeks ago. She actually, Christy, the Unibet ambassador from Estonia,
Yeah.
advised her that they were having a qualifier in a club with ladies only, and she was like, hey, come and play. She won that qualifier, she won the seat to the ladies event, and ended up winning the ladies event, and therefore
Is that
guaranteeing a
right?
seat here as well. So
Wow.
she's on a nice run, and she's really having a lot of fun. She joined us on a trip to Dracula's Castle as well 2 days ago. So
That was a waste of money.
hey, it's iconic. You have to.
You gotta do it.
When you're in Romania, you kind of have to do it. Christy called from the small blind, and Miguel Garcia Diaz from the big blind decides to play as well.
Pocket nines again.
Oh dear.
Yeah, this can be scary.
This is going wrong. I can already predict the outcome of this. Who wants to wear a cappuccino? It's quite in the colours of the season.
Check to Marit.
I can't drink wine. I'm a shit enough poker player when I'm sober.
Get that lady some wine.
Can't wait to find out what you feel already. This stage of the game.
King Jack of Hearts. There you go. I'll
Oh,
tell
yeah?
you. Yeah, I'm just putting my foot down. I'm not taking any shit from you, lady. I can feel it. Oh, right. Like a table.
A small continuation bet from Marit, but she gets a call from Miguel and Christy. So still 3 players to the turn.
That's why I heal, so I was like, oh, let's be careful.
An ages
I know we
since
say
I wore
about
high heels. I play online, so I'm normally in my slippers and crusty
So nice,
pajamas.
like pajamas, just sitting there. Yeah.
Fluffy slippers.
Checked around, 7 on the river. Action to Christy.
What you gonna do, gal?
And
Pocket
showdown.
nines. Surely pocket nines are the nuts here.
Ace 5. Pair of 7s for Miguel. Not enough. 9's taken down.
Nines take it down.
Mine's winning hand.
People's,
Miguel Garcia Diaz got really lucky that the 3rd spade didn't roll off.
Well, so far it's
But Christy and Miguel hit the flush draw.
Wow, that could have been
That would have been a
GG for Gale.
disaster, yeah.
That could have got a lot
I
worse.
understand why every poker player does this. It's quite relaxing.
It is, yeah, very therapeutic. I like to do the chip.
Kate 88 saying good luck, Cat. The squirrel saying Luciana, easy the best.
Well, I used to be a creepy ass.
I think she has got the most impressive poker resume for sure out of the players.
About with chips.
Won over 3.5 million online.
Yeah. Yeah, I hope you're gonna hit you with 800.
The dealer's broken down. We need a new dealer. We need
Really
some
big.
oil.
Money can hold.
Oh yeah, we should do that. We should do the mannequin challenge. Yeah, we definitely should.
I thought you were gonna do it before we started. Maybe in a break.
There is
She
the
is-
Romanian star.
Yeah, she's a clear-cut favorite in the field. Luciana Manolia. She's a beast online. Has some live results as well. Probably the most experienced player at the table.
Yeah, the second most experienced player, I reckon, is probably the lady sat to her left, Diva, who's actually a study partner of Dara Kinney. Now, Dara Kinney's coming to play the Unibet Open this week, and because someone's slacking off and actually playing the Unibet Open themselves, he's going to do some guest time in the commentary booth tomorrow.
I might need to put this down to be good.
Because you're playing tomorrow, aren't you, David?
I am indeed.
I cannot wait to commentate with you tomorrow. It's going to be so. I'm going to give you so much crap. Like me and our Twitch people, we're gonna lay into you, man. It's going to be fun. Yeah, thank you for that link, NMP fan.
If you guys have questions, don't hesitate. Just head over to Twitch chat and just ask away. If we don't know the answer, I'm pretty sure someone out there does.
Exactly. We've got some knowledgeable streamers, knowledgeable people on our stream. We're lucky to have them. They do most of the work for us. Someone asks a question, someone sends a link. It's lovely. Luciana, shark at the table, raise it up, pocket sevens, which makes it 500 to go.
I'm taking too seriously.
We need to stop her thinking.
Xiao 1, 2, 3, 3, 4, 5 with a question that will come up now and then. What is the free roll password?
But you're getting involved, that's why.
There is a free roll in 45 minutes.
45 minutes.
We'll talk about that after this hand. Because Alexandra will come with kings. But as she's the least experienced player at the table, the question is, will she get enough money in the middle?
That stalker photographer's back again. Every event he just pops up in the background. She bets. It's going to be interesting, as you said, to see how some of the very experienced players play the amateurs at this table. Wow. She bet 2,000. It's a huge flop bet.
She's lovely.
She's got a call.
My mom is like my best friend. I can feel it.
She bet 2,000 to 1,100.
People that are like-minded.
But when playing someone of which you know is a new player, it's really tough to figure out what you should do with a pair.
If I think you're so good, you'll do it without me.
You just fitness. Yeah, I mean, just play your game. It's out a lot. Just play the card. Proud of my mom.
But the turn, she lets it go. She believes her, and she's right to do so.
Good fold.
Alexandra picks up the ball.
This is this one.
Flop zone saying Luciana, I think she's bluffing. I think she may have thought that on the flop for sure, but when she let it get on the turn, I think she reassessed and realised that, she was probably
We don't hear this one. This one.
It's not the kind of that she wants to get into this early on. She really wants to keep her chins.
As mentioned before that hand,
It's so hard to get a word in it.
it's tough to get a word in. That's okay.
It's like they're having 3 conversations each at a time.
So there is
We're simple folk.
When we don't hear the people talking at the
There's
table.
a free roll at 5 p.m. Central European Time, a 500 euro free roll, and you need a password to get in. Release that password later on the stream, not yet. Say, give it like 15 to 20 minutes.
Oh, okay, that's not later on. That's shortly. Later on, it's like we'll give it to you at like 7 p.m.
Yeah, okay, but that would be too late for a 5 p.m.
Someone might have just popped out to the shops now because you said later on, and then they come back and he said, "You said later on. You didn't say 15 to 20 minutes."
There is another free roll at 7 p.m. as well. So
There's not.
There is not.
Now you're going to tell me there's a third one as well.
there is a third
Get
one.
out of here.
9 p.m. Central European Time, 2 500 ones, and the last one of the day is a 1,000 euro free roll.
What?
All the free rolls have a 2-cent bounty per player. So if you eliminate a player, you win an additional 2 cents. No questions asked.
Nice. Ace 9. Diver, she had this before. She's raised it up. 2-400. Called by Linear. Gale's calling on the button. Last time she raised with Ace 9, she did get 3-bet. Let's see if she can get this one through. Five-way action it looks like it's going to be. Alexandra, she's got King, Queen, Spades in the big blind. Marit's coming with 10-3. Got a good price. Flop comes Queen High, 2 hearts. Very interesting. So we can see that Alexandra, from the cards that we can see, has flop top pair. But Diver's got the nut flush draw and it's going to keep her interesting. Now, the last time we saw Alexandra bet out of flop, we saw her over bet. She bet twice the pot. yet again, she's come in with a big bet. She led for 4,000 into 2,000. So second time now, she's twice bet the pot. Diver's calling with a nut flush draw. Linea's calling as well. I'll be very interested to see what she's got. But this Alexandra, she's come out being crazy aggressive. I wonder who gave her some coaching at lunchtime today. Wasn't you and maybe Robin for the poker team, was it, David? Did you just say bet twice the pot? Bet twice the pot. They're girls, you'll get them to fold. I bet that's the way you did it. You know what? It's working for her so far. She's not losing.
Diva with the nut flush draw. She's not going to give up. She's getting a good price. She has around 20% chance that that flush draw will hit on the river. And as you saw, there it is. As you saw, she only had to pay 2,000 or 3,000 to get in a pot worth 17,000 or something. So the call is normal.
She bet 4,000 on the flop.
It was a 2,000 call for a 16,000 pot.
No. She led for 4,000 on the flop, and then she led for 2,000 on the turn. So, yeah, Diva getting a great call there on the turn, and she's firing again on the river. Is that 5K?
5K. The question is, will Alexandra realize that she is beat?
Oh my word!
Wow, cool. We got a full house here for Linnea. Doesn't look like it.
Flush over flush. Oh my.
Wow.
Finally flush. This is just like...
Huge pot for Diva. Look at that, 23,600 she's up. It's more than a starting stack. She's become the new favourite.
Okay, which wine did you got? Lucky wine. Nice hand. Yeah, it's what we should always say. Lucky wine. Nice hand. Yeah, nice hand.
That pot escalated quickly. Exactly, flat zone. All right, so the password for the free roll at 5 p.m. Central European Time will be given out 15 minutes before the start of the free roll itself.
Okay.
So in 25 minutes.
That's fair enough.
Yeah.
That's specifics. I like that. You see, that's
but
good. Everyone knows where they stand.
I couldn't give it out yet because I didn't know what the cap was. Now I know that the cap of the free rolls is set at 1,500 players. Therefore, 15 minutes should be enough for everyone to get it.
Yeah. Okay, that's fair enough. And I think someone was asking you before in the stream, what time's the last free roll we're having tonight, David?
So the 3 free rolls are at 5 p.m., 7 p.m., and 9 p.m. So every 2 hours, and they actually replace the normal free rolls that we have at those hours. But I think that's okay given the increased prize pools.
Yeah, I agree.
Welcome back. We are still here in Bucharest.
Da.
3060 was about to look guys.
Thank you.
Ok, deci.
Bă, ia telefonul. Mă dă și de afară.
Da. Da.
Thank you.
Small blind.
30.
Ok, le vezi la... Cărțile. Pas. Pas. Boxa option. Da. Stop. Aha, ok. Da.
Don't
Raise.
proceed.
120K.
Played with Bart in one of the side events, and I was very impressed by his play overall. Very composed, very good technically.
Dwayne opening the action from the cutoff up to 2.2 million thanks to that big pot at the end of the last level. He's not finding any resistance. Ace 10 suited.
And the raise and tickets are huge at this stage. Just keeping it.
Bart down to 10 big blinds now. Aline, chip leader with 3 million.
Yeah, the top three are all pretty comfortable, and then the other guys are in that 10 to 25 zone.
Edouard started out as a chip lead, now in C2. He won a massive pot as well, but he laid low. He didn't get involved. He didn't bully, and he's losing a couple chips, I feel.
Yeah.
And he's losing the grip he had at one point.
Yeah, as it gets more and more short-handed, you obviously leak more chips because the blinds, and particularly with the big blind ante, you're losing 2.5 blinds every 6 hands you fold. So you do have to stay active.
Dwayne in the hijack, queen 10 off. You be opening here, Dara?
I think it really depends on the table. If the table is playing normally, this probably is too marginal to open. But if the table is not doing much 3-betting,
we don't have seen a whole lot of 3-bets.
Yeah, then
Edward did it once successfully with ace deuce suited, but other than that, we haven't seen a whole lot.
Yeah, then I would open for sure. The high cards just go up way in value here. A hand like queen 10 is actually a better open than something like 8-7 suited or even pocket 4s, pocket 5s. Just having those high cards.
Dragos, 1.4 million on the button, ace 9 off. Dara, tell me, what would be your plan?
This is a really tricky spot because, and again, it really depends on the opener. Now, we know Dwayne is opening stuff like queen 10 off. Perfectly has the right to do, but if somebody's opening that wide, then ace 9 is a lot bigger than normal. This is the kind of hand you could make a really small 3-bet with, and if you get shoved on fold, that's one plan.
We've seen him shove 21 big blinds over an open earlier.
Yeah, shoving shoving wouldn't be terrible either, given his stack, which is 20.
That's the 3-bet over there.
Yes, I like.
And that's a hefty 3-bet.
That is a hefty 3-bet. The problem with this 3-bet is it pretty much commits him.
Yeah.
He's putting in over a third of his
3-bet folding is
3-bet folding now.
Not a smart plan. It's Dwayne quick to fold though, so it works for Dragos, the guy with the coolest name at the final table.
It is a great name, yeah. I mean, Dwayne had probably the very worst hand he's opening, so if he would have folded to any 3-bet there.
Aline in the 6th seed has impressed me. Been very solid and used his position and his stack at one point to try and bully the other players a little bit. But he has the annoying position that Dwayne, one of the other very capable players, on his direct left. And
yeah, position can be very important on final tables. Often, you know, your position at the start can be reasonably good. You could have the chip leaders ahead of you, and you don't have. But then the chips will obviously move around. Different players will bust, and you can suddenly find your seat's not that good anymore.
Oh, look at that! Dragos wakes up with aces in the cutoff.
Yeah, this is, and having just 3-bet the previous hand, that's that's a great time to find aces. If the players, having just come back from a break, might think he's had his Red Bull at the break or something, and now he's going for it.
You're never limping in with the small blind down to 10 big blinds?
Not from the cutoff, no. If I was in the small blind.
He's not the cutoff, no. Yeah, sorry,
Yeah, I definitely limp if it was blind on blind, for sure. Just try and induce some action.
It folds around to Aline in the big blinds. Queen, no, that was...
Still waiting for
We're not entirely sure what Aline has. Oh, there it is, Queen 9. Queen 9 off, but...
that's a reasonable hand to defend, for sure.
I was gonna say, it's very likely for him to call and see a flop. He could get into a little trouble because draw aces.
Yeah, he doesn't want to hit a pair here. And he has hit a pair.
He's hit a pair.
This is going to cost him some more chips.
And some backdoors, you know, he can always improve on the turn, which could be prove costly.
Yeah, expect this to go bet check call, rather check bet call. Oh no, and Dragos has decided to check.
He's checking behind.
And he might.
Oh, well, that's the ace.
Now, but might not be able to get 2 streets anymore. Had he bet the flop, he was definitely getting called. Maybe he wasn't getting called on the turn.
Dragos checked behind on the flop.
Yeah, his hand is so good now. He can't really just check here. He has to try and get 2 streets somehow. The problem is his opponent has shown very little interest in the hand. But his sizing here could be interesting, actually.
No.
I'm interested to see what his sizing is. So the pot was 540, and he's gone for a small size. This makes sense. He's just trying to get called by any pair.
Is it gonna work though?
It's a gross spot because a lot of the check behinds on the flop won't be. Pocket aces won't necessarily be there, but it will be ace highs because 10-9-6 is not a great board for a hand like ace king, ace queen, and they might check behind. And then when the ace comes on the turn and he bets, now you have to kind of really good fold there. I think Dragos cost himself money by not betting the flop there.
Try to be sneaky there.
Yeah.
Lure his opponent in.
It's as strange as it sounds. The ace was a bad turn card for him because it was probably the only turn card that all-in was going to actually fold to a single bet.
6-handed at a final table. You have a pair. Usually it's going to cost you a little bit of chips, but Ali really, check, fold. Got away cheaply there.
Yeah, and that's a hidden part of luck as well. Like he is supposed to lose more chips there, and he didn't. So he got lucky with the turn card. But to be fair, he figured it out. I don't think he ever put his opponent on aces, but he probably put him on an ace.
Yeah.
So Dragos letting this one go with the queen-8 off. Probably a bit disappointed he didn't win more last hand. I think he'll be even more disappointed when he sees that he got no value for middle pair. Bart on the button. This is just a shove.
Ace-3 suited, down to, what is it, 8 big blinds?
Yeah, you got to go with this. Just hope nobody had, and probably getting called.
How much you say again?
King, queen.
Yeah, king, queen, you're going to be in good shape against almost all the hands. Even against ace-3 suited, it's almost a flip. And sometimes your opponent will show up with worse hands like king, jack, king 10, queen, jack.
He does have Dwayne to do.
Dwayne's a big blind, is he?
Dwayne to worry about at the big blind.
That's a far bigger concern for him than the buttons range for sure. If he had another short stack behind him, he would already be all in. But it's a tricky enough spot with the. I guess you just call and hope the big blind folds.
Yeah, or at least not a raise.
You definitely don't. Yeah, you don't want to just shove. I don't think it's just too risky.
All in?
I think he is announcing. Yeah, that is an all-in. Ooh, Dwayne actually has a hand with ace-jack. I don't think it's good enough, but I mean, I don't know. Maybe is he? No. He folds the ace-jack. That's bad news for Bart. He's losing an ace, but he's ahead right now.
Yeah, that's. It's obviously great for Bart that the better ace folded, and he's actually ahead. Yeah, the power of the shove there is you can get hands as strong as ace-jack to fold, hands you're in terrible shape against. So ace-3 suited is 60-40 here. We have seen an ace
It's
fold.
a jack 9-5.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a gut shot for Aline.
Gut shot now as well as the king and the queen, yeah. A lot to fade here.
I mean, Dwayne would have flopped top pair, top kicker.
Yeah. Yeah, it could have been an interesting hand if Aline had just called and then brought.
Oh, that's bad news for Bart over there. Queen on the turn.
Drawing really thin now. Drawing to one of the 2 remaining aces.
Yeah.
And he misses the river. Unlucky there. Played very well.
Bad news for Bart. He finishes 6th for 15,300 euro. 5 players remain, all guaranteed a little over 20,000 euros. Things getting serious now. Things heating up.
Getting more likely now we're going to have a local winner with four Romanians left, right?
4 Romanians and the lone Dutchman, Dwayne Sluis. in the 1 seed. All right, on to the next. Here we are, Robert now with the short stack 1.1 million.
Yeah, which is not super short. He still has almost 20 big blinds. But now that we're down to 5, again, they're going to be posting 2.5 big blinds every 5 hands. So basically half a big blind a hand. That's the cost of folding now.
It's the cost of not doing business.
Yeah, exactly. Alin now the chip leader. He's in a great spot.
Dwayne folded to him in the small blind, king 9 suited.
Yeah, he wants to see Edward stack. If Edward was short here, he would just shove, but Edward has more than 30 big blinds, so he wants to just limp, which is the standard play at this point. And Edward's hand might be strong enough to raise, but he might not want to play a big pot with the other short stack still in play, or 2 shorter stacks. But he's going for a raise, recognizing he's ahead of Dwayne's limping range. It's a big raise as well, more than 3 big blinds.
I don't see Dwayne folding king 9 though.
It's such a nice hand, yeah. If you're going to fold this hand, like you're going to be limping so many weaker hands. If you fold this hand, you're probably just folding too much of your range.
I mean,
but he's also in a spot where he doesn't really want a big confrontation either. Already this pot is probably bigger than he wants.
Wait a minute. That's not, that's check racing chips.
This is the
limp re-racing chips, I mean.
This is the other option. You can just use his king blocker. If he's picked up that Edward is maybe raising a little bit too much. The size as well might be a signal that Edward is rooting for a fold. Often when players want you to fold, they use a bigger size.
To be honest, though, Edward has not been showcasing that he, being too loose or raising too much at all. So
and now this is a tricky spot for Edward because he's going to be putting in over a quarter of his stack with king 10 without the betting lead if he calls here. I think all the options are on the table here. If he thinks Dwayne is light, he could just shove.
He's gonna call.
Calling, this is gross now because they're getting to the flop with a stack to pot ratio of not much more than 1.
1.2 million in the middle.
Yeah.
If a king shows up, there is the king. I mean, there's an ace as well.
The ace
but
might slow things. Yeah. We might see a tiny bet from Dwayne now.
Both 1.5 million behind. 1.2 million already in the middle. It's 2 spades as well.
Yeah, sometimes in these spots you see players going for like a 10% of pot bet just to clear out the hands that have missed completely. And then if you had the ace as well, it functions as a milking bet.
I think it's going to be a little bit more than that. I think that's like a little over 200, 225.
Yeah, it is still a small bet. It's only less than 20%. And Edward is in a horrible spot now because he's flopped second pair, but the pot's already bigger than he would like it to be.
We can see that he's 80% favored to win the hand, but he has no way of knowing that.
Yeah, and now Dwayne probably suspects he could well be up against an ace here. So I think Dwayne might shut down.
You know what I think?
You think he's going to go for it?
Yeah, I think he's going to go for it.
And just say my opponent hasn't shown enough strength here. If he thinks his opponent would raise an ace rather than call it, then he knows he's up against a king at best, and he can think about getting a king to fold. Jack 10 isn't really a concern, I don't think, for either player. Jack 10 doesn't play like this. It does look like he's looking down on his chips.
Yeah,
so.
I mean, I'm kind of rooting for Dwayne, but I see it. It's gonna be interesting. It might work, obviously, if he follows up with another bet. But Edward is.
Yeah, he has checked. I can't blame him at all because a lot of the time.
Oh, check.
Yeah, check is the logical outcome.
Oh, Oh, yo, yo, yo. Dwayne Rivers 2 pair. I mean, it's a third club as well.
I don't think he's going to get value here. I think Edouard was checking quickly on the turn, hoping the river went check as well. But now Dwayne has to bet now for sure, I think, because Edouard is always going to check behind.
Edouard has 1.3 million. Oh, yo, yo. This is kind of unlucky for Edouard.
This is very unlucky, yeah. I mean, he was 80-20, and he's effectively got 3 outed.
Well, Dwayne got 1 outed earlier today, so literally 1 card in the deck that could spoil his day.
I think
so
it's just hard
some luck.
It's just hard to get paid now, though, because if he does shove, I don't think Edouard will call off with King 10.
Edouard has really shown to be kind of tight today, so yeah, I have to agree with you. He shoves. Yeah, it's all in for Dwayne.
Yeah,
Edouard.
That was the only move he really had. He's hoping now that Edouard has an ace.
Yeah.
And can't fold it.
Like an ace 10.
Yeah, something.
Preferably without any clubs.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure otherwise Edouard would have already called. But he hasn't folded yet. He doesn't trust this whole pre-flop story of limp re-racing. He's been suspicious of it, and I guess kind of right.
Yeah.
But he's behind now. If he calls, he's either out or extremely short stack. We don't know exactly who has more.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a really gross spot for him now, because if he folds here, it means that if a brick came on the river and Dwayne shoved, then he was folding always. So he basically didn't have any rivers he could call on when he called the turn, or when he called the flop and the turn went check. On the other hand, his hand, it's not the worst bluff catcher in the world. He's obviously blocking Jack 10, which is not a huge factor, but he's blocking clubs as well. And it is possible that Dwayne has backdoored his way into clubs here. But he has the king of clubs at work,
Yeah,
so
that's
blocking that.
So it could have only been an ace something of clubs. Yeah. Edouard, I mean, he doesn't trust it. He doesn't.
No, it
feels there's something off, but
it definitely feels fishy.
I think he's gonna call. Actually, I mean,
it's a huge spot for him now, because if he folds, he's basically down with the other short stacks as well. But if he calls and he's wrong, he's out. And if he calls and he's right,
I think he's had enough of this. I mean,
yeah, he's going to be chip leader, so it's a huge spot for him.
I think he's calling just because he doesn't trust this Dwayne dude on his right.
Yeah.
Let's see.
It is a suspicious line, and that's why we haven't seen the fold yet. I think, yeah, my gut says he's going to fold, but I'm not. It's no more than 60% in my mind. It's a very strong possibility he's calling here. Horrible spot for him now. He's literally sitting there with a pure bluff catcher, and knowing that he can fold and still be competitive with the other 2 short stacks.
Can you imagine what would have happened if he hadn't raised before the flop? You know, it's a whole different story.
It's a whole different story, yeah. Yeah, the hand plays so differently if that happens. The flop might even go check. And this pot, they get to the river with a much smaller pot.
Yeah, they would not be all in at this point.
Yeah.
And that's the interesting thing about No Limit Hold'em.
Yeah, he could definitely go either way here. He's looking at his opponent, trying to decide.
The longer he thinks about it, I think he's going to end up calling, just because it doesn't make sense to him and he doesn't trust Dwayne. But I don't know.
Dwayne does look very composed, though.
That's his usual poker face, to be honest. I don't think you can get any reads on Dwayne.
Yeah. Yeah, if I'm Dwayne, I think I'm starting to do a few gulps now or something, anything to just look like you might be a little bit nervous. But he's sitting there like a statue.
When Edouard didn't insta-call, Dwayne knew he was good. I mean, if you're insta-called, you're probably not good.
He probably thinks Edouard has an ace Obviously, a king is unlikely because there's only 2 of them left, but also he probably feels a king wouldn't necessarily call.
He calls, he calls. Oi, oi, oi.
Frank
There's
calls
the
him.
bad news, Edward. Yeah, that's it.
He got rivered.
Oi, oi, oi. I think that's the end of it, or he's extremely short.
Yeah,
Dwayne got lucky. Earlier today, he got very unlucky. Now he got lucky. I guess luck evens out.
Yeah. Yeah, they're counting the stacks to make sure. The graphic says he's eliminated, so let's see.
Yeah. We're doing some accounting. Oi, 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 Dwayne. I mean, he's not showing it, but trust me, inside his head.
That's a huge spot for him as well.
This changes everything. He's the chip leader, and he has position on the other big stack. He's doing extremely well. I think he has a little bit left.
It does look like he has some left, yeah. Not too much, but... Yeah, that might have been a factor in the call too, knowing that he wasn't going to be eliminated.
No, he is. Or is he? I think that's it. Gotta be sure.
Yeah. The other short stacks will definitely be rooting for him to be eliminated now. They don't want to have to hang
Is
around.
it that single chip? Is it that single chip? No, it's
gone.
done. Oi, oi, oi. Edward is finishing in 5th for 20,030 euros. Edward Norel from Romania.
Yeah.
And Dwayne now the absolute chip leader.
The 2 happiest men at the table are the 2 other shorter stacks who saw 2 bigger stacks collide and ultimately one of them eliminated. They've laddered now.
4 players remain, 25,420 euros guaranteed. Dealer change. I think they've shortened the blind levels now.
Okay.
I think we're playing 45-minute levels instead of 60-minute levels. Regardless, Dwayne in the driver's seat. A little bit of both. I'm not sure what was asked of him, but
Pre-flop was another turn.
talking about the hand.
Yeah, huge hand there. Huge hand for everyone at the table because Aline started that hand chip leader and he's no longer chip leader and he's out of position to the chip leader. So his situation has gotten a lot worse. The other 2 guys started as the 2 short stacks, probably thinking about outlasting each other, and they've actually laddered now and
earned themselves another 5K.
Yeah, earned themselves another 5K with every chance to ladder. At least one of them is going to ladder. So probably Aline's the only unhappy player at the table right now. It's a bad outcome for him.
Robert folding deuces, Aline folding the 5-3 offsuit, Dwayne on the button, queen 3. I think there's only a big blind now, I imagine, yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Drago's in the big blind. Dwayne on the button. You're opening queen 3, Dara?
If he's short, I might just shove. Because the 2 short stacks are in competition now for 3rd place.
Quick fold. He folds the better hand, actually. He had queen 6.
Yeah, yeah. It'll get the job done a lot. Those 2 guys are just eyeing each other. Trying to outlast each other now for 3rd place and then hope to spin from there.
Another button for Dwayne, because we do now have a small blind and a big blind.
Yeah, and he's going into the 2 shorter stacks as well, so he can go pretty wide here. He wants the situation to continue as long as possible with the 2 short stacks, and he can put ICM pressure on everybody.
Dwayne really has the best position at the table,
Oh,
and he has the stack for it, and
yeah,
the position.
He has position on the other big stack. There's the 2 shorter stacks behind. Aline has to be careful not to open too wide.
But Jack 9 suited?
Jack 9 suited is definitely an open 4-handed. But if he gets 3-bet, he'll be releasing it, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah. Dwayne. Oh,
Dwayne
no.
doesn't want to go well with the
Doesn't
10-9.
even think about it.
No. No, you don't want to get too out
Too
of
frisky.
line. Yeah, straight away. Robert folds the 5-3, so the blind still works.
Dwayne under the gun now.
Yeah, I think he wants to open super wide here because he doesn't want to give either of the short stacks an opportunity to shove. He wants the situation to continue as long as possible. And that means he should open super wide. And in worst case scenario, he's going to get to play in position against the second place stack. As Frank exits the booth, and we are joined by the very lovely Kat Arnsby.
Good afternoon, Dara. And how are you?
I'm good, thank you. We've just witnessed a huge momentum shifting pot. 2 of 5 and 3 of 5 clashed in the blinds, and 2 of 5 prevailed. So now he's the massive chip leader. The two gentlemen in the middle are short with 10 big blinds or less. And then the other big stack is at the other end of the table.
Nice one. Thanks for the update. And well, I've just wandered right into what might turn into some action here, right?
Yeah.
Some kings, mind you.
Yeah, he might just limp here to try and get action. He's looking to shove super wide, but and this, he's gone for a normal raise. This is just super suspicious now.
You thinking a shove's better just because that's what he'd do with the wider part of his range, so he may as well.
It
keep
depends on the
kings in
hand. I
there?
think he might as well do this. I might have even limped kings here, if and just make it look like you're trying to see a free flop.
Right.
Once you raise, it's a bit weirder. Yeah, I might actually just fold here. Yeah, he does fold. This man has really impressed me, I have to say. We saw him make a very good fold. He flopped second pair against the man in seat 3 and didn't lose a single chip post flop.
Wow. I mean, I was in the booth earlier today with Frank, and I'm not going to lie, I'm a little surprised to still see Dwayne hanging around. I mean, he must have absolutely battered this table because he had taken some pretty cruel action, a really bad beat followed by a pretty nasty cooler, and then I'll be honest, I thought I was going to come back to an empty seat where Dwayne's bottom once was.
And
But,
instead he's massive chip leader.
yeah, so huge turnaround.
Huge turnaround, yeah. Yeah, some of it happened before I got here, but then that pot that happened just as you were coming in, that was the real momentum shift for him. He limped King 9 suited in the small blind, King 10 raised. He went for a light limp re-raise, got called. Block came Ace King X, he bet small, King 10 called. Turn was a queen, and went check check, and then he rivered the 2 pair, King 9.
Wow.
And shoved and got called.
I mean, that is just a fantastic pot to get for yourself at this stage of any game, isn't it?
And now
really?
he's just in an amazing spot because he has position on the only other player with a big stack, and he has the 2 short stacks behind him who are trying to outlast each other. So they're not even going to play back against his raises very much.
So that's Arlene, I think, is it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Arlene was the guy who really should have been out of the tournament in 9th place, as he managed to get it all in pre-flop with queens against Dwayne's kings. And by the turn, I think he had somewhere in the region of 3% equity because he only had 1 out. I mean, the queen of diamonds was dead to the 4 flush to the king. So, yeah, it was pretty... If I was Dwayne, I would be really hoping that I can repay that favour at some point in the next couple of hours.
Very good chance they get heads up, so let's see if that happens. Meanwhile, what's happened here? Robert has raised pre-flop with the Queen Jack on the button. Again, kind of unorthodox. Most players would just shove, but went for the raise. C bet the ace high flop and got called. Good call by Dwayne, recognizing that he doesn't necessarily have the ace just because he bet, and his king high has good showdown. Second ace makes it even less likely now that Robert has the ace he tried to represent on the flop.
Yeah, king high here is good quite a lot, right? I mean, there's some sort of mid pairs that Robert has, fair enough,
but there's all the queen jacks, jack tens,
exactly,
queen tens,
yeah,
all that stuff, and
yeah, I can't see Dwayne laying down a king high here to any kind of reasonable action from Robert. But
Yeah, it's possible if he checks and Robert bets, Robert might be able to represent an ace, because if you had the ace, you might check the turn hoping to get paid on the river. But he can also just go for a weak blocker here, which looks like what he might be doing. Just make a small bet so he doesn't have to face a big bet and make it less likely he'll get bluffed off this hand.
so it's not a bluff, you're saying here.
No.
He thinks king high is good. He just doesn't want to
thinks
allow
king
his
high is-
opponent to tell him how much he has to pay to prove it's good.
He's gone
Understood.
for a tiny bet here, 160. And he could even get called by some worse hands. I mean, if Robert's a real unbeliever, he might think his queen high is good. So,
Well, that occurred to me as well. I mean, there are enough situations where queen high is good here.
yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
It's a bit of a messy board to be bluffing three deuce, miss straights, isn't it? You know. I
Yeah,
mean,
yeah, absolutely. But he hasn't released yet, so who knows? Maybe he's thinking of calling here with his queen high. People sometimes see ghosts at this stage as well. They just think the chip leader is always at it.
they usually are, though, Dara. To be fair, I mean,
Yeah,
you would be. I definitely would be. I'm a rogue.
yeah, yeah. Good fold here. Good disciplined fold.
I mean, if anybody listening to the stream this afternoon was ever in doubt as to the level of poker skill that is displayed by Mr. Dara O'Carney, he is sitting here commentating on a screen with his iPad for the chat, and in his hand is a phone where he's playing online poker. I kid you not, folks. And he's also sort of chatting to me at the same time.
It is a Sunday, so
Well, I mean, yes, you know, and I do approve of the never miss a Sunday ethos. However, it just blows my mind that you have the mental capacity for all these things at once, Dara, especially at your advanced age.
thank you. I did feel we were going
Yeah,
there.
that whole thing was a setup to that.
I was
There is-
staying quiet because I thought any word out of my mouth was just going to encourage that. But you were going there anyway, obviously.
Yeah. I've planned that since yesterday
The
afternoon.
car had started. We were heading straight down the road of ageism.
Yeah, I'm famous for my 3-minute setups for terribly weak punchlines. Yeah.
Dwayne in the small blind here. Dragos is the bigger of the two shorter stacks, so he's got almost 30 bigs now. King Queen, he can go a lot of ways here. He can raise for sure, because Dragos is just not wanting to play pots while the other short stacks hanging around. And he does have a very strong hand, obviously. And that looks like the preferred option. He has raised. Jack 3 suited is a kind of hand that you would like to peel a lot, but he's under really heavy ICM pressure now. That's why he's folded. He's just hoping the other short stack just busts quickly and he can go back to playing more normally. Until that happens, he's in a position to be tortured by Dwayne.
And this is a really hard spot, I think, for a lot of recreationals. I mean, I've been aware of this concept for a long time, and I still really struggle with the mental game element of this, you know, making that adjustment. Yeah. And like you mentioned before, you always think the big stack's on it. Yeah. And from a personal point of view, what I find is that leads me to be feeling more the need, well, it's my turn now. It's my turn to win a pot. You've just had 4 on the bounce. Like, I can 3-bet you off this. I don't care if there's 2 short stacks.
Yeah, it doesn't. It just feels horrible as a human. You do feel like you're getting pushed around, you're getting bullied, and that's not something anybody enjoys.
I don't pay money for that.
Most of us don't, anyway.
Oh, lovely. I mean, this is just my poker life. The chip leader waking up with hands on the button.
They're literally going to think he's raising napkins at this point. And he's got king, queen, ace, jack suited.
What a life.
Yeah, this is just going to be an open, and he is hoping that the short stack shoves in. But he also wouldn't mind a fold, because as long as this situation continues, he can continue to torture his immediate neighbour and keep all in his box as well. Let's see what Robert has. Robert has 10-5 suited. The raise is bigger here, so he's not allowing him to peel as wide. Had he min raised, yeah. Robert's decided to call anyway. This hand does flop well. You just kind of, if you flop equity, you're going with your hand now. If you flop a pair or a flush draw, obviously flush draw would be disaster. But that's a very dry board.
When you say dry board, do you mean it doesn't effectively hit players' range? Or?
Yeah, it's extremely unlikely either of them has a 9. It's almost impossible for the big blind to have a 3. He's just going to fold almost all of his hands with a 3. So now the ace. Normally the ace favours the razor, but in this situation that's not necessarily the case because the button is chip leader and he has such a wide range, and because of that, the big blind who's under ICM pressure is actually folding a lot more than normal. So.
But do we really see Robert simply call the pre-flop raise if he has an ace in
That's
his
a very
hand?
good point. Yeah, he probably just shoves it in actually. So.
And he would have got snapped. You know, for 10 bigs with ace jack suited, there's just no.
Yeah, so there's probably no aces in Robert's range given his stack size. But Dwayne needs to try and get value. That's why he's gone for a bet here.
I mean, we can see it's instantly not getting called, obviously.
10 high, no pair, no draw. Not a good candidate to call. And this is another situation where Dwayne can open super wide because Dragos definitely doesn't want to get involved when Dwayne opens. And if he folds, Dragos is going to fold a lot too, and that will give the short stack a good shove spot. And he doesn't want to give him good shove spots at this stage. He wants to keep this dynamic going as long as possible, where he can torture the other two players.
Oh, okay. You've taught me something there, of course. So he's obviously not just thinking about the short stacks.
Yeah.
Yeah, of course. Okay.
Yeah. So ace deuce off wouldn't normally be an open for the cutoff, but it's a
even four-handed.
Even four-handed, yeah, wouldn't normally be an open. Ace 2 off. It would be on the button, but not the cutoff.
Okay, let me just scribble that in the notepad. So that's one I can just wipe out because I definitely have been doing that four-handed with the chip lead.
Yeah. Well, oh no, with the chip leader for sure. Yeah.
Oh, with you, okay, yeah.
So that's the second part of the statement I was going. Yeah, he should actually be opening most of the deck actually in this scenario because, as I said, like Dragos really doesn't want to get involved. The short stack is going to fold a lot too, just hoping that the big stacks tango. And, you know, it puts a hand like Queen 8 suited, which is a lovely hand, in a tricky spot now. Now, they are deep enough that he can just call and try and play a small flop, a pot. But his hand is going to really struggle to realize its equity post-flop against a chip leader who knows he can push him around.
Yeah, that's always, I think, a part of the game that I underestimate is it's all very well making decisions pre-flop, but you do need to think about what happens next. And what will my opponent think happens next as well? Yeah.
Yeah, we saw that in the big hand between Dwayne and Edouard, where because Edouard recognised he had a good hand, King 10 against the limp, but suddenly the pot got a lot bigger than he wanted it to be because he 3-bet. His opponent didn't play ball by just folding or calling the 3-bet. He 4-bet, and suddenly the pot was huge going to the flop. So Olin has a gut shot here. Dwayne is going to just auto c-bet. He can just bet really small here and get a lot of hands to fold. Whether Queen 8 suited is one of them or not, we'll have to see. You don't love your 10 because if your 10 outs because you're not drawing to the nut straight. And apart from that, his hand has nothing going for it. Doesn't have a backdoor flush draw even. Dwayne has bet just one big blind basically, and that will cause to call at least once.
Are you ever getting creative there, or it's definitely just a call or fold with the?
I think it's just a call or fold because your opponent, if you check raise, your opponent can put you in the bin by 3-betting.
Yeah.
And you have so many hands that play best just by bluff catching that you're kind of better off playing your entire range that way. Now this is actually a good card for Alain because a lot of his check calling range will be a jack. So this is about where you might get creative. You might decide to lead yourself. Yeah,
wow.
I like this.
As if he heard you.
Yeah, I really like this. It's a very good card for him. He's up against a chip leader who's going to be getting after it, and his hand has very little value now, Queen 8. So he might as well add fold equity, and he gets the fold. That's really well played by Alain there.
Yeah, that is some strong moves. Now I'm going to be abandoning ship, Dara. So I just jumped in to give poor old Uncle Frank a bit of a break. The guy's a machine. But I'm going to leave this cosy little booth and let him come back and talk to you, if that's all right.
That's all right.
Brilliant. Well, always a pleasure, Dara.
Yeah,
I'll catch up with you later.
Thanks a lot, Kat. So we say goodbye to Kat for now. Super interesting hand there between Alien and Dwayne. Alien basically showed that he's going to play back here. He's not going to just lie down and let the chip leader hoover up all the chips. Very well timed bluff on the turn there on a good card for his range. Got it through.
Robert now with pocket queens on the button, down to 625. That's got to be a shove, right?
Yeah, yeah.
No raise calling.
Yeah.
Oh, it is a raise.
Yeah, he did this with he's actually been getting hands since he got short. He did this with kings as well. He made a normal raise, and Alien actually folded the big blind. The raise was from the small blind, so the raise just looks super suspicious. But the fact that this is the second time he's done it, maybe Dwayne is starting to suspect it's not always a monster. As it happens, it is always a monster, but let's see how this plays out.
Oh, Dwayne flopping top pair.
This should be a double up for Robert. Top pair is not going to fold with a stack to pot ratio of less than 2.
Yeah, and don't forget, he can still obviously outdraw Robert.
Yeah, small bet here should induce a check raise, I think, and then they can get it in.
Yeah, there's the check raise all in. There's the insta call. Queens versus 10-8. Dwayne's looking for another 10 or 8.
Yeah, he still has a decent amount of equity. He hit a 10 or an 8 or running straight cards, so he's far from dead here.
5 outs. Robert's trying to fade those 10s and 8s.
Sickest run that would be Jack Queen.
I mean, Dwayne's been unlucky today. He's been lucky, so let's just see what the poker gods are cooking up for us here. Not even a queen would end it, no.
No, now it has to be a 10 or an 8. There is no possible straight.
It's a blank on the river. Robert doubles to 700. No, 1.3 million. Dwayne down to 4 million.
Yeah, Dwayne won't worry too much. He's still got the chip lead. He's still in a great spot. Probably the unhappiest player at the table is Dragos, because he now finds the other short stack has doubled up to more or less his stack, and he's in a dogfight for third again now.
Had he shoved, Dwayne probably would have folded the 10-8.
Yes.
Now he doubles,
yes.
So all things are good for
yeah, there's a good lesson
Robert.
for people at home. You know, if he'd raised and he got dogged, then a lot of people would say, well, he should have just shoved. But when you're that short, queens is just a gift from the poker gods, and you have to try and give yourself the maximum opportunity to double. And he took a slight risk by not shoving all in, but he got a significant reward. He got the full double, which was much more important than just winning the blinds. Alain won't be too unhappy with the outcome of that hand either, because it does draw Dwayne back towards him, and Dwayne won't be able to bully him as much.
Alain on the button.
Pocket threes. Reshove stack in the big blind. These hands are tricky. It really comes down to how often you think you're going to get 3-bet. He obviously feels he's not going to get 3-bet a ton here, so he's going to open the threes, which is fine. He's got almost the same stack now as Dwayne, so And this man is under ICM pressure at the Jack-9 suited.
Was that A7 that Dwayne folded?
Yeah. He's going to fold. He's going to fold a lot when the other big stack opens now, because when he had way more chips, he could have three bet fairly wide. But now they're closer together. He can't really go as crazy because of ICM. And Dragos has a fine hand to defend here, and he is defending. And he flops middle pair, which is not the kind of hand you really want to flop when you're under severe ICM pressure. But he's not going to go away to a single bet here. Alain could go two ways here. He could just take a showdown with the threes, recognizing that he's not getting called by too many worse hands or folding better. But he could also just bet the threes. Threes, if it's the best hand right now, is very vulnerable. So yeah, usually with the small pairs make better bets here. You know, pocket threes is a better bet than pocket eights.
When called, he's shutting down.
Yeah, and now if it goes check, now when Dragos calls, he gets to check behind on the turn.
So you imagine this going check, check?
This almost certainly goes check, check, yeah. I don't think there's any real reason for Alain to turn his threes into a bluff. At least not on this street. He can still bluff the river if he thinks he can get enough of the range to fold. But at this point, he probably figures he's up against a queen or a 9. But he's giving it some thought. A lot depends on your opponent's tendencies as well. Some players do overfold turns. When I started playing poker, there used to be a phrase that was often said, which was, if you call the turn, you have to call the river, which is dreadful advice. You should have hands that call the turn and fold the river. But some players still think like that, and that actually leads them to overfold the turn.
It's king on the river.
This is a card he could possibly represent now.
Alain, you mean?
Yeah, absolutely. Jack-10 gets there as well. So this is an uncomfortable card. He can definitely think about getting a 9 to fold now, and maybe even a queen, given the ICM pressure.
He's gonna get the chance to...
He has very little showdown here, because his opponent has called the flop. So the only thing he's really beating now is something like ace-deuce.
Yeah, Dragos obviously has something showdown value. Otherwise, he might have tried bluffing himself or of some sorts on the river.
Yeah, I'd like to see a bluff here. I think
no.
He's decided. Yeah, I think it was kind of a shrug. I think he just didn't know what he could get to fold. But I think if he thought about the situation, he would have realized his threes had actually almost no showdown value there. And very relieved Dragos winning with third pair.
Yeah, you're not too happy when you flop a pair of 9s, but you're happy when it, just check down.
Yeah, for sure.
No headaches anymore.
Yeah.
Four plays remaining here on this final table of the Unibet Open Bucharest 2023. All guaranteed 20,000 euros and change.
Yeah.
Playing for 65,830 euros for first.
It looks like he might have a decision. Yeah, queen 10 off is a hand he can definitely open. He's opening into the two shorter stacks, but they're essentially trying to outlast each other.
It's just Dwayne he needs to worry about, but Dwayne folds instantly.
Dwayne hasn't shown any great desire to just go crazy every time Alain opens. So I think it's also in Dwayne's interest to just maybe outweigh the two short stacks, or at least get three-handed. Then the situation might change depending on who gets the chips of the player who busts in fourth. But mentally, he must be already thinking, a lot of the time, I'm getting heads up against Alain here, and I don't really need to go after it yet.
I also feel that it's not just that they have the biggest stacks, but that he also sees Alain as the best player besides him at the table.
I'm pretty sure he would see that as well. And Alain has shown some willingness to play back against him, so he's not necessarily going to just lie down. There was an interesting pot while you were gone. Dwayne opened ace-2 under the gun / cut-off. Aline defended queen-8 suited. Flop came king-jack-9. It went check, tiny bet call, and then a jack on the turn. And Aline actually led because his hand had very little value, and he got the fold. So Aline showing willingness not to just play to try and hit his hands.
Obviously, they don't know what they have until like a little over an hour later.
Yeah, and at this stage you're playing so many hands that individual hands do kind of just tend to merge into each other. When you're playing 9-handed, you might only play 3 or 4 hands in an hour, but at this stage now, particularly the 2 bigger stacks, are playing so many hands that information about any one individual hand is not going to help them too much.
Dwayne, when I was out there, he was told by one of his Dutchies on the rail what Aline had in a big pot where Dwayne bluffed the river with ace queen.
Oh,
where
I heard about
Aline
that.
showed had ace king.
Yeah.
He was surprised about that one, but happy obviously with the outcome.
He stepped on my foot. That's why I folded. Excuse me? He stepped on my
I
foot.
think you should have made jokes like this in this situation.
They're all in great spirits here anyway. Obviously, very happy to have made the last 4. All guaranteed 20,000 now.
Not because I had 4-3.
Still a lot to play for, though.
I have to stay like that.
Yeah, it's been a long tournament, but this is where the big money is divided. Everyone's tired, but this is really the moment to shine.
Yeah, this is the moment where your focus should be at its sharpest. You shouldn't fall into the trap of just thinking, well, I'm free rolling now because I've got 20k locked up already. You're playing for potentially another 45k on top of that. That's much more important.
Yeah, you're playing a 45k sit and go, 400 sit and go.
400, yeah, absolutely.
Robert on the button, ace-7 off, 1.1 million. What is it? 14 big blinds, 13 big blinds?
Yeah, it looks like, has he gone all in?
I think he just opened.
Okay. Oh, well, he raised to 800k.
Well, that's...
that's effectively all in.
Yeah, 7 deuce ain't gonna cut it for Dwayne.
Yeah.
Robert did raise big with some chips behind earlier. It's basically the same.
It's the same thing. I guess if it goes shoved from the small blind, called by the big blind,
maybe.
then you can fold and think about laddering, but that's the only scenario you're ever folding.
Robert also one time opened for 6 BB with, I think, 20 BB behind, which was
yeah, I believe he was the player
unique.
yesterday when we were doing commentary on the stream who was overbetting a lot. It seemed to be his thing.
Queen deuce suited.
Yeah, this is a nice hand to open, for sure. Flops pretty well. Useful having a high card. Blocking some of the hands that are going to give you action. So this is actually an easier open than the pocket threes we saw last time. Oh, Dwayne has a stronger one. Yeah, this is a stronger one for sure.
That's a... what are you doing in this spot, Dara? I'm curious.
I think I'm 3-betting here. You don't want to play the hand out of position to 2 players. If you call, you're probably bringing the big blind in a lot. Your hand is miles ahead of Aline's range. Aline is not a maniac by any means, so it's not like he's going to pounce and 4-bet you too wide.
I think you guys are on the same page here.
Yeah, I like this play here. You don't even have to go too big here because of ICM.
Oh, wait a minute. Dragos hasn't folded just yet.
No, it looks like Dragos might have a hand. This would be a great time to get a hand with the...
What is
the
it?
dead
I mean...
money.
Oh, he too has ace-10. Also ace-10 suited. Is he going to go for it? I think he...
This is gross spot for him now. With the other, with Robert so much shorter than him.
I think he's gonna go for it.
Yeah, I mean, there's so much out there. There's 860 out there. If he shoves and gets it through, that's an amazing pickup. I think calling is the worst option here.
If he shoves, do you think Dwayne will be calling with the ace-10?
Wow, it would be a horrible spot. Like, I mean, Dragos is almost never shoving a worse hand than ace-10 here, so it might actually be a fold for Dwayne if Dragos shoves. Yeah.
Yeah, there it is. There's the all-in.
Yeah, this might obviously Aline's folding, but Dwayne has a bad decision. But I think you can definitely fold here. It's a lot to call. 1.3 million. You're getting 2-1, but you have to think like he's just not doing this with ace 9, ace 8, hands that you're in great shape against, and you can be in terrible shape against a hand like ace jack.
Dragos has been relatively tight, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think like he's getting an amazing price. He's getting 2-1.
Wayne is looking at the clock just to see how many chips are in play. He's gonna do it. Oh my God! I mean, it's most likely gonna be a chop unless we see a bunch of clubs or diamonds out there.
Yeah.
But I guess this is just about the best case scenario for Dwayne here.
Red against black here. Let's see what the flop looks like.
That's one diamond and one club.
We are already chopping this one up.
No, don't count them out.
Oh, sorry, the diamonds.
Yeah, and the clubs.
And the clubs as well, yeah.
It's the 9 of diamonds. Oh my God. I mean, he got one out earlier today. Now he's on the verge of doing something horrible here. Oh no. Oh no. Dwayne is getting lucky. He got unlucky earlier. Now he's getting extremely lucky. Wow, Dragos out.
Super unlucky.
Losing ace 10 versus ace 10. That is horrible.
Absolutely horrible.
I mean,
I think he's doubly unlucky there too, because a lot of players would actually have folded the ace 10 suited because of the ICM of the situation.
Oh no, it's a 4th place finish for Dragos Florin Anton. It's a very unfortunate situation. He takes home 25,420 euros. The remaining 3 players now guaranteed 31,400. And Dwayne, obviously the chip leader now by a country mile.
Yeah, Dwayne's super happy, but Robert might be even happier because he's laddered now to 3rd, and actually his ICM pressure is now gone.
Yeah,
he's well shortest, so he can just play relatively normally.
Yeah. Guaranteed 31K. Next step 41K, or a little under 42K actually, and then first 65,830 euros. Wow, Dwayne, he was the short stack for a long time after that one outer, but chip leader with 3 remaining players in Romania. Aline, king 9. It says under the gun. Oh, there's just one big blind.
Yeah.
Dwayne folding the 10 tray suited. Robert, a7. Down to 1.2 million.
Shove. Shove, I think here's the play.
Nee. 1.2. Ja, de rest. Is dat?
He's thinking about it.
Thinking about his options here, yeah. But I think shove is the only, is by far the best option.
Nope, that's a
he's
call.
gone for a call. And the shove would have worked. Aline's not going to call off king 9. Now he probably loses.
That's the problem there.
Yeah.
Robert
He allowed-
started out with the best hand,
Yeah.
but Aline outflopped him.
Yeah, allowed Aline to realize equity with all of his bluffs, and this isn't even a board he can necessarily fold to 1 bet on. It's a very hard board to hit. Aline can throw out a very small bet here, maybe just 1 big blind.
That's a small bet, 100K.
Yeah, 100K, just over 1 big blind, quarter pot. And I don't think you can fold ace-7 to a single bet. You're going to have the best hand a lot. You have some backdoor straight possibilities as well. You might check raise, yeah. You might check raise and just on these boards you do on paired boards you do see a lot of check raises.
But Aline is not gonna fold.
No, it's not going to work. I mean, you can't fold top pair. You can't just give him a 6 because he's check raised.
And he has a great kicker to go along with it.
Yeah, yeah, you can actually be getting check raise for value by a worse hand here.
Alin's, I imagine, is just gonna call, right? In the hopes that Robert's gonna shove the turn. No?
Yeah, there's a lot of bad turn cards though. Any overcards is going to be sticky, and if you have the best hand right now, the bluffs are going to have equity. So, but he does just call. See what he. See what happens on the turn.
960,000 in the middle. Robert has 820,000 behind. Well, that's as blank as they can come.
The brickiest of bricks. Yeah. So this changes absolutely nothing. So now the question is, does Robert want to keep telling the story?
No.
It's
not just the check. It's the facial expression as well of giving up. I feel.
Yeah, the give up check.
Should Alin try a little bet?
Yeah, I think.
I imagine so.
I imagine so. Yeah, it's extremely unlikely his opponent has a 6. He's beating most of the 9s, so you can get value from worse here. And even if you have the best hand, you still benefit from getting your opponent to fold a hand like Ace-7, which still has some equity against you.
Yeah, or like a 7-8, for example, you know, or 8-10 with a gut. I don't know. Yeah.
Yeah.
Even though the chances are small.
Yeah, I think you want to bet here for sure. But again, a small bet should get the job done most of the time. There's only one more card to come now, so you don't have to bet as big to protect.
Alin contemplating his next action.
Given a lot of thought here. Very thoughtful player.
He's gonna reach for chips.
Yeah, yeah. I think.
No, he shoves.
He just shoved. He decided to shut the pot down.
Yeah, and the fold. I imagine the quick fold.
Yeah.
Oh no, not just yet.
Wow, this would be a real disbeliever call. He's even blocking some of the obvious bluffs like 7-8.
He hasn't folded yet.
Yeah. This is arguably the worst possible ace to call with because it's an ace which blocks the hand you're hoping your opponent has, like 8-7.
Yeah, there's even some better aces.
Yeah, yeah.
You're still losing to.
Yeah, this is it. Yeah, your opponent can be. Yeah,
at this point he's still losing to Ace-8 actually. So.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I think this might be the worst ace to call with. So. He's suspicious because the all-in is unusual. You would expect your opponent to bet maybe smaller with a milking bet. He's certainly not shoving a 6, so you can rule a 6 out straight away.
He's just not buying it.
Yeah, it's a fishy line, and that might actually cause a disbelieving
Maybe thinks he has something like, you know, 10-8, I guess, or just 2 random overcards.
Just 2 random overcards that didn't fold to the check raise.
King Jack with a backdoor. I don't know.
Yeah, or something which is maybe diamonds which have turned a flush draw.
It's more hoping than anything, I feel.
Yeah, I don't think you can call here. Sometimes you just have to fold even if the line looks suspicious.
Well, we saw that Edouard didn't fold when the line was suspicious with the King 10.
That's true. That's true.
I mean, I find it interesting that, you know, he's really thinking about it.
Yeah. Yeah, he certainly is.
If he comes to the right conclusion, we'll see, but he's just not buying it.
No. You are beating all the bluffs, so it's just a question of whether you think your opponent is bluffing and how good your bluff catcher is.
I mean, Alin could bluff. I mean, he has shown that he's not just straightforward. So.
Sure, sure. You are blocking some of the bluffs, the 7-8s, the 10-7s. You're unblocking some of the bluffs, the diamonds. He doesn't have a diamond in his hand. But this doesn't feel like a great bluff catcher.
But you're the hero of the day if he shows up with Queen Jack offsuit or Queen Jack diamonds. Yeah. I mean, you clip that and tweet it out to all your friends.
Yeah, the problem is even a hand like Queen Jack of diamonds still has reasonable equity against you. Yeah. It's going to have 9 diamonds and 6 other outs, so it's still going to have almost 33% equity. And then when you're behind, you can be almost crushed, as in this case. He basically only has 7%. But he's given us a lot of thought.
Is there a moment you call the clock in these kind of situations?
I personally almost never call clock, unless the player is very obviously stalling. But this is a huge decision. Like, this is for his tournament life. So in those spots, I'm happy enough to give the player whatever time he thinks he needs.
When someone like that has chips in their hand, I feel they're closer to calling than to folding, because they're going to slam those chips down.
Yeah, he's definitely... I still don't know what he's going to do here.
Aline is pretty sure he has the best hand.
Yeah, he knows he has.
He's not worried.
Yeah, anything better has called you already, so...
He check raised as a bluff, got called, and then
got
changed his mind a little bit on the turn.
Yeah.
I think that check raise on the flop gave you all the information you needed.
Yeah.
That Ali wasn't just on a total bluff or.
Yeah, once your check raise gets called and you don't bet the turn and your opponent shoves, I think you just have to fold now. But he might disagree. He's the man out there who gets to make the decision.
I think he just asked him, "Will you show?" I'm not 100% sure if that was what he asked, but he's folding. He's folding.
He found the fold in the end.
He's short though, down to 820,000.
Yeah.
Aline.
Yeah, that was costly. He lost a lot of chips in that pot that he didn't need.
Is Aline going to show?
He's down to 820 now. He lost a big chunk of his stack there, quite unnecessarily. He should. The standard play was to just shove pre-flop, and it would have worked. Instead, he's lost about a third of his stack. And Aline is very keen to see exactly how many chips he has. Are they not showing? And maybe it's suggesting he might have been bluffing just to get into his opponent's head.
Yeah, you don't happen to speak Romanian, do you?
No, I don't, unfortunately. But just from the body language, it looks like Robert is still stewing a bit, not sure whether he folded the best hand or not. And he got he didn't get a show, so he doesn't know yet.
Are you opening 10-7 suited under the gun or on the button, I guess? You're Dwayne?
Yeah, yes, I am, yeah. You're chip leader. You get to open super wide. 10-7 suited is more than good enough. Robert.
And 4 deuce is not good enough to call.
No. And Jack deuce isn't good enough to call either. 160. Just fold. High card, low card unsuited are just, they play so badly post flop. Yeah, good fold.
There it is. Yeah. Dwayne gets away with it.
Yeah, you could defend almost anything suited there, but you do have to fold those really bad Broadway with a really bad low card unsuited hands.
So what is the kicker that you need when you have a jack, an offsuit kicker? Where do you start calling on the big blind?
I think I definitely call Jack 7. Jack 6 probably folds. So I think Jack 7 is my line. But I would call Jack 2 suited, for example. So
yeah. And it being suited just makes it a lot more playable.
Yeah. It's not that you hit the flush all that often, but you know, you're going to flop a flush draw 10% of the time. And you're going to flop a backdoor flush draw 75% of the time, in addition to times you flop a flush, and it just rounds your range out nicely to have those sort of immediate draws and backdoor draws in your range.
We have a call on the final table of our Unibet main bet.
Call. N-avem pauză următor. Ok.
Small little pot for Dwayne there.
Yeah. Yeah. Interesting dynamic. Two big stacks on the short stack. So the short stack has very little ICM pressure now. He just wants to be taking shove spots, which is why I was surprised he didn't take the fairly obvious shove spot with the ace-7. The blinds are just racing around now. It's 2.5 big blinds every 3 hands. So you're really going to have to stay active as the shorter stack.
Dwayne, I think he's limping it. No, he shoves. Of course. Sorry, yeah,
shove.
King 5.
Yeah, you're shoving into the short stack. So any king's going to be good enough there.
Yeah, and a quick fold from Robert.
Yeah, and Dwayne is still the chip leader, and he wants to keep this situation going. He actually wants to keep the short stack alive, but he doesn't. He's not to the point where he's going to pass plus EV shoves from the small blind. But he should be opening super wide on the button because he doesn't want to give the small blind lots of shoves into the big blind, and by raising the button, that severely constricts the range of hands that the small blind can shove. So it just makes it more likely that he's going to keep this situation going. And when he raises the button, Aline has to be super tight in his defense. Without ICM, he would be defending close to any 2 cards against a min raise, but with ICM, he's going to have to fold stuff like Jack 5, Jack 6.
Dwayne, the 9 deuce suited.
Yeah,
that's a fold for him.
Yeah, he's not going crazy. So and Robert is very short now. That's kind of significant, but he's not going to go with the 5-4.
Robert Andrei Burlaku.
Yeah, he really needs to find a shove spot now. He's just losing. He's just leaking too many chips.
He's 61st on the Romanian all-time money list. I imagine he's gonna jump a couple places after this.
Yeah. See what he finds on the button here. He's at desperate times. He wants to find something he can shove.
Nope, not this time around. Aline, King Queen, real hand in a small blind.
Real hand, yeah.
Obviously, still, he doesn't want to play a massive pot against Dwayne.
Play a massive pot, so.
Oh, Dwayne has a real hand as well with King 10 off.
Might see a limp here.
And a check.
Yeah, or if Dwayne really wants to get after it, he might put the pressure on. It's tough spot because King Queen is a monster blind on blind.
Three-handed.
Three-handed as well, yeah, with the blinds and antis racing around.
He's limping in.
Limping, yeah. I do actually like this. I mean, this might look very, very passive, but he really doesn't want to play a big pot. And Dwayne plays balls. Says, okay, there's no need for us to go crazy yet. Let's just get the third guy out. We get heads up. And
well, we see a king again. Instead, it's
that's
two
a
diamonds.
way better flop for Dwayne than Aline, because Aline's going to fold a lot from the small blind, so he's going to fold hands that have small and middle cards a lot. And Dwayne has just checked behind. He's going to raise a lot of high card hands, so this board very heavily favors Dwayne.
And he still has the backdoor straight draw. Obviously, Aline has the backdoor flush draw, but
yeah,
he's never going to see that one.
He's betting here just not because of his hand, but just it's such a good board for him.
Anything Aline can do? Call here?
He can call one, but he might also just decide this is one of the worst boards he could have faced, so he's just going to cut his losses here. But calling one, I think, is probably the standard. And that's what he's done.
Yeah, you still have King Queen. Still a monster hand.
Yeah, there's so many draws. And Dwayne's even going to be betting stuff like the hand he has, King 10. Now, that's another bad card for all-in. So I think another bet would get the job done now. I don't think Dwayne thinks he has any showdown now, because nothing worse than King 10 is going to call your flop bet. But he has decided to check.
Maybe he's just giving up. I mean,
4 straight board is scary.
Yeah.
But again, it's far more likely that Dwayne has the straight.
Any 4, any 9 makes a straight. Basically, Dwayne has the one hand that Aline does beat.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Now, he did bluff in a similar spot earlier, and he might decide to turn his hand into a bluff here, but it wouldn't be particularly credible. I like the fact he's taking his time to consider all of his options.
Yeah, you often see players just giving up and then
Just giving up and then
checking and
mentally waiting for the next
showcasing
hand.
that it's over. Yeah.
But he's trying to think now, if I bet here, what will my opponent fold? If I check, what will he do? Yeah, he thinks he's bluffing here. We can see that he's not. He actually has the best hand, but he's trying to get a very weak pair to fold here.
I mean, not a whole lot Dwayne can do here, right? I mean,
well, he can raise. He definitely
Yeah.
can't call. His hand is pretty much never good. Small bet as well, so it is kind of believable that this is a kind of a milking bet. But if he thinks Olin is doing this with, essentially it's a blocker, he could actually raise, but in the end he just decides, no, I'll just let this one go as well.
yeah, with the extremely short stack there, still in.
Yeah,
I don't blame him.
We've seen a few skirmishes between these two, and Olin is definitely not afraid to go for it. And Dwayne is playing much more straightforward than the chip leader often would in this spot. So I think Dwayne doesn't want to risk a big confrontation until they're heads up.
40,000, 80,000, with an 80,000 big blind ante. Robert's really short.
Yeah.
Having committed the big blind ante now as well.
Yeah, he's really going to have to find a hand now.
And it won't result in Aline being a little bit tighter here, I imagine. Well, Ace-A will do it, I guess.
Ace will definitely do it, yeah. But you don't want to open too wide here because your opponent's probably going to shove queen high. So you don't want to open, a hand even like 5-4 suited. That's not going to have a great spot against the hands that get shoved. But Ace-8's definitely an open for sure. You can happily call off the short stack. You can release your hand if the big stack 3-bets you.
Yeah. Here it comes. That's a raise.
Yeah. Let's see if he finds a hand he can go with. 10-4 off. Oh my god.
Oh no, ace queen.
Oh, ace queen. It was 10-4 on the small one.
Oh yeah. I mean,
it.
this is gonna go in, and obviously there is gonna be a call following soon.
Yeah. This is a fairly easy shove.
Yeah, there is the all-in. Aline, he's got a call. It's just 500k total.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hands are
Robert
tabled.
in great shape.
Yeah.
And there's our all-in player with 8 diamonds, king of hearts, has been followed by king, queen of clubs. And the club is 3 spades with a 7, jack, and queen.
Aline needs an 8. Robert needs just his hand to hold.
Yeah.
1.1 million in the middle. If an 8 somehow shows up or a ton of black cards, we might... Oh no, it's an 8 in the window. Bad luck for Robert. All in, all of a sudden in the driver's seat. 84% chance all of a sudden. Robert is looking for a queen or maybe like a 10.
Yeah, some running
7
check.
is not helping him.
7 is no good. He needs a queen here or we will be heads up.
It's an ace on the river, real quick like that. I mean, they both pair up, but Aline with 2 pair, the check mark. It's heads up. Oh, there was no handshaking or anything.
He definitely wasn't too happy.
He
about
wasn't happy with that. I mean, nothing Aline could have done, huh?
that. Completely standard spot.
Yeah.
You have to open ace-8. You have to call when you're shoved on. And then the deck is just going to decide.
Do you want to take a break?
It's Robert Andrei
15, 20
Barlaku finishing third for 31,400. Heads up now for 65,830 euros with 41,890 guaranteed. It's heads up between Dwayne Sluis and Ivan Alin Konstantinos. And I'm pretty sure that Dwayne still has the chip lead here. But it's kind of close. Konstantinin. First hand of heads up. This is a whole different ball game.
Yeah, the game is so different now. It really is. Heads up is a beast of its own. You're going to have to play almost every hand. Ranges are so wide. Hand valuations change. Even bottom pair is a very strong hand heads up.
Yeah, and even though only just one player is gone, I mean, everything changes constantly, or either on the button or putting out the big blind.
Yeah.
255.
So it is 255.
Raised to 255. It was limped in by Dwayne with the better hand, actually. Dwayne actually with the open-ended here. All in with not much of anything. You raising 8-6 when the button limps, Dara?
No.
Oh, you're taking the free cards.
I'm taking the free cards, I think.
Free flop, yeah.
But I think Alin has picked up that Dwayne is a little bit passive, maybe, and he's trying to set down a marker right from the get-go, taking the more aggressive lines.
Interesting. Quick couple checks. I mean, Dwayne in the leads. He's in 82.
He's in the lead and he's open-ended.
He's 82% favor, but he doesn't know it.
No, he doesn't know it. That's the key point here. And as the raiser, Alin is supposed to have the high cards more often.
Yeah, I mean, Dwayne still worrying about a queen or a jack, even ace high, of course.
Yeah.
In fact, Alin has nothing.
Unibet 250.
Dwayne with the bet, 250,000, I believe. Alin, I imagine him just folding here. Yeah, giving up.
Yeah,
He tried. It didn't work.
Yeah, he didn't get stubborn there. That's fair enough.
The board, terrible board for
terrible
8-6.
board, terrible board. Yeah. So
I mean, Dwayne didn't have much, but
yeah, with no equity, he just aborted the mission, and that's fine as well.
Trophies out there in the middle of the table.
Yeah, Alin, Ivan.
Two Unibet Open cards there who are going to be replaced by the winning hand. Ivan Alin Konstantin. He was 1850th on the Romanian all-time money list before this event got on the way. He is definitely gonna ladder up there.
Looks like he has only one live cash for $2,336. Actually, no, he has a few on there.
It's online.
Online. I'm not surprised to hear he's an online player.
He played the 5K WSP online main event in 2020. That's not something you play when you're a complete novice.
No,
and,
he's definitely a very accomplished player. I've been very impressed by him, but clearly doesn't play live or hasn't played live much up to this occasion. His only previous result as well was in the last Unibet Open. His only live result in St. Julian's in Malta last year.
He finished 39th for 2,400. I finished 319th in that event. I was out after 2 hours, I think. Both players have been in this spot before. Both players, I imagine, having played heads up at At least I know for sure when it comes to Dwayne.
Yeah, yeah. And if Alin is an online player, he'll have played heads up a lot as well. But then even if you're an online MTTer, you don't actually get heads up all that often. So unless you put some special study into it, or you grind online heads up sit and goes for a while, like I did about 10 years ago, you actually don't get too much experience.
If you're an MTT player, I would suggest learning heads up, because that's where the big money is.
That's
and
where the
you
really
see
big money is. Yeah,
it's a different game.
Yeah,
so
they're basically playing a heads up match now for 25 grand.
Yeah.
That's super important.
I mean, if you're studying and playing 40 hours a week, maybe dedicate 1 hour to heads up play, because that's where the money is.
It's actually pretty easy to learn the pre-flop ranges. It's not rocket science, and post-flop is much more complicated for sure. But at the very least, you should know the pre-flop ranges for 40 big blinds and less, because players never get heads up in a tournament with 100 big blinds each.
Alin started out with the best hand, and he still has the best hand. And like you said, even bottom pair is a strong hand, heads up, and he paired his deuce.
Yeah.
So he's definitely not folding to a 125,000 bet.
No.
There it is. There's the call. Obviously, he's not check raising.
No need to raise the hand either. No.
Queen of diamonds on the turn. It's probably not the best card he was hoping for, but he's still way ahead, as we can.
Dwayne has absolutely no equity, so he just gives up.
It's an ace on the river. I mean, he told the story, but pretty sure.
Yeah, he might decide to bluff the ace on the river. That's a card that favors him as the pre-flop raiser.
Would it work? Depending on the sizing, of course. 730 in the middle.
It probably would work. Like, you do have to fold some hands, and a deuce is just about the weakest hand Alin gets to the river with, but he doesn't pull the trigger on the bluff there. It looks like he just wants to play a fairly straightforward, cautious, small ball approach.
Queen of hearts.
Small ball poker, huh?
Yeah.
Negrano was the one coming up with the terminology, right?
Yeah, he came up with the terminology. It had actually been done before him. Actually, a lot of Irish players back in the day, like Porrick Parkinson and Donnacha D, when they went to Vegas, they switched to that style. Largely because they found that just at the time, American players folded so much to the small raise. And they thought, well, why do we need to raise more if they're going to fold the same amount of hands?
Unfortunately, we didn't see Negrano here. He speaks Romanian.
Yeah, of Romanian origin. So, but yeah, we haven't seen him play in Romania. I think he might have been here once, maybe for.
He speaks Romanian. He speaks fluent. Yeah.
Is he fluent? Yeah.
Yeah, I've seen interviews.
Yeah.
Two real hands here, by the way.
Yeah, this has the potential to get big. Two real hands here. Is Cat coming in?
No, it's me.
Oh, okay. I thought Cat said she was going to relieve both of us, but anyway, it doesn't matter. It's fine.
Want to check?
Yeah, we're just, as you probably heard there's a bit of reshuffle going on here. David has literally dragged Frank out of the box, kicking and screaming.
There was no screaming. There was some kicking, though.
Well, there was a lot of kicking. So we've... Alin here has raised pre-flop with the Queen 10. He gets the Jack 3-3 flop. Dwayne has defended pocket pair. And after this hand, I will step out too and be replaced by the lovely Cat. And Dwayne decides to bet. The paired boards you generally want to bet and just fold out equity. A pocket pair is not folding though.
Yeah, Dwayne definitely going to get sticky here. Obviously, would like to be able to navigate this one somehow. Sometimes the paired board, when you do get sticky, kind of scares your opponent, thinking you could have the three sometimes here.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, for sure. Queen 10 is a particularly good hand to bet too, because it can turn a lot of equity. You can turn an open ender with a king or a 9, and you can turn a gut shot as well with an ace or an 8.
Looks like he's sort of polarized himself now. He's gone for the raise, obviously protecting the pair of 4s.
Yeah, the 4s need more protection than, say, 8s or 9s in this spot, so it makes a better check raise. Oh, he might decide to float this hand, though, with the 3 cards straight. Yeah.
Cool.
This is a good float by him, I think.
Yeah, I think Alan probably in this situation thinking, what hands would even raise in this situation? It's sort of you know, you don't expect to raise when you bet here.
No, the raising range is probably weakish pairs and then 3x that just wants to make sure it gets in by the river.
So Alan, with position and intentions, one suspects now of taking this one away. Going to be much more difficult on this card.
That's a terrible card for him, yeah. But Dwayne has a tough spot too. It's hard to know what to do with your 4s now.
And combinatorically removes a lot of the 3x, obviously, with another 3 coming. So it does sort of make a nonsense of his raise in a sense.
Yeah, well, if we think the raising range is small pairs and 3x, now the 3x has just halved in size. So, but I don't know if Alan can do anything against this bet. No, he was hoping to turn equity.
Yeah, very tough one now. And we say goodbye to Darragh Kearney. I don't know if he will be back before the end of the broadcast. Depends on how long this heads up goes, frankly. But a huge thank you to Darragh for his service to the Unibet Open. As we see, nice little wide shot there, little 3-shot of dealer and players trophy betwixt. And I welcome to the booth the unflusterable Cat Arnsby.
I'm pretty flustered at hearing you use the word betwixt, if I'm honest.
I was just thinking of a Twix, to be honest. I just had my dinner and I didn't have any sweet things, so a little bit of chocolate caramel biscuit would have been nice. I think I have Twix on the brain.
And now I do as well. Fantastic. So what have I missed? What's going on?
Well, I've been here for all of one hand, Cat, so
Right.
I can catch you up on that hand if you'd like.
Cool. Yeah, and I mean, I was actually, you know, let's not lie to our listeners, I was actually watching that hand over your shoulder as well. So, right, so we're both a little bit in the dark. I'm assuming we're heads up now, or we still have our third short stack in?
We are heads up now, Dwayne versus Alan, and Dwayne with about a not quite 2-1 chip lead, but, you know, he's stretching it out right now. Alan, obviously, with the King 10 suited here in pretty good shape in this one, might go for a 3-bet. Looks like he is. As well he might with a hand like that. Dwayne, interesting spot for him with connected cards here. Does decide to let it go.
I mean, you used the word unflusterable when I arrived, and I think that applies absolutely to Dwayne, having watched him for quite a lot of today. Earlier in the day, very early on, Dave, he was absolutely crippled by a really horrible bad beat, followed by a really horrible cooler within the space of about 5 hands, leaving him at the time somewhere in the region of 15 bigs. So this seems to be comeback of the tournament.
Incredible stuff.
Isn't it? So they seem to be fairly thinking players. I don't think we have guys who are confused about the mechanics of poker on this heads-up table.
I had my dinner break with Bjorn Samuelson, which those of you will remember, I think he busted in 8th place earlier today. Bjorn, I think, played superbly well, sort of got done in by that crazy move by Edouard late in the day last night. Cash game regular is Bjorn, and he said he was looking forward to coming back to more Unibet Opens and various live events we might be running in the next 12 months. He had a really nice time. Great to hear.
Yeah, fantastic. What is the... Do you have any explanation for the reason why cash game players might be more likely to make these crazy moves? Because we hear and see that quite a lot, that they do something unexpected in a tournament and then it turns out they're a good cash game player.
Yeah, I think cash game players probably play the deeper stacks very well, and when they do get in the mix in a very well-structured tournament, they're certainly in good shape. As we see an interesting development in this pot, Dwayne with the 10-6 top pair on the 6-4 deuce board, Alan with bottom pair, but he has smashed that 2-pair combo, and it's going to be very hard for Dwayne in this situation.
Yeah,
not
they
to
both
lose chunk. Sorry, Cat, go on.
No, so it's big hands heads up, isn't it? I mean, you look at it cold, it seems a bit janky, but actually heads up, hitting the boards that hard is not an every hand occurrence, is it? And Dwayne definitely betting that 6 for value, right? Like he is happy, he's good on that board.
Yeah, and I think he needs to protect a pair such as 6 as well from random 2-over cards, so no harm to fire in a little bet here. Interesting now, these coordinated, very wet board. Alan may just decide to flat. It's far away from the nuts he has, but it is a very strong hand heads up.
Do you ever think he raises here? Is there ever a reason to raise this hand?
Yeah, I think there is. I think you can do it for value, certainly. Your opponent could have a 7-8 or something of that nature, and he's in very, very bad shape.
Is it harder because the flop went check-check, do you think? Or is that pretty standard given the board texture and the fact they're heads up?
Yeah, I think he will be very cognizant of the fact that Dwayne could be stabbing here with just a 5, maybe spades, and he does want to charge these draws.
1.4 million.
And that is the reason for this 1.4 million bet.
1 million point plus.
And what do we think about Dwayne's options here? I mean, it's a tough one to call, right? But it's also quite a tough one to lay down heads up. I mean,
this is a super difficult spot. Obviously, very wet texture here. He could be up against hearts or spades. He could be up against a 5. His opponent could be making a move with a hand like 9-10 as well. So, yeah, with a hand as strong as second pair, he might be inclined to make this call. Obviously, he's just not going to like almost every river. It's a very tricky one. You're sort of just barely hanging on here when you make this call. You definitely don't want to face another bet. And he mightn't face another bet on some run-outs now. River can save him a little.
yeah, like you say, what is it he wants to see on the river? I mean, there isn't any card apart from a 6.
Yeah, certainly won't have wanted to see that one.
Nope.
No designs in turning his hand into a bluff. So, and a quick check back, yeah. So, obviously, backdoor flush completing, straight completing. Alan also maybe a little worried that he couldn't, you know, it's possible that you're up against the 7-6 or the 7-4 as well. So, can't be loving life, could be up against an 8-6 or an 8-4 also. That all makes kind of sense. So, I like to check back there.
Yeah, build it up, scoop those pots. I mean, it's anyone's game at this stage, right? There is a lot of play left in those stacks, given the length of time they've been playing. We're day 3, right? Yeah.
Day 3.
50.
Final day.
Final moments, Dave.
Yeah, and in a city famous for castles, Kat.
Right.
The biggest castles in front of these two boys right now. Alan now at 5.9 million.
Oh, that was good. I'd doff my cap. I mean, do you stay up late at night writing these, sort of scribbling them down on your phone, waiting for the opportunity to roll it out? Because, I mean, that was good. That was just segue brilliant.
Just, you know, just a bit of a natural, to be honest.
Yeah, you are. Dwayne's still looking really focused. It's definitely not his first time at the rodeo, I would say, being deep in a tournament, being on a televised table. He certainly has the air of a man who's confident in what he's doing. Same for Arlen, to be fair. I think we've seen a little bit more emotion out of Arlen, but he has had... it was him who got his queens in against Dwayne's kings very early on and binked a 1-outer on the river. And that certainly made him smile.
We see Alan playing a little bit of pot control here on the ace 10-10. Obviously also trying to help his opponent catch up a little bit with a variety of holdings that he can target now for some value on the turn. Would expect him to come with something in the region of half pot now that the board is a little bit textured and coordinated.
Yeah, they're checking a lot of flops. Is that something that's pretty standard when two decent players are playing each other heads up?
I think it's more a function of the sort of flop textures we've seen.
Right, yeah. It's a very different game, heads up. You know, I mean, this is a bit of a self-own, but I don't get the opportunity to play heads up very often. And
it's because you never listen to me, Kat. I always say, Kat Arnsby, by the way, an excellent poker player.
Oh, stop.
But she is obsessed with winning 5 to 10,000 runner fields. She doesn't just grind away the 100 and 200 runner fields that we at Unibet love providing to our customers. You make a lot of final tables when you play on Unibet. That's the lovely thing about it. Our nightly schedule is filled with maybe 100 to 400 runner fields. And, you know, when you grind those, you make your final tables quite a bit. You get in that ICM experience, that final table experience, and maybe some heads-up experience. Kat, it's going to be very hard for you when the minimum number of players in your tournaments is 1,500 people to play too much heads-up of a year.
1,500 is a small field. That would I don't play those very often, Dave. But yeah, unfortunately, I'm not allowed to play on Unibet as I work for the company, and that is a shame. So I am stuck in large fields. But I'm also kind of a self-hating masochist as well.
Yeah, and a dreamer, I think.
Oh yeah, big dreamer. Nice flop for Dwayne. Probably needs it. Are we going to see a check flop here as well? Like you said before, letting Olin catch up a little bit.
Yeah, and out of position, I think Dwayne just checking it over, hoping to get a stab off his opponent with a variety of holdings. I don't think you have reason to raise in this situation. Obviously, top pair very strong, but what you really want is your opponent to do some betting of his own. He's going to knuckle it back over, I presume, to Alan and hope to get a couple of streets here. I presume Alan will shut down here. Really was just a one and done kind of hand jack 4. He can target maybe a 3x for a second barrel if he does choose to go for it. 10x's and king x's are going to have to stick around. He's going to do it though. Interesting to see if he's planning a triple off here. This is a little ambitious. I wouldn't normally choose a hand such as this. Particularly remember when you've got a jack in your hand, you're blocking the draws.
Yeah, that is a good point. I'm trying to think what Eileen might believe that Dwayne, you know, what he's targeting with this bluff. I mean, even an ace high in Dwayne's spot struggles to lay down sometimes here, right? There's lots of ace highs that he won't let go of, so.
And a very bad card for Alan, although it's actually a good one because it might dissuade him from the bluff, but what he would have been hoping to target was some 3x. Maybe by the turn bet he's targeting the 10x, and maybe he could try and get a 10x to fold with a big bet here on the river, but this is very dark tunnely against an opponent who's been very happy to check it down.
Yeah, I mean, he's kind of painted himself into a corner now, right? It's almost like he has to take that third stab.
Yeah, he left the game tree on the turn, so it's a strange one, all right. Sometimes when you get to the river with one of your worst combos, you do turn it into a bluff, but I don't really feel like we should have even got to the turn with this one. Got to the river with this one, I should say. Yeah. He is thinking about it, though. Obviously, eyeing up the possibility that his opponent has a hand like maybe a 10-8 or a 10-jack that's stuck around.
Or he's thinking, damn, why did I bet that turn? Now I'm really painted into a corner. Could also be that, right?
Yeah, there could be some regret.
That's a give up. I mean, that was the most defeated give up check.
Yeah, good decision from Alan in the end. Not to say that turn barrel couldn't have worked sometimes, but I just don't really love the holding.
Yeah, I could understand continuing the turn if his sort of straight life continues, you know, if we see, we had the jack and we had queen, king 10, so, you know, we see a queen or a 9 on the turn. I quite like him going again then, right? You know, you've...
Sure.
Yeah.
We see now these guys virtually dead even in stacks. Just a small matter of a, what, 20k heads-up match?
Yeah, easy, you know, chill out Sunday here in Bucharest.
No deals either, guys. You know, these guys would have, you know, maybe in some worlds considered doing business, but we are informed that no such business has even been suggested, I think.
Yes, so far I've not heard any discussion of deals between players. I mean, I think it's less common among recreational players who get to this level to take deals sometimes. If they're serious thinkers, you know, it's one of less shots than, say, someone like you might have. You know, you might want to make chops if you're against a player of your caliber. You think, I don't beat you enough, let's just go home happy. And these guys are good. You know, they're not... They aren't pub recreationals just here for a laugh. These are obviously two thinking players. I don't think either one of them wants to give any space.
Well, two pretty tasty holdings here. Dwayne with the suited ace. Alan with the suited connector. Can see this one getting a little spicy.
Yeah, unless my eyes deceive me, that looks like an open and a 3-bet. Yes, it was. Thank you for updating the graphics.
Clearly Dwayne contemplating a raise of his own here. It's a funky little hand already. It's obviously raised it up and been 3-bet. Knows that the 3-betting range will be fairly wide. Might contain some junky stuff as well. And ace-4 suited, it's just very pretty. Might have to just call this one.
Yeah, it's nice. I mean, I'd be 3-betting the Jack-10 in this exact situation, but that's because I like Jack-10 suited. Is there a better reason?
He's gone for it, Kat.
Oh,
He's
whoa.
decided to jam it. This is a huge jam. Gets a fairly instant fold. Obviously, the Jack-10 suited cannot take the heat in that spot. Ace-4 suited is one of those sort of 4-betting hands that will play pretty well even when called by the top of range. He might have the 31%er. Not a complete disaster when called, but yeah, obviously just considering a strong likelihood that his opponent would 3-bet, maybe with a depolarized range such as the one that he did there, the Jack-10 suited, certainly makes a nice flat. Decided to put it in the 3-betting range and got punished.
Even ruim 6 miljoen.
Yeah, I mean, from what I've seen of Dwayne today, he seems to be making really solid decisions. Like he's sometimes it's felt like he can see his opponent's cards. So may we all get that kind of skill delivered to us while we sleep one night.
Anal bead buzzers, is that what you're suggesting?
I definitely didn't want to say the word anal on stream, but no, I'm not
It's an
suggesting
anatomical word, Kat.
It's true, it's true. And again, we have two huge hands.
Oh,
I
this
think
could
the
be
dealers have had
this
enough
could be
today.
it, Kat. This is the kind of hand that could be it right now. I'm just given that we saw the 10 Jack suited a moment ago 3-bet and the Ace-4 suited rip. These are two super premium hands. These guys are not super deep.
No, I mean, they're not super shallow either, right? We're at 100k big blinds, so is that correct? Yes.
Yeah, I think we have about 50 or less than 50, but sort of 40 something apiece.
42, I think Olin has. Just a bit more than that for Dwayne. So yeah, it's.
So Dwayne inducing here with the 10s we see this time. I think this could be the last hand, Kat.
Yikes.
Alan with the Ace Jack here, very likely to go with his hand. These guys are in a bit of a click war against one another, firing shells across the bow of the boat.
I mean, the exact last hand. We've had a mirror action, and he got 4-bet ripped on.
Deciding to flat this time. Alan calling with the Ace Jack here. Stack to pot ratio, a little over 2. Advantage Dwayne, facing just one overcard. Will be concerned about that overcard. Certainly some Queen X in Alan's raise and call 3-bet range. Things like Queen Jack, King Queen stand out. Interesting that Alan has the Ace of Clubs in hand. May decide to, well, I was going to say may decide to call a bet from Dwayne here. Really surprised to see Dwayne check it on over. And actually opens the door for Alan to maybe consider a small bet of his own, using the sort of all those back doors that he has. Quite a few back doors. Doesn't hit any of them, and now Dwayne will be feeling an awful lot better about pocket 10s, given his opponent didn't take a stab on the flop. Be very surprised if he checked it over a second time.
Yeah, I mean, he's just asking for bets if he checks it over a second time. But I mean, if he understands his opponent well, that may be what he wants.
Now, depending on the size of the bet, Alan may feel like he has to be sticky. What I do sense, though, is that Dwayne's decision not to c-bet, having 3-bet on the flop, does imply value. If you had a light one, you'd take a stab. You'd try and take it down there and then on the flop. So he is selling the story that he has some value hand. Now, Alan with the Ace-Jack, obviously somewhat under rep because he just flatted the 3-bet, a spot where he could have plausibly 4-bet himself. Does feel like he has to be sticky here. He could have 6 clean outs. His hand could be good right now as well. And if a club were to come, he could use that ace of clubs as well for some devilish larceny.
And I think we've seen plenty of evidence that Alin has that in him throughout the day. But it's just a fairly dull river, right? Doesn't really help anyone. I mean...
Yeah, super bricky here. Dwayne very happy to see that 5 of hearts roll off and will pursue value, I presume. Not for a big sizing. I think he's probably going to look to target hands like 9s, 7s. He will be a little bit worried that he's been pot controlled by a hand like King Queen or Queen Jack, but if he can size this nice and small, he won't have to face a bigger bet against those hands, while at the same time maybe getting value from an 8, a pocket 9s, a pocket 7s. Does go for that small bet. I like it. He's gone for a kind of 1/3 sizing. It's a sort of a utility bet in this spot, and Alan just thinking over his decision to just flat pre-flop now, maybe under-repping his hand and wondering if now he has to be sticky for a second time with ace-jack. I don't think he does. I think the clue is in the flop action. The lack of a c-bet from Dwayne really does suggest value, and obviously you're not beating any value right now.
Yeah. I mean, is there ever any world where, actually Alan could be behind to a bluff here? I mean, does Dwayne ever have ace-king here, because that would be checked on the flop as well, right? But that would be, and bet on the turn. It's a very small part, though. If it's possible, it's not likely.
I think ace-king would still have c-bet small on flop.
Right.
I think Alan will piece this one together, to be honest. I don't think we'll see indiscipline and a cry call now. As played, I feel like he showed the right amount of stickiness on turn and now definitely doesn't get to river with much worse.
Million.
Yeah, he's in pain.
Oh, he is going for chips, Cat.
My words.
This would be a misstep in my mind were he to flick in this 1 million. It would also create a situation where, wow, he would only be left with 2 million chips, which is not too much right now. He'd be sub 20. For his sake, I hope he pieces this one together.
I mean, he's really, really thinking. Sometimes you think players are just giving themselves a minute to steel themselves to what's about to happen, but I really believe he's churning it. And that's we have it. Wow. Yeah, quick thank you there from Dwayne.
Yeah, a bit of a gift, I must say. Now, he can maybe console himself with the fact that he would have considered 4-bet ripping that one pre, and had he done that, it would be all over right now.
Yeah.
But, yeah, I just don't love that bet. And, with that, a big swing of momentum to Dwayne, our Dutch pro, who has played tremendously well throughout this final table and before it. Really did navigate his way to this final table superbly well yesterday as well.
Yeah, I mean, Dwayne has been a classy player throughout in terms of not only how he plays the game, which has been a joy to watch, but just also his manner at the table, even getting sort of bad beated and cooled within an inch of his tournament life. Just retaining composure and even kind of smiling at his opponent and just being a jolly all-round chap. So, doing his country proud out here in Romania, showing the world that the Dutch are classy, classy poker players.
Then begin setting the trap here is Dwayne, playing a 20 big blind game now with Alan. Alan happy to knuckle over the 9-10 offsuit here. Obviously a hand that has pretty good playability. Does flop top pair, and I wonder if Dwayne, with some backdoors, overcard, decides to, just stab for the minimum in this spot. He does check it over, picks up a gooder. I feel Alan will come out betting now.
Yeah, he doesn't want to put himself in a dirty spot on the river where he has to be thinking about calling off something. It's calling off a bet with that 9 and a king, a queen, a jack, plopping him in a real thinking spot.
And Dwayne definitely with the callable one here. His hand could be good right now with ace high. He's obviously got that gooder as well.
Dwayne agreeing with you there, Dave, and paying for the agreement. Allen with the check mark, but he has yet to take the pots. I don't think I would like to be playing out of position against Dwayne.
Yeah, it just comes down to whether Alan feels like Dwayne is more likely to have a misdraw now. Does he want to check it over and allow his opponent to bluff, so go for the check call line, or if he wants to pursue some value against maybe a 6 or a 7, a 6 or a 5 himself.
Yeah, he does not want to miss the opportunity for some skinny value there on the ends. Do we think that Dwayne is going to donate?
Only misdraw is really just 4-7 right now. Clubs may have come out betting on the flop.
Yeah, Dwayne seemed to reach that decision reasonably quickly. Although what I have noticed the times I've played against professional players is it's almost if they have a Rolodex of possible decisions, and as each outcome changes it, their decisions disappear. So I guess he knew what he was going to do if and when XYZ happened.
Well, the hopes of a nation now singularly on the shoulders of Ivan Alan Constantine.
Hopefully.
5 Romanian players that made this final table. Incredible showing from the locals, it must be said. Sorin Fluter obviously finishing in 9th. Edouard Norel, who entertained us tremendously well, particularly last night, finishing 5th. Dragos Anton in 4th. Robert Burlacu in 3rd. Now just 1 Romanian standing. But he has an uphill climb now against Dwayne Sluis.
Yes, I mean, we might find there's a riot in the Twitch chat. We do have a couple of Romanian players who have been chanting it's coming home, which statistically at the start of the day, it certainly looked like there was a high chance it would be, in fact, coming home. Now it's struggling to find the bus stop to home.
It's had its kebab. It's wandering the streets.
Yeah.
There's no the taxis are all going past.
It's looking for a quiet place to have a pee behind a bus stop where no one could see it. I've got a root for Romania. I've got a root for the home team. I mean, Frank's not in the booth with me, so I can say it with confidence. But, you know, we are in beautiful Bucharest. And it would be nice to see the home team take the trophy.
Well, as an Irishman who remembers well Romania going down in the last 16 of Italia 90 to the Irish on penalties. And I do root occasionally for the Romanians.
Right.
Terrible way to leave a World Cup.
Why do football fans always hark back to World Cups from...
Well, you said it's coming home. That's a football chant.
Oh, is it?
I was just keeping your metaphor going, Kat.
Oh, wow. And a metaphor I didn't even realise I'd started. I was just thinking, oh, but it is a football song. Yeah, I was just thinking of that song.
Yeah, it's an English football song.
Yeah. Yeah, when you grow up in England, you very quickly lose passion for football around the louts.
No problem.
So after this hand, I'm going to escape the booth and bring back the dulcet tones of lovely Monsieur Frank de Opdevoorde. I can just about say it, definitely can't spell it.
Kat Arnsby, we hardly knew thee. Tremendous effort, it's got to be said. Kat has been in the booth here for sessions all through the weekend, but what people mightn't be aware is that she's produced this stream as well. She's been outside the door screaming at people who pass by, get in there and do some commentary for 3 solid days now. Trojan effort, Kat.
I object to use of the word screaming. I have been gently projecting my voice, mainly in your direction, Dave. Well, we see here that Alan has the best hand. As we were saying before, pairs heads up are pretty sexy on the eye.
Yeah, correctly sticking around now in this spot.
These guys have been battling every hand, haven't they, Dave, since we've been in here together? Every hand's been a battle.
They really have, and I think Dwayne will check this one back because he actually has showdown against some of the draws, and I feel like he was going for an equity denial bet there on turn, so wasn't bluffing that turn, was actually trying to get 2 random cards that had some equity to fold, or at least charge them something along the way. As we welcome back the web joker himself, Frank Opdevoorde. Delighted to have you back, Frank.
Thanks for having me. How's the heads up been so far?
It's been a little one-sided since you left. Dwayne Sluis has gone very well. Constantine obviously won the first couple of pots right out of the gate. But yeah, it's been one-way traffic for Sluis. He's won all the major pots and I think now has a commanding 3-1, maybe even 4-1 chip lead. Sluis. I knew I was going to get contradicted. Thank you. Such a beautiful language, Dutch.
Is it?
Yeah, it's very melodic.
Aline with the 9 tray offsuit folding was dominated by Dwayne's 9-8. Yeah, 8.4 million now for Dwayne Sluis.
I want to take this opportunity as well. I mentioned the hard work by Cat Arnsby as producer. Obviously, Frank Ovdevoort putting in incredible work here in our makeshift Faraday cage of a booth here in the poker room in the JW Marriott. But the other person we really got to pay tribute to for all the work this weekend is Natalie Sobako-Peru, our head of live events at Unibet. She has been at the helm for, I want to say, 35 plus Unibet Opens down the years.
I thought you were going to say 35 plus years.
Natalie took the reins over. I know there was one person in charge of Unibet Opens before her, as far as
Ava.
Ava, that's correct. Thank you for pointing that out.
Sorry.
And but yeah, no, Natalie very much made this her baby over the last 10 or so years, and you know,
350.
Again, has put on a fabulous event here in Romania.
Oh, there we go. Dwayne opens. Aline 3-bets with 4 tray offsuit, and Dwayne just shoves on him. That's about the end of it. Aline left with a little under 2 million. It's the Dwayne Sluis show here. But, you know, it just takes one double up, and he's right back at it, of course. So. Dwayne's little daughter is here as well, but she's not allowed to enter the poker room. She is, I think she's just 3 or 4 years old, so not allowed in a casino environment.
Is that the little girl with her mum right outside the door playing with her toys? Oh, that's so cute.
Yeah, she can look from afar, but she's not allowed to enter the poker room. You need to be 18 years of age or older.
Well, I hope we can get a photo of him with his daughter should he win this event. That would be absolutely gorgeous. They'd have to be outside the door.
Yeah, they would be. They need to take it in the hallway.
She's been a fixture of the last good few hours. Every time I've walked past, she's playing with her train set or whatever it is.
Aline limps in with 5-4 offsuit. Dwayne checks the king 8. Aline actually flops the best hand. Pair of 5s.
Yeah, and every reason to bet this now. Your 5 needs a bit of protection. You do have some backdoor potential as well, obviously, to clubs and to straight possibilities. So definitely want to stick a little bet in here, and we see that's exactly what he's going to do.
That's 125 or 150. I wasn't sure, but I think Dwayne could, stick around for a little bit. No, it's a 125 bet. That's enough. Dwayne gives it up. Do you practice heads-up play? Are you any good at it? Because it is a little bit of a different game.
It's a totally different game, and I suppose it depends on the stack depths as well, what kind of game it is. I guess I play a fair amount of Hexapros on Unibet. Obviously, that's the Unibet lotterized short-handed turbo format. And yeah, I suppose I get most of my heads-up practice in these kind of shallow stack situations. As a online and live tournament player, I do get heads up a fair amount of the time. I do have more wins than seconds, so I guess I'm probably above average at the discipline. But it is, you're right, it's a very different game altogether, and that's why there are obviously experts at that specific part of the game in poker.
Yeah, I was talking to Dara. I mean, obviously, as an MTT player, you don't get heads up all that often, but it's where the most money is, so you better come prepared.
Yeah, you absolutely should, and if you are an MTT player, you should probably put some specific effort into your short-handed game, your three-handed game, your heads-up game for exactly those situations. You want to be sharp, you want to be aware of all the wrinkles, all the pressure points that can be a big part of it, and just getting used to playing rags, because that's basically what it is. You've got to play about 80% of the hands heads up. So yes, okay, you can fold away maybe some really, really bad hands, but you can't wait for good hands anymore. If you do that, it's a recipe for disaster.
Somehow, I mean, we know Aline plays online as well because he's got a couple online caches on his hand and mob. But so far it's been Dwayne who's had the better of him.
Both players have really impressed me over the course of this final table.
Yeah, I kind of felt they were, you know, kind of destined to end up heads up here.
There was a bit of that, all right. Both very composed characters.
Yeah, think about every decision, rightfully so. I think that's another limp, yeah. Just calling. Aline with the queen 9 of diamonds, Dwayne with 5-4 of diamonds.
Yeah, those diamonds smothered here. We are in for a big clash should dealer find some more diamonds on this flop.
Fine.
Oh,
But-
he shoves. I mean, queen 9 suited. It looks nice, right? Is he gonna call? He's gonna do some counting first. 1.7 million. He could very well call. I mean, 15 big blinds, right? Something like that.
Yeah, very tough situation now. Having just limped over, facing this shove. He will be aware that there will be some junky stuff in Dwayne's range. Some suited connectors, of course, as well, that are below the queen 9, but also just wondering from an equity standpoint, I think you probably just about have to let this go, but it's very borderline, it's very cuspy.
Yeah. This is an honest reaction. He's really thinking about it.
Yeah, I feel like queen 10 suited, he's in there.
He calls.
He's decided to go for it, Frank.
He calls. I mean, he's ahead, 64% favorite, but he needs to fade some 5s and 4s.
This is almost as good a spot as he could have found himself. 2 undercards, and he has the suit smothered. Oh no.
That's a 4 right there. 4, Dwayne taking the lead. I mean, it could all just be over.
This could be it. Straight draw now for Alan.
10 on the turn. A king or an 8 helps him as well.
14 outs.
1 card away from the winner trophy for Dwayne. It's the king! Oi, oi, oi!
Would you believe it?
Straight for Aline. Dwayne down to 6.8 million, I think, and Aline up to 3.9 million. Straight on the river. Dwayne's pair of 4s not good enough. This heads up is not over just yet.
No, emotional roller coaster there for both players. Aline obviously 1 foot out the door. And on the other side of that coin, Dwayne, well, was he counting the money? Was he imagining the nice holiday he was about to go on with that extra 20 grand?
For the first time, I saw a little pain on his face, but I mean, he's still in charge. I mean, Aline had a ton of outs, but he was close. I mean, earlier today, Dwayne found himself the short stack after losing kings to queens. That queen of hearts was the last card that could save his opponent, and that was exactly what happened. Now he had a lot more cards to fade, but again.
Back to the grindstone now for both players.
Actually, that was against Aline.
Wow.
The kings versus queens, where the river queen helped Aline double and made sure Dwayne was short after that. Still, they are here heads up now. 6-5 offsuit on the button. I would fancy a raise. Aline could easily call now with the nice looking jack 8 suited. Oh, Dwayne limps in.
Yeah, I think he would just want to take a flop here with the jack 8 suited. Plays very well. No real reason to bloat this one out of position, in my opinion. But it doesn't look like he's going to bloat it.
Aline has a different opinion. And that's actually a pretty big raise, I think. Oh, 360. That's not all that bad.
So Dwayne with a bit of connectedness now, the bottom end of the board is going to get sticky here. He will have position in the hand. That is an important part of the equation here. Although this board, he doesn't have much of it.
Dwayne is down to 4% equity. I'm going to predict something, and I'm going to be bold. Dwayne is not going to win this hand.
I think you might be right, Frank. On top of his game, on top of his analysis, Frank up the board.
Yeah. You know, after 3 days of live streaming, I got a feel for this game.
Yeah. Well, we know that he could just underbet the pot and get this one done.
Aline hoped that Dwayne somehow had an ace, but no such luck. Quick fold from Dwayne Sluis. Another pot for Aline, who's inching closer to Dwayne.
Yeah, the pendulum has completely swung back round now to Aline. Incredible stuff when we think just moments ago he was languishing with 1.7 million, I want to say.
Yeah.
Now in the ascendancy, obviously still with plenty of work to do, but these two players are really battling it out. It's been a war of attrition, Frank. Nobody giving an inch right now.
$61.20. Big hand for Dwayne, big hand for Aline. Dwayne slightly better with ace-6 suited. Aline, king jack off.
Well, we saw Dwayne fast play an ace-6 earlier on. Interesting to see how this one goes down. King jack, ace-6, yeah, two premium hands. If he 3-bets the ace-6, I wouldn't be surprised to see Aline shove the king jack, to be honest, given how they've been willing to throw haymakers back and forth to one another. But do you know what? On balance, I do like this flat. I think you want to keep a few aces in your flatting range here. You don't want to 3-bet them all, and you know, means you just can't really continue on ace-x board. So I like this from Dwayne.
Dwayne's got the best hand right now. Backdoor flush draw, backdoor straight draw, but Aline has the initiative. Dwayne checks.
Yeah,
Aline checks behind.
Yeah, Aline does have a decent amount of showdown here with the king jack.
Look, that's an interesting card. Another club. Dwayne now with the flush draw.
Yeah, so an interesting card, all right, because again, with the ace high, he has some raw showdown, and now he has a way to win a big pot should a club come. So usually a good situation for a very small bet. He has gone about 35–40%, I think.
Aline with just 2 overs.
Yeah, difficult now for him. His king eye, good an awful lot. His opponent can be taking a stab on a double flush board. We see that that's exactly what he's doing, but he also has the best hand right now. Probably no reason for either player to put chips into the pot now on the river.
Or Aline must decide that he wants to give it a try to have some aces fold. No, check, check. Dwayne takes it down.
Well played from both players there. Obviously, two strong holdings pre, both recognizing that they had showdown when it got to the river.
Dwayne on the button now. Are we still doing big blind ante? I think we are, yeah. King Queen versus Ace King. This could be a massive hand. Two premium hands. Dwayne, King Queen suited, raising to 300k. Aline sitting on a stack of 3.5 million. Two monster hands. If they go all in and Aline wins, the tables are turned.
I just don't see an escape route for Dwayne in this situation. These are two monstrously big hands. Heads up, the way these guys have been willing to 3-bet and 4-bet one another, I don't see a world where Dwayne doesn't stick this in, to be honest.
It's suited as well, you know, it makes it even look prettier.
And
it's a big 3-bet.
What a huge turnaround we may be about to witness here.
950 he makes it. Dwayne. Is he gonna fold, call, or shove? All in. There's the all in, and the all in by Aline is gonna follow quickly. Wow, Aline a massive favorite. 70% equity against Dwayne's 30% equity. Dwayne is looking for a ton of clubs, or a queen, I guess. Oh, it's a queen on the flop. Oi, oi, oi. Aline needs a king or a 10, an ace or a 10.
2 spades.
A dagger to the heart of Aline.
Oi, oi, oi. Just like that. 6 of clubs doesn't change a thing. Dwayne on the verge of winning the Unibet Open Bucharest. Aline needs an ace or a 10. It doesn't come. It's a paint card, but it's a jack. Dwayne Sluis wins the Unibet Open Bucharest 2023. And Ilan finishes runner-up. Oi, oi, oi. 41,890 euros for the runner-up. But it's the Dutchman, Dwayne Sluis, with 65,830 euros to his name now. The winner, the biggest score of his life, poker tournament career. Just like that.
Yeah, incredible performance. Obviously, it's ended with a bad beat, and we hate to see it, but there is no taking away from the performance of Dwayne Sluis throughout these 3 days. He has absolutely played wonderful, majestic poker at times, a very deserving winner of this tournament. Well, Frank, I believe that by the powers of mystical television, we are now going to be able to throw it to you.
I don't think so.
No? We see there the beautiful scenes. Love the work there by the graphics team, by the way. Some epic sort of... You could bring that to the nightclub tonight. You get them to play that in the backdrop. We see Tamba Kask, our veteran photographer, coming in with Glenn, obviously preparing for a winner's photo.
Dwayne Sluis, you can see he started the day with 1.4 million. He was down to just a couple 100,000, but he ends up with all the chips in the tournament. Amazing accomplishment.
Kat Arnsby, our producer, coming into shot there, just checking on everything. I presume Dwayne has run out to his, kid and family there to celebrate with them. What a wonderful moment for him.
He's gonna receive the trophy, a big check, a ton of photos to be made. At least a couple of them with his friends here as well on the rail, including Max, who was at the final table earlier.
And while we have the opportunity as they set up this winner's photo situation, I want to thank our partners, PokerFest, who have been with us through thick and thin at this stop here in Bucharest. Thank you also to the JW Marriott. Thank you to Frank and all the commentators who've joined you this weekend. Absolutely incredible effort from all of you. Thank you again to Natalie Sopaku-Peru, who has helmed us for so many of these Unibet Opens and has done a wonderful job once again.
Yeah, and thank you, David, and of course your partner in crime, Dara, for hopping into the booth this often. I think that's it for us. I'm not sure if we're still gonna get the photo moment, but Dwayne Sluis, by now, I'm not sure if it sunk in yet. he was perplexed. It was the biggest moment of his poker career. He's had a win before. He's finished runner-up in a big tournament. He was the best Dutch player in the WSOP main event that one year in 2016. But this, the win, the trophy, this is something completely different.
Yeah, wonderful effort from Slaus. I assume we're going to see him at many final tables in the years to come. Well, on that note, Frank, it has been a terrific pleasure to spend time with you in the booth over this tournament. We're so grateful to you, the audience, who've been tuning in over these 3 days. We hope that we brought you a fitting final table, and, well, I know we found a fitting and deserved winner in the end as well. Thanks, everyone, for listening. Check out the Unibet Poker client for other live stops sponsored or organized by Unibet. Thanks, everyone, and see you next time.